Welcome to the lounge, where we challenge accountability. I'm Urban, and we don't do surface talk here. We use emotional intelligence, thought-provoking, mind in motion, truth be stirring, deep emotion, no filters, no faking. This here, thought-provoking. Every beat a question, every bar a lesson. I turn the mic to a mirror, life's a session. Urban in the mix, soul and intellect blend. We ain't just talk truth, we set trends from Dallas to the world. We break that ceiling, no clout, just facts, that's the real feeling. Thought-provoking, mind in motion, truth be stirring, deep emotion, no filters, no faking. This here, thought-provoking. Trap drums drop, but the message don't fade. Every thought sparks like a hand grenade. Faith, pain, love, and drive all collide, that's how minds revive. All collide, that's how minds revive. Thought-provoking, mind in motion, truth be stirring, deep emotion. No filters, no faking. This here, thought-provoking. Mind open wide like a city skyline. Every topic shaped by design. The urban lounge where ideas ignite. Late night thoughts under podcast lights. Every episode of thought design. The urban lounge where iron sharp iron. We build from the ground like truth rewiring. Can't fake what's felt when the mic's ignited. If you listening now, you already invited. Thought-provoking, mind in motion, truth be stirring, deep emotion, no filters, no faking. This here, thought-provoking.
Warning, the following image and or content may be disturbing, offensive to some viewers. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. Real quick community guidelines before we start the show. Now I want y'all to know that this is a space for respectable, thought-provoking conversations. We encourage intelligent discussions, different viewpoints, and respectable debates. Disagree if you want, but do it with substance and respect. Self-promotion is not allowed. This is not your billboard. Links, spam, and promotions in the comments or in live chat will be blocked immediately. Distasteful trolling, insults, or bad faith behavior will not be entertained. You will be blocked and banned. No warnings, no back and forth. Finally, y'all will notice that the subscriber mode is on. It is only for 5 minutes, y'all. 5 minutes. That way we can protect the integrity of the show and also protect the integrity of people who actually want to comment in the comment section faithfully, all right? We're here to think, challenge ideas, and grow, and not derail the conversation. If you're here in good faith, then I welcome you. Y'all enjoy the show. I know what y'all are here for. Because I'm here for the same exact thing, y'all. Salute to y'all. Happy Saturday. Appreciate you tuning in to this episode of The Lounge. I am Urban. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you so much. I'm actually pretty excited. I'm pretty much excited to, do a reaction video of this following show. Those of y'all who see the title right now, and I'll be reacting to Sotomayor debate with Carmen Jaycee. All right. Those of y'all who don't know who Carmen Jaycee is, she is a YouTuber. A matter of fact, I have shared plenty of her shorts on this channel as well too. The most famous short that I have shared on this channel was the one when she was talking about, black women pretty much being the ops to black men. And so y'all can want to check out that show. That show actually will really blew up this channel. At least one of them shorts blew up this channel the way it is right now and stuff. So So that's who Carmen Jaycee is. She is also a conservative. She do conservative content as well too. So she decided to go on to Tommy Sotomayor show, which is located on Rumble, not YouTube, but on Rumble. So she decided to go on this show, and they had a very, very interesting debate. A lot of people were saying that, hey, Irby, we want you to do a reaction show on this. So here we are. So we're going to do a reaction show Saturday night with this debate with Tommy Sotomayor and Carmen Jaycee. All right. So without further ado, we're not going to postpone the show too long. We think I'll get into this content. All right. This is wrong because we're not doing the Ask Urban show. We're doing this. My bad, y'all. All right, so without further ado, y'all, let's go ahead and get into this content. All right, and I'm curious to want to know what is y'all perspective as y'all heard this debate with Tommy Sotomayor and Carmen Jaycee. All right, so without further ado, let's go and get into it. Those of y'all who are here right now, support the channel by either double tapping the screen or if you're on your electronic devices such as a tablet or computer, laptop, computer, whatever else, right? Just hit the thumbs up, y'all. Appreciate you a whole lot. Let's get into it.
Welcome to another episode of 101. I'm Sotomayor, and have a very special guest with me here today. I am glad that you guys are here. I know we don't normally do anything this early, and that is sad that it's called early by my standards.
Go true. I see
we
you
had
build
fun
salute.
last night talking. I think we stayed up to like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, guys. And I'm back. I'm a little less full of Oxycontin, but I still got it. And when the Oxycontin get ready to hit, I'm gonna go get it. So just know if I just abruptly leave, it's because the pain is too much, and I'm going to get my Oxycontin. But anyway, there's a young lady, and I've been watching her. I seen her on YouTube, and then I seen her again on Instagram. And a lot of people were saying, "Hey, you guys need to talk." And I said, "Talk about what?" They said, well, she brings up a lot of the subjects that you bring up. And there's a lot of people who bring up these subjects. And I want it to be not only for the people who are currently doing it, but more people need to talk about it. We find a lot of things interesting to speak about, but you know what we need to talk about? Our own home. And to have a young woman talking about this and the way that she's talking about it gives me A, joy, and B, for this one-on-one, a challenge. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm going to bring in Miss Carmen Jaycee. Hello, dear.
Hi, how's it going? Hi, everyone.
It's going well. Have you heard, before I reached out to you, have you ever heard my name or someone say, you kind of do the stuff that Tommy does? Have you heard of me?
Well, honestly, before you reached out to me, because like originally when you reached out to me this time, I didn't know that you had reached out to me the first time. So I was like, and this happened to me. This happens to me actually all the time, where someone will reach out to me once, and then they'll like, you know what, I'm gonna try again, and then I see it because like I literally don't see it. It's probably people that follow me, and it's like, why don't she follow me back? And I just literally don't know because I'm not a social media like person. So essentially when you reached out to me, I seen a video of yours, right? And it was this video, it was a clip of this video. And it was basically you're like, I don't know what you were like, who you were talking to, but you were going and you were saying like, black people need white people to put fire up under their ass in order for them to do shit. That was the video that I seen. I'm sorry for cursing. But to
No, you
me,
fine here.
when I saw that video, I had to save it in my phone because I was gonna do some content with that video because I was like, this video really registered to me. So to me, that was like my first time really seeing who you were, and it was on my own account. Like it wasn't someone that told me or anything like that. It was just me seeing you, and I was like, oh, this guy. I actually had to go find out who you were because somebody else had posted this. So I wanted to like figure out who you were, and that's how I had come to know you. And when you reached out to me, I was like, and yeah, so
To be honest with y'all, one thing that I know of about Tommy Sotomayor is this: the dude, he's very egotistical. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because his first question that he asked Carmen, he asked her, did she know anything about him? Now, he did this strategically simply because he know that he want people to know who he is. This is the reason why he branded his platform to be polarizing the way it is, so it can make a name for himself. So I already know what's going on with Tommy Sotomayor mind, where he's sitting up here thinking that, man, this woman Carmen is lying. She know good and damn well she done heard about Tommy Sotomayor one way or the other. Where if you seen him on Fox News, CNN, whatever, even on YouTube, you done heard about him before. You know what I'm saying? But let's see.
Well, I tell you what, it's an interesting thing. You seem like a young woman. I gotta ask, out of the things that you could have talked about, what made you want to delve into more of what you've seen that Black people were doing, Black women, Black men, in the Black community?
Well, I would say that it's really because of my life and how I grew up. So, like, I come from Chicago. I was born and raised like in Chicago, in the suburbs of Chicago. I kind of moved around a lot as a kid, and not because I moved, but like I was like a troubled kid. I got in trouble a lot. I was doing things I wasn't supposed to be doing. When I was 22 or 23, I moved to LA, stayed there for 10 years. And, moving to LA, it really like you either are going to fall for it or you're going to despise it. And I was just one of those people that despised LA. I despise those people. I just do not like it. I don't like what they stand for. I don't like what they're about. I hate LA. Like, I love the city. Like, I was just saying this actually today. Like, if I could live in LA and get rid of the people, I would love LA. Like it would be like one of my favorite places. But now it's like, I don't want to go there, because the people suck, um, the ideology suck, what they value suck. They have horrible personalities. So like for me personally, I just couldn't with LA. So like when it comes to my ideology, I saw that in LA, and I really was just like, I really learned a lot of lessons. Let's just say that. I went through life. I made a lot of mistakes. I'm not this perfect person. A lot of people think like, oh, she doesn't know. She's not from it. She never been in it. And like, if you like know my background, like I am not like this goody two shoe at all. Like not even a little bit. Like I am good now, but in the past, I wasn't that person. And when I started to like actually like honestly, it started from relationships. I'm like, why do I always attract losers? Right. That's where it started. I'm like, why do I attract losers? Right. So my point was to like get to understand like where this was coming from. So I started to like kind of work on myself. You can call it that. And that came with me working on my emotional intelligence, how I speak to people, how I analyze things. So when I started to work on emotional intelligence, what I didn't realize is that not only were men manipulating me, but the media was manipulating me, you know?
Mm.
And when I seen that, it kind of led me to this point where I was like, oh my gosh, we're being manipulated. How do I teach people, And it kind of led me here, And I would never, like, if you asked me 10 years ago where I would be, it wouldn't be here, because like I like clothes and shoes and stuff, like I like to dress cute. I think I would be doing like a fashion blog, something like that. But that just lets you know how much trouble we are in. When you see a
Mm.
person like myself, a person that is just a normal person that has to come out and speak out against the foolishness, that's how you know that it is a major problem. And me personally, I was just trying to tell people about that problem, and Black people attacked me for it. So then I went full force.
So I find that very, very interesting that she said that as a woman, because a lot of women don't like to um, per se take accountability for their choices and decisions that they make. She made it abundantly clear that she had a one archetype of man that she was going after. She was going after the one low hanging fruit man, the bad boy type of man, simply because her behavior was the same exact way. You know what I'm saying? So she went and pursued that for a long time. Then one day she just had a awakening moment that she needed to change her ways. And what's interesting about it is that she herself said that she needed to gain more emotional intelligence. Now, once again, It's very rare for me to hear women, especially modern women, use emotional intelligence in any type of shape or fashion because they are very egotistical and they do not like to hold themselves accountable for their choices and decisions. So, in that aspect, I could respect Carmen for that. All right.
I don't think people realize that. Like, we love to talk about the resiliency of black folks, but then they'll get mad when there's people like you, like me, and others who, at first, we're not even going that hard, but you decided to attack me. So then, fuck it. Okay, since this is what we're doing, and it's funny to hear you say that because I heard so many of them say that. Charleston White was like, "Well, this is what they're doing. You're not having respect for the fact that I'm trying to give it to you in the best way possible." I had a woman tell me today when it came to hair, she said, "You're saying this and you're trying to embarrass the women. You don't sit down and try to have a talk with them." I said, "I've been trying to sit down and have a talk with them for about 15 years. They told me that I was gay because I said something about hair. They told me that I was in women's business, which is the weirdest thing. In their business? So as a guy that likes women, I can't judge them by their hair when it was the same group of people who told me that they did what they did to their hair to attract men." Anyway, it became this thing to where you're going to go after me, my parents, everything else you can find, and I'm supposed to go easy on you? No, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, sir, no, sir, no, sir. So they don't really see that part of it. Now, with you talking, I got to ask, what way do you lean politically?
Well, I would say I lean to the right, just because the left is absolutely ridiculous. The things that they believe in, the things that they follow. I'm more right leaning, but I would like to let people know that I am not a Republican. Okay. I do not align with parties. The parties are completely idiotic. Okay. They're both effing you up,
So, in other words, she's more of a conservative. She's not right. She's more of a conservative. All right.
up the ass essentially. And you're just like, you feel better when your party wins. And that's like, it's the biggest trick in the book. All of this stuff that we see is multi-layered. It's layered
Hey, Lionel, you don't know who she is? Man, I done did plenty of shorts with Carmen. Did a lot of shorts. A matter of fact, on one of the shorts that I did with it was what really blew up this lounge channel. It was the short where she was calling black women the ops over black men. I need to pull that short up. I'll probably pull it up while she talking.
layers on top of layers. You leave the Democratic Party, so you go one plantation to another plantation, and it really doesn't work. So for me, like I have no aspirations to be in politics or to be like this face of politics. That's why I speak how I speak, because I don't care. I don't have aspirations to be in politics. I have aspirations to help people think for themselves and have their own ideas. It's like that.
Why don't people understand that black people in general, like even when they first off, they think as soon as you say you lean right, you're Trump, because I guess Trump is the right now, the way that they put it. But two, they say the right is white and racist. But why don't they understand or know history, since blacks are always talking about history, that blacks were in general right leaning? We are more conservative by nature than we've ever been liberal. Why is it that they don't know that? Or do they don't know that? Maybe you don't even know that we actually come from a lineage of people who are more conservative.
Well, I know that we come from a lineage of conservatives. And like I tell Black people all the time, like you guys love to bring up Black Wall Street, but you don't understand Black Wall Street was Black Republicans. Black Democrats and Black Wall Street, but they don't understand that. So I think the real problem that we have with Black people in history is they don't know it. Okay, they don't know it. And that is a real major problem in our community because to me, it's like if you knew the history of what has happened over time, and I'm not even saying that I'm like, I know all of history because I don't. I really don't know all of history. I'm like learning. I teach myself. I didn't graduate from college. All of the stuff that I know is because I read books or because I researched it and I learned these things. Candace Owens plays a major part in that. Candace Owens taught me a lot. She was one of the first really popular Black Republicans. She taught me a lot. She taught me about thinking for myself. And that's what I like about her because she gives you a platform. She's not telling you what to think. She's giving you the tools to use for yourself to think. So I think a lot of Black people, in general, they are like controlled by what I like to call the nigga section of the community. Niggas scare Black people. That's the problem.
Mhm.
And Black people also want to appease niggas. That's another problem, right? So they're trying to
She's
appease the
strong with
niggas
that
that
N
scare
word.
them,
God
and they
damn.
want to make niggas feel like they're enough because they
Damn.
challenge their Blackness. And
Oh, hold up, bro. Hold up. Why is she like overemphasizing that word? Like, dang. Like, what the heck? Damn.
this whole community of Black people. So if you don't act niggerish, you're not Black, right? You have to be a nigger to be Black. That's really what it is.
That is very true. And shouts out to the people who are
She the
watching
straight
on both.
N
We are live
word
streaming
bombing
both.
us.
Shouts out to both. I've tried to highlight some of the people who are on your screen who are making sure they're
Real quick. A lot of y'all was asking the question who she really is, right? And I told y'all that I actually did a couple of shorts on her, right? So let me share the screen with you real quick and show you. All right, so here's one of her videos right here that did a short on her, right? All right, this is her right here. Let me know if you agree or disagree with the following clip.
A lot of women are losers, and I want to talk about it. A lot of y'all feel like men should provide for you guys and should upgrade your lifestyles, but you have nothing in return to give to him. Therefore, that makes you a loser. And you always are so quick to call men losers if they live at home with their mom or if they don't have a job. You'll label them a loser very quickly, but a lot of y'all be baby mamas living off the government, don't have, like I said, nothing to offer anyone. You can't even look at yourself in the mirror and be accountable, then have the nerve to call someone else a loser. Yeah, loser. And the amount of women that encourage bad behavior, negativity, and the catty-like behavior. Yeah, loser mentality. And the thing about losers, they want to make other people losers. So this is why you see them being so miserable and trying to make other women miserable. And women lie to each other, and instead of telling each other the truth, they would just rather normalize bad behavior. It's disgusting. And a lot of women make horrible decisions. They live with no discipline. They don't care how they carry themselves, and they just project all of their negative energy back onto men. It's the patriarchy. Not to mention, a lot of you guys are complaining about the very men that you raise. You don't want to date the men that you raise. And why is that? Is it because a lot of you guys don't even want to be mothers? And y'all complain about all of the things that make women beautiful, that make women unique. You guys hate that about yourselves and still find a way to blame it on men.
Let me. All right, so she did another short too. This other short that I'm gonna present to y'all, this is the one that really got her trending like a whole lot. Let me search for it right quick. While I'm searching for it, make sure y'all hit the thumbs up to support the channel, and we'll get back to the debate with her and Tommy Sotomayor. All right, this thumbs up channel to support. All right, so let me find this other short real quick. Show y'all, because like I said, I didn't want to post plenty of her shorts on this channel. Y'all just didn't know who she was. Some of y'all probably did, others y'all probably didn't know who she was, but I knew who she was, because I be following her content and stuff too. So let me scroll down. It's got to go all the way back in the past, because it was like a long time ago when I want to post her shorts and stuff. Let me get there. So I'm almost there. Almost. And what was funny about it was that a lot of people that was commenting on the short, right, they was saying that the show was AI for some strange reason. I'm like, no, that's actually her. It's not AI. But they kept on talking about, it's AI, it's AI, it's AI. Like, no, this is her. She literally said this for real. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, Y'all say AI, whatever. Let me see. I'm getting there. I think I'm almost getting there. Damn. I just realized that I posted a lot of shorts throughout the... God damn. I just posted a lot of shorts, y'all. Dang. Lord Jesus. Man, how come y'all didn't tell me and I posted all of these darn shorts, man? Cause man, look, I be on a dead schedule for real, y'all. When I'm posting these shorts, I get up at 8 o'clock in the morning and start editing and posting these shorts, man, and scheduling them out. So I be posting a lot. I post a minimum of 12 shorts a day. That's the minimum amount that I post. Sometimes I go more than that, depending on how I'm feeling. But the minimum is 12 shorts a day. So I go through there one. I edit these shorts and stuff, right? Then after I edit them and doing all that, then I post them. There was even more crazy about it, y'all, is that some people they'll sit up here talking about, man, Urban, you being lazy with your short. How come you don't give your opinion about the shorts? Huh? Like, sure, why should I? I ain't gonna give my opinion on the short. But here's a couple more videos of her right here. She talked about child support on this video. She talked about, I forgot what she talked about on that video. But I'm trying to find here it is. This is the first one. Right here. Hey, I never heard it from this perspective before, but she's not lying. Y'all listen up.
These kids think they got ops, but the real op is their mother. She is the one that allowed dysfunction to run wild within the community and do nothing about it. Not only does she do nothing about it, but she encourages it. She's the one that keeps your father out of your household, and not to mention turn you against your father and work with the government so that he stays away. She's the one that supports all the toxic policies that is not advantageous to your future or to the Black community. And not to mention, she is the one that allow you guys to keep being buried. And it's to the point where I'm thinking you guys must want to keep burying your children, because at the rate that we're going, that's what's going to keep happening. It's to the point that you're starting to have to bury your daughters too. And if you don't have to bury your daughters are just going to raise more dysfunctional boys and girls that would get buried as well. It is dysfunctional. And y'all want to act like this is normal. It is not. It is barbaric. It's animalistic. It is disgusting.
Yeah, so that short right there, that's really what got her channel trending a whole lot. Because after when I posted that short, it started trending throughout the manosphere, Red Pill. It started trending on Facebook and everywhere, and that really, really like helped boost her channel a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? And I can honestly say this: like whenever I post shorts on this channel, right? If I post your short on this channel, it's guaranteed that it's going to give you exposure for real. Like, no lie. It really is going to give you a lot of exposure for real. But there's neither here nor there. But let's get back to the debate.
Hitting the, what is that thing called? I forgot what it's called when they hit it and the money comes up.
I have no idea.
Well, they're hitting it.
So I am so green to technology in certain ways. I am really. They're
hitting it, so tell them thank you as they hit it. They're hitting it, and some of your people are hitting that thing where they send you money. I forgot what it's called. On my end, it's called a Rumble Rant. So we have Rumble Rants over here, and over there they have I forgot, but somebody in there will know and will super chat. Thank you, Junior. It's called Super Chats. They're sending them to you. I do want to thank all of you guys for joining us, even though we didn't give you much leeway, much warning. We're here, and hopefully that you enjoy it. Okay, but one of the things that I would like to ask you then, since I know you brought up Candace. Oh, well, it's two things. I was going to ask you influences, but I guess I'll ask you after, because you really made a point when you said there's not really a black. It's a black versus like this group of niggas, and if you're not a nigga, then you're not black. When or how did you find?
Oh, also, y'all, those of y'all who are tuned in, y'all tuned in on YouTube. The reason why they're so they're so loose with the N word is because they on Rumble. Rumble allowed them to say whatever the hell they want. All right, so that's that. So hopefully YouTube will be merciful with the lounge over here where they won't be flagging these words, but let's continue.
Find that out, because it had to have been before then, because I realized that at a young age, that it's like, you can be black, but if you ain't a nigga, you're not black, or you're not black enough.
Honestly, I didn't realize, listen, let me tell you. Okay, so when I started making content, I told you, like, I was like learning all this stuff, and I'm like, I had to tell people, because I'm like, maybe people don't know this. So let me be the one to tell you, right? And I know Candace Owens was doing her thing, but Candace Owens had kind of switched her brand and she kind of went more like, not so directed towards the Black community. So we had no
Yeah.
Candace Owens in the Black community. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll be the one to focus on Black issues. So, let me be the one to tell you. And essentially, what happened was dang, I'm sorry. I literally forgot what I was going to say. What question did you ask me again? I'm sorry.
How you lost your
Well, just
train of
the
thought?
idea of I said that blacks, the difference between blacks and niggas. Like I knew it at a young age that if you weren't niggerish enough, then they would say you're not black.
Okay.
Like I would see
Okay.
people say
I'm
you
back.
act white because of how you talk
Okay.
or
So
education
yeah.
level, like
Okay. I'm
weird
back.
thing.
Okay. So yeah, I've had those experiences where like people would say you talk proper would be the words that they use, that you talk proper or you talk white. And for me, I never like analyzed that in a manner where I realized that if you didn't talk away about a certain type of way that you weren't accepted. It took for me to like really get on these platforms and like I saw it with Candace Owens too, but I think I only really realized it from experience, from getting on the platform and critiquing a Black person and then have, like my one of my first videos, everybody was calling me stupid. Okay. They were all calling me stupid and they were telling me how dumb I was. And it really just like, it really ticked me off because it's like, okay, so I'm dumb for saying Serena Williams shouldn't crip walk. So I'm dumb for saying Serena Williams shouldn't crip walk. This is like my first video, like one of my first videos that ever went viral. It was like a year ago during the Super Bowl. And they all called me dumb. They talked about me like a dog. Okay. They were calling me a Timu, Candace Owens. They had the funniest names. I'm not gonna lie, it was funny. Okay. It was hilarious. But then I was like, you know what? Oh, this is how Black people are gonna treat me. Let me start telling you about your issues. Do you know that y'all are raising criminals? I don't know if you guys know that, but you guys are raising criminals. Do you know that Black women are not desired? Do y'all know that?
So, in other words, she got on YouTube, right? And YouTube does what YouTube does. All right, when you be a content creator, you're gonna get some who are gonna support you, and then you're gonna get all these trolls as well too. That's going to not support you. Then you also gonna get people who are literally haters. They're just gonna hate you for no apparent reason. They don't know why they hate you. They just hate you. All right. So she started her whole campaign of talking about Black people simply because of trolls start getting on her by either how the way she talk, how the way she look, and different things like that. Mm. But keep in mind, earlier she was talking about that she had gained emotional intelligence and stuff. So that emotional intelligence thing, it's not a on and off switch. If you gain that emotional intelligence, then you should be utilizing that emotional intelligence no matter what, even being a content creator as well too. But let's continue.
Okay. Do you know that? Do you know that you guys are responsible for the most abortions? Do you guys know that since you guys think I am stupid? And that's kind of how it happened. Like me really realizing the predicament that Black people were really in. It was me getting up here and speaking and seeing all the people that attack me. Somebody told me I should get hit by a bus. They wanted me to get hit by a bus.
See, once again, it's interesting that she's targeting this on Black people. But what she don't understand is on YouTube. When you be on YouTube, there is a diverse group. You could have people who are Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Indian, whatever that could be on these accounts. You know what I'm saying? And to top it off, YouTube do be having bots as well too, or AI bots nowadays too, where they be coming in, people comment section and saying weird stuff too. So I think that's really disingenuous that she's on this due to her experience. She targeting a certain type of group. This leads me to believe that she already had an underlying issue with Black people in particular due to her upbringing. But really, you let them talk long enough, they'll reveal themselves. But let's continue.
A Black man told me that, you know? And it's like, yeah, so that's kind of when it really registered to me where we were. in America in 2020. I believe that was 2025.
Isn't it shocking that we love to tell everybody how diverse we are? We love to tell it. We'll think, like when Cowboy Carter came out, we were cowboys, and there's nothing wrong with her wearing a cowboy hat. Yet when I was on TMZ, look in the comment section, they kept saying, you can tell he'll sell out. He wearing a cowboy hat. And I kept thinking, I said, wait a minute. So black people love to tell white people, don't stereotype them, and that we are very diverse. But blacks tell other blacks that they cannot be diverse, that we all must think alike. You ain't acting black, you ain't dressing black, you don't talk black. As a matter of fact, blacks will tell you if you haven't had the foods that they've had, you haven't had black food. Why do we want to prove to whites we're diverse while pigeonholing each other to where we can only be this one thing?
Well, I think that, when you see Black people and how they behave in society, they care about white people. They care about what white people think about them, even though, like, they don't really care for diversity. Like look at the Black colleges. Are they diverse? The
Nope.
Black colleges are not diverse. So Black people do not care about diversity. That's like kind of the last thing Black people care about. But Black people are told to care about these things. And that's the problem that I have with everything, because you're not thinking these things because this is what you truly believe. You're told to think these things. You're told to believe these things. You're told to believe in diversity, equity, inclusion, even though it benefited white women. You're told to believe in that.
See, even in this exchange of the conversation is being very disingenuous. Even with Tommy Sotomayor, it's the same as that thing. That he's going through what Carmen went through. He got around a certain archetype of black people, right? And he decided to stereotype every black people as having these same type of behaviors. Now, there's some things that I can want to relate to them about. For us, the what we call it? Oh, having a black card. Now I can relate to them on that, having that black card thing, and I believe that that's some absolute bullshit on that, where you're not black if you don't do X, Y, and Z. If you don't eat watermelon, if you don't eat chicken, if you don't dance to trap music and different things like that, they literally would disown you. You know what I'm saying? But what's even more remarkable about this is that why at the same time they are telling you what you not right. In reality, they're really not for each other as well too. They're not even the monolith at all, period. You know what I'm saying? But it's weird. But getting back to the disingenuous part, all of this is based on their personal anecdotal experience with dealing with certain type of black people that they had aligned with within their life. Okay? So I don't agree with the part that just because you align with these certain type of black people in your life that you need to stereotype every black person that's having these type of behaviors, which obviously that's not true. You know what I'm saying?
You benefit from diversity, and it's actually really mind-boggling, because all of these movements, even with the civil rights movements, the Jews put something in there for them. So all of these movements, they are using blackface. These movements are blackface. You guys talk about blackface as racism. These movements are blackface. Rosa Parks, talk about all of them. You can even talk about abortion. All of these people were put there because they wanted people to be there. Okay, not because they cared about your abortion rights. None of these movements are real. Okay, and that's what people need to realize. These are catalysts for something else. And a lot of people don't realize that when it comes to a lot of these movements that are put onto them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank Ms. Carmen Jaycee for coming. If you do not know, make sure you go and subscribe. All of our links are going to be in there. We're having a discussion about the black family, black women, and thoughts. And you said Candace Owens. Who else were some of your people that you looked to where you enjoyed listening to them, and some that you even took things from?
Like a lot of controversial people. Okay, if I say the people I like on here, I'll probably be canceled, but I will say them anyways because I don't care. Okay.
You ain't gonna be canceled on Rumble, sweetheart. Trust me on that. Now, YouTube, that's a different story, but hey.
Fuentes. Okay. Nick Fuentes, I don't agree with everything Nick Fuentes says, but Nick
Hmm.
Fuentes is very smart. I like how he thinks, he's very analytical. I like that about Nick Fuentes, and I take things from how he thinks. It helps me be sharper.
Hmm.
I also I like Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines, I like him a lot. I love Kevin Samuels. I hated him when he was alive. I love him that he's dead. And I don't love him
Interesting.
since he's dead. I love him now because I've learned a lot from him and I realized I was wrong and he wasn't. That's why he's dead,
Oh, okay.
because I was wrong. You know what I mean? He's wrong. I mean, he's dead because I was wrong, not because, I was right and he's dead. I love him. He's the godfather, as they call him. I really enjoy Kevin Samuels because he did something that a lot of people don't do, and that's stand up to Black women because Black women are the worst group, okay? The
Mm-mm.
worst demographic on this planet, okay? American Black women, okay? You want to see some crazy stuff? Go deal with American Black women. It is ridiculous, you know? So, yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Remember when I started the show off, right? And I told y'all about Tommy Sotomayor egotistical mentality, right? See, the questions that Tommy asks is very strategic, all right? This next question that he asked her, right? He asked her, what was some of the people that influenced her to be in the space where she at right now. In reality, Tommy wanted to be number one. He wanted to be the very first one to be named in the space. Then she also made the terrible, terrible, terrible mistake of saying Kevin Samuels. Then not only she said Kevin Samuels, she ended up overemphasizing about Kevin Samuels, calling him the Godfather, saying that she didn't like him at first, but she loved him now when he was dead, which that's questionable within itself. You know what I'm saying? So she said all these different things, but she never mentioned Tommy Sotomayor. So me been following Tommy for a long time in this content, I know how Tommy ego is, and I know Tommy do not like that at all. Period. But let's see how this unfolds. Once again, shout out to everybody who's tuning in right now. We're watching the debate between Tommy Sotomayor and Carmen Jaycee. Make sure you thumbs up the channel to support it, and let's get into it.
Well, okay. So when you think of like this idea of Black women, I like to.
Oh, also notice when he said, okay. That because he didn't like that at all. Period. He wanted to be in the top percent of people who influence her.
I always laugh when people say that, when they say, Kevin Samuels is the Godfather. And I keep thinking,
Here
damn,
it
I was
comes.
doing it 12 years before he was doing it. He
Here
used
it
to be a
comes.
fan of my show.
Here it
So I
comes.
guess if you market anything correctly, then people will say it. So it's a funny thing. So all I can do is keep on living. But if you sit and you think about where the movements have come from,
Here it comes.
this has been a difficult one. And the reason why I say it's been a difficult one, because I was the one who started it and I was the one who gotten punished the most by it. I was and have been banned in several things. And it's not because I was doing something illegal. It was because I was speaking about a problem that you just said was a problem. Things I said were 100% correct. I was the first one to correct it when they would say, Black women are the most educated. Question. I proved that Black women were not the most educated. They were the most enrolled. Why do you think white society, along with Black society, were pushing a false narrative that Black women are the most educated in the United States?
And what's so bad about it, y'all, is Carmen. Carmen is like a deer staring into headlights at this point. She do not even know what she done did. She don't even know, because it's just like you say. You're hearing what Tommy's saying right now. He don't like that at all. Period. Because he believes that he is the archetype of all of this. He's the archetype of the foundation of the red pill, black manosphere, all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And so if he don't get his credit over everybody else, then he's gonna let you know right off the bat. So it's gonna be interesting.
Well, I would say they did that because they know that Black women controls the Black community. Okay, they know that these women are the people that are in control, and they know that they are what kind of what Black women says goes in the Black.
And y'all notice that Tommy is selecting all the comments there that's on the knowledge and everything that I'm saying about him right now, that he feel like he's the archetype, he's the one. And yet it's still Carmen have not caught on to that yet, but we'll see.
Black community. Like if you think that Black men run the community, you would be wrong. Okay, Black men are not like the head of the community. So when you hear them say Black women are the most educated, it's to pump Black women's head up to make them feel like they're doing something when they're not. If you realize they got the most educated when the degrees didn't mean nothing. Okay, degrees don't mean what is a degree these days. The people that are getting degrees are not even able to make money sometimes, you know? So they gave them these degrees when it really didn't mean nothing anymore. If you tell me that they're the most educated, I'll tell you they're the most in debt as well. Hmm. Let's talk about that. They have the most student loan debt. Okay. So, yeah, be the most enrolled, which you are. You're not the most educated. Like I said, they're the most dysfunctional demographic out of any demographic of people. Okay. They
What
move
do
the
you
most
think they were
dysfunctional.
getting out of? But what do you think they were getting out of pushing that, knowing it was a lie, saying that Black women are more educated than their counterpart?
Well, when I seen that these stories came up, because I did a video on this, these stories came up during election seasons every time. Okay, so they would come up. It was a story. It was a study done in 2011 that was like you just said, they're the most enrolled. So by 2012, which is second term Obama, they were telling Black women that they were the most educated. They did the same thing in 2016 and again in 2020. Okay. So if you look at the articles that say that they're the most educated, you will realize that they're during election years. Okay. So they, like I said, they use Black women because they want to make them feel good. They want to make them feel valued, even though they don't care about Black women. They don't care about Black men. They don't care about anybody. I can tell you this as just from seeing and knowing that the establishment, they don't care about Black women. They don't care about trans people. They don't care about none of you people that think that they care about you. If you think that they care about you, you're just going to get shot later. This is going to happen. You will get shot later. You may not get shot now, but you will get shot later. And that's what people fail to realize. And like for me, I think Black women are the biggest problem because you can't correct them. You don't listen. Okay. If you're correctable, I'll be like, okay, well, maybe, but you can't tell them anything. I'm a Black woman. Okay. And I know. Okay. I know.
Well, that's what I
I
was
don't
going
have
to
any
ask.
friends.
I was going to ask, as a Black woman, you're saying these things. What have been some of the responses to a Black woman? I know me as a man, I would hear, all of us men, we hear that we're sellout. They got a new one with tethers. Somebody even asked you in your comment section, they wanted to know where you were from, so they were checking your lineage. They wanted to know if you were American or not. And it was in your own comment section. That was odd, but I knew it was one of those, what do you call them? FBAs. They show up now all the time. But we hear we're gay, we're broke, and we couldn't afford the women. But I want to know, what do they say to the women? What are some of the things that they say about
Well,
y'all if y'all are
they
talking about yourself?
they say the same things. Self-hating, you can add that to the list, and bad wench, you can add that to. They think I like white men because I say these things, and I typically don't like white men. I typically go for Black men. I'm attracted to Black men. That's just me. But they call me every name in the book. The tether, I had to look it up to figure out what it meant. Okay, because I didn't know what it mean. And quite frankly, my family have been in this country for years and years and years and years and years. And when I say years, I mean hundreds of years. Okay, hundreds of years, not 10 years. Even it's white people that haven't been here as long as me. Okay, as long as my lineage has been here. It's white people that have not been here as long as me. So I don't know what you want me to do. I'm just calling out bullshit. Okay, I'm calling out bullshit. I've been around nigga shit long enough to understand what it is, and that's what it is.
I mean, she kind of explained it a little bit. What was her disdain with black people, preferably with black women, right? But just like I said, I believe that there is a deeper underlying issue that's dealing with her. Well, why she not like black people the way it is. The same thing with Tommy Sotomayor, which you know what I'm saying. I can understand through his upbringing. You know, he dealt with a mother who wasn't. It just what it was, you know what I'm saying? His conditions on this upbringing wasn't optimal the way that it should have been, you know, and that's the reality. Then when he became an adult, he was making poor decision making, choosing the wrong type of women to be around with, which typically that's what a lot of us do, you know, especially as men. If we don't have that type of stable guardianship that would guide us to, you know, the type of people that we need to be around with, right? That we just be left out there just to figure it out on our own. And I believe that not only myself, but Tony Sotomayor and a lot of y'all who are watching right now, you probably experienced that same exact thing where, you know, you really didn't have that type of guardianship. You just kind of had to figure this thing out on your own. And within you figuring out this thing on your own, you start choosing wrong. You know what I'm saying? You start choosing these wrong type of men or choosing these wrong type of women. And therefore, you end up becoming a villain in your story or a villain in somebody else's story. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah.
Why is it that they don't believe, and ladies and gentlemen, we're with Miss Carmen Jaycee. Make sure you go look her up, YouTube, find her there, and also all of the links for every Instagram and Twitter will be in the description box as well. I did not even ask that question. I'm always afraid to ask that question because I hate it that some women say you cannot ask that question, but I'll ask because a lot of people have asked. How old are you?
35.
Oh, see, I figured you might be in your 20s. Black don't crack, girl. Black don't crack unless it's on crack.
But by the way, that's another strategic question that Tommy asked her, right? And the reason why he asked her that question is because he's still feeling some type of way about not acknowledging him as the foundation godfather for the whole entire Black manosphere and red pill movement.
Most people think so. I'm totally okay with where I am because, like, when I was in my 20s, I was a little bit more ignorant. Now that I'm 35, and this is why I don't give women excuses because I've been where you are. Like, I've done it. Like, listen, if you guys see some half naked photos of me on the internet from when I was in my 20s, mind your business, okay? Mind your business because,
Uh-oh.
yeah, I lived my life when I was in my 20s, okay? So, yeah, I don't know what to say
They
about that.
just
Mind your
have.
business.
They just have,
But,
though. Just have.
but it's like, hey, I'm 35 now and I understand a lot more things. My brain is fully developed, so yeah, it's like, I don't know. But yeah.
Well, I tell you what. There is a few things that I've seen, and when we're talking about that's why I said the title of the show, the Black family and the Black woman on trial. I don't know how you feel, but I'm going to ask you a question. There's a thing that has come out, and and people know I was on the forefront. Some people are upset. They were saying, how you didn't name me as one of your influences. I'm not hurt. I'm just sad, not hurt. But
He is hurt, by the way. He is hurt and he's offended. Because those of y'all who know Tommy Sotomayor, if you don't acknowledge his ego, then you're going to find out about it for real. And so that's why, he keep re-emphasizing that over and over again. Another thing, too, if he wasn't hurt, he wouldn't have never mentioned it at all, period. He wouldn't be throwing these indirect shots at her. But once again, Carmen, she's like a deer looking ahead like she don't even remotely understand what's getting ready to happen to her. But she's going to find out today.
I would say there's this thing, and I've been talking about it for years. What you see on your screen there is weed. And everybody know me and Mr. Say Hair-Hatted Hooligan or talking about weaves and whatnot. But I was told that the reason I'm talking about it is because I either I can't afford it, I'm gay, all kinds of reasons, again, We give reasons for truth being told. Well, there's a study that came out last week. And as you can see, the study researched 169 cancer-linked chemicals in braids and synthetic hair being sold specifically to Black women. Now, Black women love to tell me that white women wear weaves too. I kept telling them I dated white women. I never seen any one of them's hair detached from their head. I never seen it. When you see a white woman at the Oscars, she's at the Oscars. I've never seen a white woman work. Today, when I had to go get my knee drained, I almost took out my phone and asked those white. I was going to just pan around and show the people. All of the white people had their own hair. 80% of the Black women that were in there had on a wig. I ask you, did you see this? And if you saw it, do you think something should be done by Black women to counteract this? Do you think that this should scare them out of wearing the wig?
So let me address that real quick. Part of what Tommy Sotomayor is saying is true, but the part that he's missing is that they don't wear a weave. Okay, they white women typically lean towards wearing either tracks or extensions. The reason why I know is because my wife she worked in the beauty industry at one point in time and stuff. Where she even graduated from a beauty class and everything and stuff, right? And so I had the opportunity while she was there. I had the opportunity to go there and actually see her at work and seeing, other women at work as well too. And they had diverse people who came there. They also had white women that came there too. Now, once again, they didn't get weave, just like what Tommy is saying, right? But they did get extensions and tracks. Okay, so that's the difference between the two.
Okay, so I actually did see this. I didn't look into this. I think I like scrolled past it. So I did see this, but I knew this already before even seeing this. I knew the effects of synthetic hair that is being sold to Black women. Black women are the biggest consumer of these weaves, regardless of what they say. They consume it the most. And to take it a step further, if you even think about like human hair, right? Think of this because this is saying synthetic hair, but think about human hair. You have cultures that shed bad energy, bad luck with their human hair. So they cut their hair to cut away badness and you put it in your hair. So like I totally agree. I totally agree that this is something that Black women need to pay more attention, myself included. You know what I'm saying? Because I wear weaves, I wear wigs. I don't
Uh oh.
necessarily wear synthetic weaves, but I do wear weaves, and I myself, I know this, right? So, like, even myself knowing this, I'm like, okay, so I really want to get my hair to be healthier. So, like, as I do wear weaves, I try to take care of my hair under it so I don't have to wear weaves. So I can, like, wear my natural hair because, like, growing up as a kid, my mom always just didn't maintain my hair. She didn't care about it. I was raised by a single mom, not to throw shade at my mom. I'm just
Uh
saying,
oh.
like they permed my hair. They did all this stuff to my hair that I had no idea what was going on. No, had no say into it. So now, as an adult, I don't know how to maintain my hair without doing the things that they taught me to do. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that this is something Black women should totally look at. And not only that, it's like if you're going to wear weaves, make sure they're safe and make sure you're consuming it from yourselves. Okay. If that's what you plan to do, don't make some Koreans or some Chinese people rich. Why not sell it to yourselves? That's my thing. Like because I'm like one of them people that I don't care what people do with their body. Like, but outside of abortion, I don't care what you do with your body. Like if you're an adult, do what you want to do. I don't care. But I
Uh
do
oh.
think that it is gaslighting to act like there is nothing to the weave and to think that like the system wouldn't poison you in your hair. Like I'm not for the system at all. I'm not for any of the I don't even know what word I want to use, but I'm not the type of person that's going to act like something is not an issue, even though it's an issue. I can acknowledge an issue and acknowledge, like, you know what I mean? Like, even myself indulge in this issue. Doesn't mean it's not an issue. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, that's what I would say.
So here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, who's watching right now. The reason why I kept saying as as she's talking, right? Carmen had let herself open to a lot of things that Tommy is physically ready to destroy her on. I don't know if y'all was paying attention to it, but one of the things that she said is that she mentioned that she came from a single mother. All right. So by her mentioning that Tommy that already got his talking points together, how he's going to attack her, that's on that one issue alone. Let alone what she was saying about the whole issues by wearing the weaves and stuff. She said that it's an issue, but at the same time she's indirectly saying that she don't have a problem with it because she be wearing weave and different things like that also. So that let Tommy Sotomayor know that even though she quote unquote have an issue with it, she also accept the fact that women should do this. Now, what Carmen should have did was this. She should have, instead of falling for this trap that Tommy is getting ready to put her into, right? What she should have did is this. She should have stated the issue behind it and also stated the reasoning why black women wear weaves and tracks and different things like that. That's what she should have explained it on and expounded on that even more so men can understand the reason why. Now, I'm going to share with y'all the reason why women do that. Now, once again, I stated to you earlier that at one point in time, my wife, she was in the beauty industry. She was doing cosmetology. She was, helping do women hair and different like that from different diversities, ethnic groups or whatever stuff, right? One of the main reasons why they say that they prefer to spend all this egregious money and putting all this extra hair in their head is because of this. First of all, and it's the God honest truth, they say that managing their hair takes a lot of work and a lot of time, and they just don't have time to do it. Okay. Now, this goes along with the whole concept with the modern woman, all right? Where they say they're too busy doing anything. They out here trying to compete with men with all these careers and degrees. And so they say they don't have time to sit up there and do their own hair, let alone when they are out there competing, right? Automatically in their mindset, right? They believe that they have to impress the impressors. In other words, the higher ups, like the higher up right people or who got more money, and they say that it's better for them to have this certain type of hair because that's what they look at. That's more aesthetically pleasing to them. So that's one of the reasons why they do that. The second reason why is because of insecurity issues. When you want to look at a woman who's natural, right? Who either have locks in their hair or keep their hair just natural, like they have a fro or whatever, right? Through how the way this world works, right? Men look at looks, okay? So if you get a woman who wearing a natural hair versus a woman who had this, longer hair, whatever, right? 9 times out of 10, that dude is going to choose the woman who has the longer hair simply because he been programmed to go after that woman versus the woman with the natural hair. And another reason why is because they mentioned about tethers, right? Over there in Africa, America have a tendency to show the worst case scenario with African or third world countries. They show the women there with their hair looking nappy and got bugs around it and different things like that. And they help psychologically program the men over here to say that this is bad, but this is good. So therefore, the women see that as well too, and they become insecure by that. And so they say, hey, we got a solution to that. I want you to add stuff into your hair. That way you can look the way that we want you to look. So them are the 2 main reasons why these modern black women do what they do. And I believe that if Carmen would have expounded on it like that, then the whole conversation would have went completely different. It would literally have killed Tommy Sotomayor talking points where he's getting ready to do to her right now. Once again, shout out to everybody who's in the video right now. If you're enjoying this thought-provoking content, make sure you thumbs up the live to support the channel. All right, so let's get more into this debate.
Well, why is that so difficult, though? Because I even heard you say something. I'd love to go back to that. Because you said not to throw shade at my mom. And if you notice, that's one of the big things that blacks will do to you when you do the type of content that I do, and others have done it subsequent as well as you. They'll say you don't like your mother. They will personalize the argument because they know if you say something about my mom, well, I'm going to back off of all criticism.
And also, you notice, like I told y'all earlier, when she mentioned about the single mom, notice that Tommy Sotomayor went right after her single mother. So, yeah.
Like, I will call a girl I'm dating a hoe for being with me and another dude. But I won't call my mom a hoe when all my brothers and sisters are by different men. It don't matter what she did. She ain't no hoe. My mom could literally be selling cat right now on the corner. If you call her a hoe, I will fight you over this woman while she over there taking money for giving head. This is the weird part, but we will, and this is the one thing I had to make sure I stopped doing. That I didn't jump on the internet and criticize everybody else's family, everybody else's mama, everybody else's son. But when it came to my mama, my daughter, my son, my cousin, anybody in my family, I had excuses for it. If we want people to do better, then we should be able to do what you stated, which is, hell, I might still want, I do some things and I know they might not be looked upon as good. I might not look upon them and I say, hey, look, but I know it's wrong because I grew up in an era where the guy would walk outside and he'd have a bottle and he'd have it wrapped around in some, what did you call that? Like a paper bag. And he'd be drinking. And he'd say, yeah, I don't want to drink like I'm drinking. And then he'd still be drinking. He understood he was an alcoholic. And he also understood it was wrong. We used to be able to do that. Now we believe for some odd reason, I think, and it's not an odd reason, I think it's because of the single motherhood, but we'll get to that in a second, that we think that everything that we do, we'll make an excuse for it. So I will go back to you. And in that study, it stated that another really bad thing was the human hair. Because you have to understand with the human hair, they have to do something to keep it from dying on your head because it is plucked out of the scalp and it is no longer getting the nutrients to stay alive. So it's dead. So they have to do something to stop it from just immediately just rotting. And the things that they put in it, most people, like when y'all see those people hot and iron and when you're doing that, they said that's what brings out the carcinogenic. Damn it, y'all! I fuck up this word so much. Carcinogen, the things that come out of cigarettes. It burns when you burn it. They come out, and it's like the people seem to. They said the heat, and then the last part was the scalp is one of the easiest places for things to get inside of your skin. And if you notice that a lot of people that wear these weaves and wigs, especially when they use the glue and the stuff, their skin breaks out. So when it's a thing, I always wondered, yes, you.
So let me correct that one too. It's not the carcinogenic that caused that per se, but it's also the chemicals within the glue that does that. That's why they be having them bumps over there. Because I don't know if y'all have seen women do what is known as a sew-in, right? I don't know if y'all seen that before, right? But I have. So once when they put that glue and all the stuff that's sewing in her in, they keep putting that glue in, but it's the actual chemicals of the glue that interacts with the skin of that woman. Now, if she have good skin or whatever, or she be taking care of her skin, then she's not gonna break out. But other women, you know, they be lazy as hell. They don't wash their hands, they don't wash their hair, and all kind of stuff, and so it break out. And another thing too is this: typically, what's supposed to happen is that a woman don't supposed to have these artificial implants into their head no more than probably like about less than a month or two. But some of them be so damn lazy that we have it in our way longer than what needed to be. And, you know, in a way, I could kind of understand the reason why. It's because they're spending all this money on it and stuff, right? Spending almost like $1,000-something to get this implanted into their head, you know. But when it comes between the money that you're spending versus your health should come before that, logically. But, hey.
You may do it, and you may know some people who do it. But when you hear the word cancer, does that not make you think, if I'm asking people to be proud to be black, why wouldn't looking black be one of the first things that we can do? Because black men don't walk around trying to look like white guys. You as a person who
I
wears,
don't know about
what
that
is
one,
the
Tommy.
biggest reason, if you could ask, or if you could answer, what is the biggest reason why you wear it?
So I would say the biggest reason why I wear it personally is because I can't maintain my natural hair. I don't know how to maintain it. And so because I can't maintain it, like what I just do is like what most women do is just braid it down and try to take care of it that way. So that's why I wear it. Like I said, I don't know how to do hair as especially black people hair, like my hair. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know how to do it, but it's not like coming from a place of I hate myself, like type thing. But it is coming from a place like I like because I want to wear my hair. That's the point. Like I like am doing things so I can wear my natural hair. You know what I mean? I'm working towards that. So for me personally, it's because I just don't know how to maintain it. And then I have to go to stylists to get them to maintain it the same like I just do my hair by myself the whole like anytime I have my hair done, I've done it myself. So yeah, I have to go to stylists so they can maintain it. And yeah, that's literally the reason why I don't, me personally. And I
And I was just about to get ready to say that too, Frank. Salute and welcome to the chat. I was just about to get ready to say that. We're living in a informational age where you can learn damn near anything that you want to. Like on the real. So it's not the whole point that she haven't learned it. It's what I told y'all earlier, is that they too lazy to do it. That's the first part of it. The second part about it is that I do believe her when she says she do not self-hate herself. I believe her on that. But however, she is insecure how the way her look towards other people. Because if that be the case, she wouldn't put in the additional hair in her head to try to look a certain type of way. She'll wear her natural hair regardless if she could get it braided or whatever. Either way it turned out, it is what it is. But let's continue.
know all of this stuff. Like I said, I'm not ignorant to any of this. I'm not ignorant to the chemicals that they say that is in the hair. I'm not ignorant to even with, like I said, the human hair. I'm not ignorant to any of it. So yeah.
And see, that's why I was saying that long ass soliloquy prior to it, is because I was trying to tiptoe away and still be as direct as possible. We will tell people, well, girl, you shouldn't be out here doing this. What if her answer is, well, I don't know how to do anything else but shake my ass? You would respond to this person and say, I know you know how to do other things than doing that, and the internet is free. Whenever I hear people say, I don't know how to do my hair, I'm like, I guarantee you didn't know how to do your taxes. I guarantee you didn't know how to do your own shopping. I guarantee you didn't know how to do a lot of things that you now do. Construction, painting, things around the house, even what we do right now, the internet. We saw someone doing it when we used to be a person who consumed it, but not a person who made the content. We decided one day we wanted to make the content. And you know what we did? Get so good that we could make content like that, when at first it took us a long time to edit and do a whole lot of things. Typically, when I talk about black women, is I'll talk to a black man and I'll catch the black man and he'll be like, you got me. I'm just lazy. The women will say kind of like what you did, which is, well, I don't know how to do it. When YouTube, where we are, has thousands of black women who will tell you how to do it. So I'd ask, why do you think women's first thing about when they get caught isn't, you got me? It's typically a passing the buck or making it more difficult than it is.
Well, to me, I wouldn't say it's passing the buck because, like I said, like I literally don't know how to do it, and I am a very resourceful person, so I know that you can go to YouTube. I built my whole studio here, so myself, I laid flooring, did the walls, built all of my furniture, everything I needed to build, I built it myself. So I'm not one of those people that it's like, oh, I can do it. But what I tell you, when it comes to my hair, I definitely go online to figure out how to get my hair to a point where I can maintain it, right? So I do use the tricks and tools online, but it's just a process when it comes to hair. Like I cut my hair completely off, like bald, like 2 years ago. You know, I just cut it all off. I'm like, I'm gonna start over. We're gonna figure this out with my hair. And I did that because, like I said, I did that because I do want to know how to maintain your hair. Yes, a wig, wearing extensions, it is convenient, right? You can have it done already. You don't have to get up and do too much to it. It's already kind of ready to go. And yeah, it's convenient, but like if I could maintain my real hair and wear it how I have it and have it look good, because I'm not just trying to wear it. I do want it to look nice. Like I'm not.
Yeah, and that's the point that I'm re-emphasizing to y'all, that it's not the whole point that she know how to do it. It's the whole point that she wanted to look aesthetically pleasing to not only herself but to her counterparts as well too. Now here's another thing too. She being disingenuous too. She mentioned about that she went and did what is known as the big chop. Okay, those of y'all gentlemen don't know what the big chop is. It's simply when a woman end up on, preferably a black woman, she end up going and cutting off all her hair. Now the reason why they do the big chop is because their hair is laced with so much this chemicals and stuff, right? Beauticians recommend that they cut all their hair off to a certain length so the hair can naturally grow healthy again. So that's the reason why they do it. They don't do this big chop just because they just want to do it. They do it for a reason. And so with her, she didn't state the reason why she did it. But that, I'm telling you, that's the reason why they do that. Now once again, everything she's saying, she literally is proving Sotomayor's point on this about, being lazy. You can learn how to do this. If you can learn how to put up a whole studio, if you can learn how to become a content creator, all by going online and figure this thing out, you could figure out doing your hair. It's simple. It's not that hard. I'm just saying. May take some time and effort, but it's not that hard. But it comes to the point that she wants her hair to look a certain type of way, and she knows she can't get it to look that type of way because how the way her hair is. Like if you look at her hair right now, ladies and gentlemen, you see that she got her hair kind of straight down and it kind of curls up right. Now, if she do that with her natural hair, guess what's going to happen? Depending on where she's living at, right, her hair is going to coarse up because she have coarse hair, and it's going to coarse up and it's going to curl all the way up, and it's not going to look the way she wanted to look. And that's the whole point.
Just trying to say like, okay, I can cut my hair today and wear it and it'd be my real hair. But do I want to fade? You know what I mean? I want my hair to look nice. I want it to be healthy. So like for me, it's not like, because there's a lot of women that under their wig, they have hair. It's a lot of women have hair under their wig. They're not just bald, and me, I'm not just bald, but I would like to be able to maintain it better. So like I do go to YouTube and find women that are telling you how to do this and how to do that with your hair. But like I said, it's a time thing. I cut my hair off like 2 years ago, completely bald. I shaved it. I had like little patches in it because I don't know how to shave hair. So yeah, like
Lord.
I don't know. Like I'm not one of them people that's going to say like, I'm denying that I wear weaves or that I wear this hairstyle and that this is something that is traditionally looked at to be a aesthetic for white people. I'm not sitting here denying that is a thing, but I don't like afros. I don't. Okay? I just don't like afros. Okay? They're not cute on me. Okay? I'm not cute in an afro.
Damn.
That's it.
But I see, like when people say,
damn, her voice got a little squeaky talking about that afro thing. Jeez. but to me personally, I think women actually look rather sexy with the afro, man. Well, women look sexy two ways. If you wear your hair naturally, they look sexy two ways. If they either have a afro and it's well maintained, or if they have locks. I don't know why I like women with locks, but they look good with lock hair as well too.
that, and I understand that. But the second way to that is this person says, I got a fat ass. I don't like covering it. It is easier for me to get a guy to like me because my ass is out than if it's covered.
I think what's different.
It's easier for me to get attention.
It's different.
It's easier for
I
me to
think
get
it's
clicked.
different. I think that's totally
Right.
different because to have your ass out, see, that is different than to just choose not to wear your hair. You can say like
Oh, how
as an
so?
identity thing, but if to have your ass out, that says something about like your character now. That says something about your values and
Uh-oh.
how you carry yourself as a person. I don't think like wearing your hair with weave says something about what you value. Like you're not gonna look at that person like she's wearing a weave, so she must value this. Like, but if you wear your ass out, you can look at that person and say, well, she got her ass out, so she must be okay with certain things. You know what I mean? You can't really do that with hair.
But you can. You might not like it, but the
You
person
sure
can. I think that when a person says, I don't look good with an afro, I look better with a style that does not fit my face or my community or my race. To me, that would sound like an individual who does not like, which that hair grows out of their head, themselves.
Well, do you have to go for the traditional black look? What if I just like my hair better straight? Can I just say
No,
like I like my
no,
hair
hold
better
on.
straight?
But hold on. But even when you say this, the person can make a judgment of why you think that. See, it's not fair. Again, I try to talk in a fair way. If I'm going to tell somebody this body of yours, you should cover it, because here's what I've noticed, and I'm a man, and it is unfair. There are girls when I worked in the office who had small tits, and they wore really small shirts, and no one cared. Do you know why? Because their breasts were small. But there was another girl who worked at my same job who wore a turtleneck shirt, but she had really big breasts. And the women at the job complained about how she was dressed. She was fully covered, though.
Yeah, I
So,
agree with that.
so apparently, though, it was still offensive the way she was dressed, but not the woman with the little breasts. Same with a big ass. We've seen
Oh,
girls with no ass wear the exact same outfit as the one who had one. The
but
girl with the
no,
ass got
I
in
think
trouble.
like I think it becomes like okay to me, right? The things that I care to talk about, the things that
Oh, by the way, Tommy Sotomayor, he have this tendency of using what is known as fallacies. All right, it in a general sense, it will sound true, but in the same way, it will sound false at the same as that time. But he does this strategically because on Tommy, he's so used to debating where people don't. When he debate normal people, right? They're not going to pick up on all these, southern cues that he do. You know what I mean?
I care to express myself about. Like, I don't care what people do with their hair. Like that is that's a non-issue for me. That is like a personal decision. So if you decide that you want to wear wigs all day, you can wear wigs. You decide that you want to not wear wigs, you can not wear wigs. Like I said, even when it comes to transgenderism, if you're 18 and older and you decide that you want to cut your you know what off and invert it and make a vagina, I don't care what adults do. I do not care what adults do. What I do care about is things that is harmful to people around you. Okay? Come dressing like a slut, it's not kind of good for
Was it harmful to
children.
people?
I think it's not good for children. I think the over sexualization, even when it comes to men, right? Even when it comes to men, it's not good. Okay. It causes men to behave in a manner that is where they tend to over sexualize, tend to be weakened by these things. I just don't think it's good for men, me personally. Same thing with
I will
porn.
but I will counter that. I have little girls. Well, they're not little anymore. They're grown.
Okay.
The girl saw her mother wearing a blonde wig, and the little girl at school blonde. She came home crying one day, 6 years
Mhm.
old. She wanted hair like the white girl at school. I said, "Why? Your hair's beautiful." She said, Mama's hair ain't like this. So when you say it doesn't affect the children, oh, but it does. There is a reason why young Black girls are asking for perms and wigs at younger and younger ages. Because why would you want to wear or ever feel comfortable in your natural hair when you see the adults won't wear theirs? Why would you ever feel comfortable being a Black girl? Because remember, the good thing about us being Black boys, we want to do what other boys do that are Black.
Well,
Matter of fact,
when
white
you talk
kids
about
that hang out. Oh, go ahead.
But when you talk about being Black, right? So a part of being Black is wearing weaves. Okay. So like when you think
It
about
is?
the braids, think about braids. When you wear braids, they're usually weaves. That is a big part of Black culture. Okay. Braids comes with you wearing weaves. So a big part of Black culture. So I think that if your kids are going to a school and there is a lot of people that look a certain type of way, they're automatically what they're noticing is not the weave. They're noticing the difference. They're noticing that there is a difference between this person and myself, which is just a black and white thing. Like, hey, this person is white. She looks like this. And that's when you have to have a conversation with your kid to like, hey, you're Black. You're not white. Your hair doesn't grow like that. You're beautiful how you are. Okay. That's when you have a conversation with your kid. But I think that, like I said, people can do physically. People, you want to get your boobs done? Get your boobs done. You want to get your ass done? Get your ass done. I don't care what people do with their bodies. I'm not here to be the body police. I'm not here to be the hair police. I don't care. Okay. I can tell you the facts about your hair. I can tell you, like, hey, you might get cancer, but I'm not here to stress myself out and make a platform about Black women's hair. You know, obviously Black women are very sensitive about their hair. I am not. I don't care if people like how I wear my hair or not, because it is what it is, you know. But Black women tend to be sensitive about their hair. They tend to like wearing blonde wigs, and they tend to like wearing purple and pink wigs. Yeah, that's what they choose to do. I'm not this That's not my critique of Black women. My critique of Black women is how they're raising their children. Okay. How they If you allow your children to wear a blonde wig, then that is your problem. That is something that is wrong with you and your parenting. As an adult, if your child decides to wear a blonde wig, that is their choice. And that is, like I said, back to your parenting. Like, you're not gonna me personally, you're probably not going to ever see me in a bleach blonde wig. Okay. You see me, I'm going to look like a normal person. You know, I like my little bobs. You know, I like to look pretty normal. I'm not in this trying to look like some freaking Instagram model or something like that with the 30-inch wig all the way to my butt or all the way to my knees as they do it these days. I'm not here for that, you know? So to me, like when I think about issues in the Black community, yes, I do think there is an identity issue when it comes to being yourself and dressing as yourself naturally. Like some girls can't not wear makeup, some girls can't ever not wear their hair. I understand that it's an issue, but it's just not an issue for me that I feel like it's one that should be focused on.
Now, before Tommy responds to this, right, and I know Tommy gonna have a lot to say about this one. Everything that Carmen is talking about right now, she literally just killed her whole entire argument. She literally did. Those of y'all who didn't tune into the beginning of this, Carmen, she had laid the foundation saying that she have a problem with Black people in particular, and this is the reason why she have her conservative platform on YouTube, right, addressing Black people issues. All right. She started off by saying that, but since Tommy started stirring the argument towards one particular issue that does deal with Black people, right, and that's dealing with, Black woman hair. Now she's switching it around and trying to pick and choose what type of issues that she want to focus on. So she's saying in this particular case, I don't care about how the way Black women wear their hair. I don't care if they go on by weaves or track or whatever. I don't care about them being ghetto while doing this as well too. All I care about if it's affecting the children. But that didn't go to her original claim earlier. And that's saying that she did not realize this. You know what I'm saying? And here's another thing too that I want to bring up to you. Once again, I can honestly say that Tommy Sotomayor is a really, really skilled debater for real. He know how to use fallacies to try to get people off their game for real. Like, undisputable, without a shadow of doubt. He's very skilled at doing it. For him doing it these years, what Tommy Sotomayor ended up doing with her is known as a form of a bait and switch. Okay. So now he done literally emotionally took Carmen all the way out of her original claim, right? And now he's going to counter her with what he's getting ready to say right now, which is going to be the same thing I'm gonna say, which is he gonna like, hey, well, you said this earlier, right? So why you're now focused on this particular issue? Because this issue is dealing with black people issue. Another thing that somebody else is going to say is this, like, hey, the reason why I'm focused on preferably with black women her is because that's a psychological issue that's dealing with this community with women, because women are out there honestly being insecure about where they look and they feel like they need to compete with modern day culture and society. So that's why they don't accept the braided hair, they don't accept the kinky hair, they don't accept the on course hair. They rather look like their one opposite counterpart so they can compete. But we'll see.
Just me personally, I just don't think it's a big issue.
Yeah, no, cool. I always look at things. I say, well, if we're dealing with children, like, because I could cuss and do porn and raise great children. They could know it and know the difference. As a matter of fact, I grew up in a household where all I heard was cussing, and I knew not to cuss around adults. Yet I knew how to cuss very easily. I saw people who did drugs and sold drugs. I never did a drug or sold a drug until I got grown. But I knew how to do those things because I saw those things. And if we talk about any other thing that people get to see as children, that adult could say, well, I don't let my child do it. When they get to be 18, they can do what they want. But typically, as the Bible stated, you raise them and you train them in the right way so they'll come back to it. So it doesn't matter if it's hair, food, cleaning up, no matter what it is, kids learn it from watching it, repeating it. So when they become adults, it's the easiest thing for them to do. Bitches and hoes. Why do so many people from my generation use the word bitch and hoe? The music, the language was bitch and hoe to where bitch wasn't even an insult. Nigga is not an insult. Now you got young girls who refer to each other as bro. Bro every 5 seconds. Now we could turn around and say, that's not a big deal. It's just a word. Most of the things that I believe that we talk about online, if we were just being real, is not a big deal. It's what we believe they're a big deal, or we believe you should take them seriously. And so I have to deal with, and I guess I've always done that. Somebody's going to ask me something about something that they're going to say, well, what do you think about that? And I can do what you did earlier, which was say, that's my cross to bear, but I understand exactly why you think it's a problem, because technically it is. It's my cross to bear because I like wearing donuts on top of my head, but I'm grown and I don't think donuts are a problem. But I also just told you that you wearing donuts around your waist is a problem. So how can I say my donuts on my head is less important than a donut around your waist?
Now, those of y'all not understanding what he's saying, this go back to what I said earlier. Her original claim is that she have a disdain with black people, period. Okay, and this is the reason why she created her channel based on her disdain with black people, or based on her anecdotal experience dealing with black people. So what Tommy is saying once again is that, okay, if you're saying that you have an overall problem with black people, that's fine. That's your claim. But however, you can't sit up here and pick and choose what type of problem you have with black people when you say it's an overall problem, it's an overall issue. Case in point with this situation, the problem is dealing with black women and the psychological impact they deal with their hair, because all of them are insecure with their hair. But however, her rebuttal on that is simply saying that I don't care. You could do whatever you want to do with your hair. You could do whatever you want to do, how the way you want to do it. But when it's dealing with this particular thing, as she stated, when it's dealing with the children, then now that's where I draw the line. That's why I say something about it. No. If you're going to deal with the issue, you got to deal with the overall issue, including this type of issue. That's all what Tommy is saying.
When we both can use the excuse of we're grown and it ain't hurting nobody. So I always try to talk to it on that type of level is all. Then let me ask you this. When it comes to a story like I seen, again, when we say things aren't a thing, typically with women, when things aren't a thing, they become a thing because they let that thing go. Now you have
the
this.
moral.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. When he pulled this shit up on, it scared the hell out of me. Like, what the hell?
Played this season for Books Between Kids Houston.
Caught me all the way off guard.
You will see that the black girls in the back who consider themselves men or like boys, they all have their hair natural. And I had a girl tell me, she said, it was a black woman. She said, black women's hair ain't feminine. At least she was being honest at how she responded. She said, our hair ain't feminine. So that's why I wear a wig. It's easy to look feminine with our hair. So that girl that you just saw had a 99-inch blonde wig to play a sport because she felt like she looks better with that long pea blonde wig than her own hair.
Not to mention with Sha'Carri, because Sha'Carri Richardson, the one who really made it popular, because when she was on doing her track meet and stuff, right, she used to have this super long hair, and it was colored as well too. You know what I'm saying?
Now you said earlier about, well, there's a difference between black and white. That's why I told the story about my daughter, because my daughter said, well, okay, I understand that little girl is white, but my mom is the same color as I am. She don't have hair like me. I'm by myself. And that's when I told her, Mom, you taking that crap out of your hair. From that day to the day that my daughter's grown now, she's never worn another wig. And as a matter of fact, her hair grows all the way down to her butt now. It's all the way down to her butt. Simply because she cared enough about her kid to say, if I care enough about everything else, what my kid eats and all of these things, I should care enough to teach my kid how to do her own hair. Because what happens when other people stop cutting their hair off and giving it to me? If I don't know how to do my hair, like one of the great things about knowing how to do other things, if they cut my electricity off, I know how to turn on my generator. If they turn my water off, I know how to make my own. A lot of times when you know how to do multiple things, even when it comes to hair, you'll watch so many people say, and I've heard it from you, and I've heard so many women say, I don't know how to do my own hair. But then I've watched these tutorials of how they know how to brush, comb, even boil the fake hair. So these are all things they had to learn in order to maintain the fake hair. They could have put the same energy in learning the other thing. Why is it that black males who play football, just like these girls who play basketball, have long flowing hair to where they be pulling it when they tackling them? They seem to know how to do their hair and grow their hair. And the black men, who I bet it would be easier for them to put on a white guy's toupee, because you could get hair that looked like it grew out of your scalp as an extension. But it seems like women prefer to get hair that look obviously like it didn't. Where does that come from? Do you think that's a part of, I guess, white supremacy?
Now, before Carmen rebuttal this, right, I got you on this one, Carmen. I got you. All right. I'm going to pretend that I'm debating Tommy on this issue. Okay. So I will start off by saying this, that first of all, his claim is being disingenuous. The reason why is because, first of all, you mentioned about the NFL player who have these longer hair. Typically, just about every NFL player that have that long hair, they have locks in their hair. Okay. That's the first part about it. The second part about it is this is what he don't know is this. Them NFL players that had their hair long like that, they didn't just naturally grew their hair all the way out to be like that. They had put what is known as extensions to get their hair like that. And the reason why they did that is because due to their current salary, right, they could afford to get their hair done like that. Okay. That's the second reason. And let's be clear about this. I know we're talking about the black woman and her, right? But let's be abundantly clear. If we're going to talk about the one black woman in this aspect about her hair, let's talk about the black man and his hair as well too. I believe that a lot of black men is just as insecure with their hair just as well as the one black woman. And I'm saying again, I believe black men are just as insecure about their hair as well as the black woman. And you want to know how this claim is true? This claim is true is because just look around you. That's in America, particularly in America. I guarantee that you'll see just about every black man hair is cut to a certain type of style where they have it either short or have it they'll have their hair short where it's either a taper fade or a bald fade or they'll have their hair cut where they have waves in their hair and stuff, right? Or they may have a bald like myself, you know what I'm saying? But you rarely see black men literally grow their hair all the way out, wearing a fro or different thing like that. And the reason why is because due to the supremacy that we talk about in this country, white men were intimidated off of black men hair. And so how the way they deviate that? They had convinced psychologically that black men needed to cut their hair off so they could at least look like the white man, meaning that they had to wear their hair a shorter hairstyle. And that's a God honest truth. It wasn't until, I believe, in the early 2000s where a black man hair became part of company policy, right? Because if you go back in the past, no black man couldn't have their hair in locks. They couldn't have an afro or anything like that because the human resources wouldn't even hire them because it was against company policy to wear their hair like that. And so guess what the men did? If they looking for a job and they want to make money, guess what they did? They cut that shit all the way off. Sure did. So if we're going to talk about it, we have to be fair across the board as well too. Black men have insecurities about their hair too based on what's culturally acceptable. Now, like I stated before, it has become more popular where different companies are allowing the policy of black men wearing their hair with locks and stuff. But the only caveat behind it is that it had to look neat. That's what they say. It had to look neat according to their definition of what neat is. If you're not wearing your hair according to their neatness, then guess what? They're going to tell you you're going to either have to cut it down, cut it off, or we're not going to hire you. Simple as that. But let's continue, y'all.
Like, well, I don't believe in white supremacy. So, I mean, I guess that we will have different thoughts on that as far as white
Well, I don't
supremacy.
believe in it either. I
I think
just know that
I
I don't
think a
believe in it
lot
either.
of it, like I said, if I use the example from my mom, I think the ideology is taught to their children. They teach them, like you see how your daughter is coming and saying, hey, this, yeah, typically they would just give them weave, they would just put the weave in their hair and say it's not a problem. And that's where that comes from. Like I said, from a kid all the way up until I was an adult, my mom did this to my hair. Like it's something that Black moms do to their children typically. So the children are left with no idea of how to maintain their hair. This is why Black women spend so much money on going to get their hair done, right? They spend money on going to get their hair done because they really don't know how to maintain it. They don't know how to do it. Okay? Where I mean, I guess in a way where they would feel comfortable, should I say? I don't know if that's the way to put that, in a way that they will feel pretty or feminine, if you will. But that is just a reality of what we went through and what we come from. I'm not trying to say like, yo, this is the way. Yeah, wigs are the way. I'm not saying that. I'm not here to say that. But I am here to say that, like, this is just our experience as little girls growing up by single mothers, because I grew up by a single mother. So this is my experience with her. She got my hair done. She put weave in my hair, and that's all I knew coming up of how to maintain my hair, how to wear my hair. I never went through a phase where we were wearing froze or we were wearing our natural hair and that was a thing. Like that was never a thing for us. So when you think about growing up in something that is not a thing, and then you try to tell me to make it a thing, like, yo, you don't love yourself because you're not making this thing a thing. It's like, well, this is kind of how we were raised. And I understand that you could definitely understand how to maintain your hair. Like I said, a lot of Black women, like you said, your wife, her hair is down to her butt. A lot of women just they feel like they don't know how to maintain their hair, but they have hair under it. You know what I'm saying? They have the hair, but maybe it do come from self-hate. I don't know.
So, in this situation with her explaining about her mom, I have to hold her mom accountable for that. The reason why is because I understand when you're younger, like a younger child between like the ages of when girls normally grow their hair out, probably about like 2 or 3 years old. Between the ages of about like 2 or 3 years old, all the way up to when you turn about 9 years old. That's the time where the mom is doing their daughter hair on their own. But after that age, that's when the mom should be educating their daughters about how to maintain their hair and teach them how to maintain their own hair. So that's on her mom's fault for not teaching her that, being that damn lazy and not showing her like, okay, this is what you need to do, baby. You do this, you braid it like this, you do that, and you want to wash your hair this and do whatever. So that's on her mom not teaching her that. That's part of it. But the other part about it, since she became older, right, she had plenty of opportunity to learn how to do her hair, but she chose to be just as lazy as her mom.
Like it's not one of the topics that I like typically. Like I have done zero research on this topic. Literally, the stuff that I know is just stuff that I've stumbled across. I've gotten zero research because I just have my topics where I'm like, okay, what do I want to talk about? And typically, I like to talk about things that are, like to me that I feel like is like, you know, critical, like we need to critically talk
Mhm.
about this. And like personally, I don't have children, you know what I mean? So because I don't have children, I don't have that same mindset as you, as where you're like, well, my kid is not going to see that, which I can understand. Like, my kid is feeling like this, you know, we're going to have to cut this out. I understand that, I understand that mentality. But for me, I don't have kids and I don't have to, that's not something I have to think about, even though I do think about, yes, I want to have kids, So I do think about this as far as, like I told you, I cut my hair off. I didn't cut my hair off because I just wanted to cut my hair off and I thought it was be fun and I wanted to do a Britney Spears. I cut my hair off because I was like, you know what? I'm going to start over and I'm going to grow out my natural hair and I'm going to try to learn how to maintain my natural hair. That's why I cut my hair off. And it's people, like you said, like you can do this to weave, you can do this to weave, and you can do this to weave. Why can't you do this to your hair? Well, a lot of the part of why you can't do this to your hair, because with weave, you can put heat on weave. But you put heat on your hair, you're gonna kill your hair. And that's the problem. That's why a lot of Black women don't wear their hair because, yeah, our hair is like curly naturally. My hair is not curly. It is just nappy. I have nigga hair. Okay. That's how I would put it. It's not curly. It's not straight. It's just nigga hair. Okay. So for me personally, I don't like putting a lot of heat on my hair because if I put heat on my hair, it literally makes my hair break off. So like it's hard for me. Okay, like me personally. I don't know about other women and what they got going on and why they do things, but me personally, I just don't know how to maintain it. I haven't had the time to like, okay, figure out how to properly maintain my hair. I can do what I can. I can put the oils, I can put the rose water, I could put all of the stuff that I need to put on my hair, but I can only do so much.
Well, you talked earlier, and I know you said you don't have any children. Do you have any content talking about the way Black people raise their children? Do you speak on how you see the
Yeah.
children of today?
Yeah, I do.
But
I
you don't
do.
have any children.
I don't have any children. I do not, but
I
I
know
can
you said you
definitely
don't speak. You
identify.
said it's easier.
I can
I was asking that because you said it was easier for me to speak about it because I had it. It's harder for you to look at it that way because you don't have any children. But I think a part of activism is that a lot of us don't do. And here's what the reason I bring that up. Do you know we're asking people to do things when we talk like this? When we talking about conservatism, we're asking
I don't
people to
ask
do
anybody
things.
to do anything. I don't. My platform is not about asking people to do anything. It's about
Oh,
getting people
then
to
I may
think
have
about
gotten it
the
wrong.
things
Go ahead and
that
tell me
they've
what it
done.
is that you can
Well,
tell me then. What
I
is it that
personally,
you
I'm
do?
not trying
Interesting.
to persuade people to do anything. I don't want to. I want people to think
Oh
for
no, I want to
themselves.
know what it is you do. Not that you don't. We get it. You don't try to
Right.
persuade.
I just
What
said
is
it.
it
I
that you
said I want to get people to think for themselves. I'm not here to say think like me, do what I do. I have the right way. That's not what I'm here to say. I'm here to say, hey, maybe it's a different way. That's my point. Maybe it's a different way. I'm not here to say, yo, this is the way. I'm not a parent, you know? I can tell people how to be a mother. I'm not a mother, but I can identify things on the outside looking in and say, hey, you know, because I've done research, maybe you shouldn't do this because your child is more likely to be this. I can say that. Now,
like?
So, Chad, let me ask y'all this question. All right, she made the claim that the reason why she created her platform is that she's not trying to persuade people, and she does pretty much just spreading the message out, right? Here's my question. Do you believe that her claim is true, or do you believe her claim is disingenuous? Also, those of y'all who are catching the replay of the stream as well too, let me know in the comments. Do you believe that her claim is true, or is she being disingenuous with this? Now, I'm gonna show you with my perspective on this, due to me being a content creator. One thing that I do know is this: when you are a content creator, you is also known as a influencer. So wherever one words that you speak out there have the potential to influence people to do either A or B. The A part is that people will gravitate towards your message and they'll agree with your message, and it will be life changing for them, where they end up doing something totally different based on what they heard. Or it could be B, where people say, hell no, the bullshit that you talking about, right? I don't want to hear it, and it just is what it is, and their life don't change, and they no longer watch your platform because of that. Now, once again, by me being a content creator, I'll be having them A and B moments, son. I have an A moment where literally people will come back and say, hey, Urban, man, the things that you said, I never thought about that before. It was real thought provoking for me, and it really challenged me as an individual to see things differently, and literally changed the whole course of my life. And then you get the B part where people say, Urban, the hell with you. I'm not going to change. How dare you want to talk about things in this world? You're not God, or different things like that. And they just go by their business and being the way that they are. Either way is fine, but the whole point that I'm making is that we do influence people. We do, in a way, influence and persuade people, either be directly or indirectly, to be honest.
I don't know how much research there is to wearing wigs and people having cancer and identifying what cancer comes from wearing wigs. I don't know how much research it is on that. But I do know there's research on, Black women raising criminals. So I can speak about that because, like, hey, they did research on this, and you guys are more likely to raise criminals. And we do have a lot of Black criminals in jail, just so happen to be Black men. So I can't speak to that. But I can't speak to something that there's not enough research on. I'm not going to sit here and have a definitive opinion about it.
Oh no, not you. The person speaking to you or out loud, like how you would speak. You said you want to make the person not think like you, but give them an alternative.
I don't want to I just want them to think for themselves. I want them to understand that the thoughts that are in your brain, a lot of them have been implanted in your brain. So I'm not trying to teach people things. I'm trying to awaken people. And when you awaken people, it's removing layers of programming. That's what I try to do. That's why my content is so abrasive.
In other words, you're persuading them to see a different perspective. All right. So that's literally what you're doing.
Because I'm not trying to teach you really anything. I'm trying to remove layers of programming. So that means I'm trying to awaken you.
But wouldn't you think that would be exactly what a person, if they were talking about hair because they knew it, and the other person is saying, Well, I wasn't taught this, and the thing I was taught, it seems like it's a part of our program. It seems like it's a part of us as Black women, our culture, our programming. Wouldn't that person be doing the exact same thing? They were just
I
saying
think
you were taught this, you were
I think
made to
that
believe this.
listen, I think it depends on what you choose to focus on. Me personally, I don't focus on things
Oh, no,
that doesn't
you don't.
affect me
No,
or
no, no.
hourly.
I know you don't. You remember, I'm talking to you, just like if you were talking to
Right.
me and I was saying something and
Right.
I was
But
saying
I'm
something
never
about
but I can't really get into that mindset of trying to focus on something that to me like is a personal issue. Like I'm not gonna tell somebody they can't get their titties done. If you want to get your titties done, go get your titties done. I'm not gonna say, well, you're more likely to get breast cancer if you get your titties done. No, if you
you
get your titties done.
wouldn't tell them that.
Well, why you
Well,
wouldn't tell them that?
no. Why would I tell them that? That it's a
You
personal
wouldn't tell
decision.
them that they're more likely to get breast
I
if
don't
you
know if
knew
that's
that
true.
there's
I just made that
What
up.
the
no.
I don't
I
know
said if you knew there was a study and you're talking to them, you wouldn't say it
okay. I mean,
if you knew it.
sh- I mean, if I knew it was a study and it says that you're more likely to if you go get your titties done, you're more likely to get yes, I would tell them, but I wouldn't tell them like, you shouldn't go do this. I'm not here to make decisions for people. I can give you the information, but I'm not going to make a decision for you and say that this is what it is.
That's bullshit.
Tommy the guy, man.
I don't know what happened, guys.
Yeah, his camera frozen. I think Tommy and this equipment got shot on that one because that's crazy. That is absolutely insane. Well, what do we call that in this space? We call this hyena behavior, right, or hyena babble, or bird babble, right, where they say some things right and it makes sense to them, but in reality it doesn't at all. Period. That's exactly what she did in this moment. That's crazy. That is so crazy. But give Tommy a minute. He's coming. Give him a moment. He's in shock right now. Those of y'all who tune into the show, make sure you hit the thumbs up to support the channel.
Four walls won't hold me tonight. If this town is just an apple,
Man, I don't know what's
then
going on
let
with
me
Tommy.
take a bite. If they say
Can you
why,
guys see me? I'm confused.
tell them that is human. I think we're back. Are
I
we
don't
back?
see anything.
Can y'all hear
Oh,
me?
Tommy,
yes.
wow, man.
Oh man,
Yes,
I don't
we're
know
back.
what the hell happened.
I don't like, I don't even know how to reply.
And I could read what they were writing. The people in your comment section were saying, he's frozen. And then the people in mine were saying, she's frozen. And I
That
was
was
like,
crazy.
but I see y'all talking and nobody saw me. Then they said, you disappeared. And I said, no.
The whole system crashed because of her bird babble. That is crazy as hell, y'all. Goddamn.
But we're back.
Damn.
Oh my God, that is
I
hilarious.
was very dramatic. But now we're back. Oh my God. But let's move on to something else. I want to move on to this right here because you were talking about what you've seen in the children. Did you see this video here?
Let me turn this bullshit down. I don't even like sex with red on clue though. I'm gonna definitely have to edit this part. By the way, y'all. By the way, I did share this on my community wall almost like a year ago.
First off, I don't mean to laugh because there's a boy and a child.
Let me turn the volume back up.
But
Oh my God.
Yeah, once again, I did share this on my community wall. Have it been a year since I shared that? But yeah, I did share that on my community wall, y'all. So yeah.
I think that should be child abuse. What say you?
So as far as the children, like I said, I have a totally different perspective when it comes to children. I do think that I don't know. See, I don't know. I definitely think it is
She said she
horrible
don't know.
to allow your child to put on a wig and all of this. I'm one of them people that I don't know because it's like I feel like parents it's on the parents. Like I can't really tell people like it's
Now keep in mind that her original claim was that she had a disdain for black people and their behavior. All right. Now, since Tommy is digging into the one of the two main root causes of this disconnection in the black community, she's going back and saying, "Well, I don't know, well, it ain't my business, but your platform is focused on this." So,
not endangering anybody. I don't know. I really don't think hardly about these topics because I think that they are like it's like something that you can't really make people do. Okay, if somebody want to put on a wig, it's not illegal, you know. So I like to
mm,
focus on like things that is like I don't know, but I think it's horrible. It's my personal opinion. I would never allow my son to do this. Say what you want. I would never allow that. But yeah, I definitely think it's horrible.
ladies and gentlemen, in this space, what we call this is a grifter, okay? Or they'll even say that Carmen is a chameleon as well too. You know what I'm saying? Now the reason why they say this is because at one moment you're using your platform to talk about issues with not only with modern women but preferably with black women, right? But at the same time, when Tommy literally using talking points that we talk about all the time in the space, right? She's going back and reneging and saying that, well, it's not my business. Well, if you do this, it's not my business. If you're going to allow your son to wear a weave or not, it's not my business that black women hair is this or that. So that's why they go back and say, well, if you're saying that, you not only being a chameleon, but you being a grifter. You're literally grifting this content just so you can make money off of it.
So when you watch things like this, like they got mad at me because I said this is what single mothers reproduce. Back in 2000, and I think it was 13, y'all can Google it. The newspaper called the Huffington Post took out a big old article about me, about saying that I said that black single mothers raised homosexual boys. Well, yes, I said that.
Yeah.
I said it is very easy for this boy who does not have a father around him to take a look and see what his mother's doing. T.S. Madison was on my show, been on my show a few times. But one time T.S. Madison came on my show, and T.S. Madison said this. And for the people who don't know, T.S. means transsexual. T.S. came on my show and said, I became a transsexual to honor my mom because she was the strongest person in my life. And he thought, I will always call him he thought that what he was saying was empowering. And the black women were like, yeah. And I kept saying, no, that's a problem. I think that's kind of what I was trying to get into with you is we can say because somebody is grown, they can do whatever they want to do. Well, then that means at a certain point in time, we can't be holding people responsible. We can't.
Oh, my bad, bro. I was not in my head about something else, bro. Not what they were saying.
Say anything to someone because they grown. Matter of fact, the only people we can criticize would be a child at that point. Because I grew up in the South, and in the South, we were told children should be seen and not heard. They didn't want to hear our opinion. They didn't want nothing. So we made it to 18, and once 18 came, we supposed to know the whole world, but you didn't teach us shit. You told us to shut up till we turned 18. Now at 18, we supposed to know how it is to be grown, but you never asked for my opinion. You never allowed me to give one, and you showed me all types of degeneracy, and the only thing I knew how to do when I turned 18 was degenerate behavior, which is why a lot of these young girls, as soon as they turn 18, or usually before, you know what they do in order to get the wig that the little boy was wearing? Sell themselves. because people have told them that having wigs and weaves on is Black culture, that there's nothing wrong with it. So even though they have their own natural growing hair, which would prevent them, because Black people are just like you said about all these people who are in jail, all these boys who are in jail that come from single parent homes, we also suffer financially more than anyone. And yet we put out billions of dollars on that hair that shouldn't mean anything.
That's true.
Normally, we would tell somebody, and I don't care if it's a Black man was spending billions of dollars on jacks or life cards, Pokemon cards. I guarantee you, even though they are harmless, somebody would speak up and say, that money you spending on those Pokemon cards could have sent a kid to school, could have gotten you out of that bad neighborhood. You didn't need those cards. And especially the only reason you wearing those cards is because you feel cool in school without them. We would say something about that. And as a Black man, I know because almost everything we do, somebody says something about it. But yet we...
Speaking of him talking about Pokemon and all the stuff there, right? Let me do a real quick plug, all right? Those of y'all who are not familiar with Air to the Stars, make sure you sub up to airtothestars.com. We have a wonderful, phenomenal Black writer. His name is Lionel Suggs. He actually is my moderator in the chat right now. Go ahead and check out airtothestars.com. If you enjoy anime, if you enjoy great, wonderful storytelling, make sure you check out airtothestars.com. This man, he is a very phenomenal writer. And I'm telling you, when you go over there, go over his website, you will be greatly impressed by that. All right? airtothestars.com. Let's get back to the show.
We have this billion-dollar industry that we're giving to this other group of people, and you have hair on your head that if you learn how to do it yourself, all that money would go back to you. So much so that the little boy that thinks he's a girl, like the one we just showed, he throws on a hot pink wig, like the video I showed you before. The basketball girl who wants to be feminine throws on a piss blonde wig that's 99 inches. But the ones who believe that they're men wear their natural hair. They have never complained about how hard it is to do. Allen Iverson somehow was able to do his hair while playing in the NBA. But if he decided to be a girl tomorrow, he'd put on a wig. So what we've taught our culture is that white hair is feminine or Asian hair is feminine. So much so that there are young kids out there like this boy and girls who are selling their body to pay for this $300 and $400.
Or let's keep it on, but any type of European or Asian type of hair is more suitable than a Black person hair, because let's keep it real. They look at our hair type as being destructive, as being barbaric, you know what I'm saying, as being animalistic as well too. Let's keep it real for what it is.
A hairdo, selling themselves, prostituting themselves underage so they can afford a hairstyle that their parents can't afford to pay for because they're single moms.
I don't think the hairstyle in that issue would be the issue, though, right? The issue is the parenting, right? It's not the hair. Like, they're not like, oh my gosh, I got to do whatever I can do to get hair. They're not only selling themselves for hair, they're selling themselves for alcohol, for drugs, for money, for rent, for shoes, for clothes. So, like we could talk about
and wouldn't you
hair
consider all those things to be poor decisions based upon
poor decision making, but that is about that would be more about the parenting than it would be about like valuing hair. Like, I don't think it's this, like, I do think there's an obsession with weave in the Black community, especially when it comes to Black women. It's Black women that pay $400 or $500 to get their hair fixed. I would never do that. Okay, I told you, I do my hair, I do it myself. I don't pay anybody to do my hair. I do it myself. I don't spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on my hair. I don't do that.
Your comment section said it's more likely, and that's where I was going. Just like with
What?
they feel like they need to have the shoes. It should be on the screen. That's what somebody in your comment
Oh,
section
more
said.
likely Hollywood worship than mommy
Hollywood worship.
issues.
If you think about it, you can have great parents, but if the world has them out there with long blonde wigs, remember, well, you don't. You were a child once. You don't have to be a parent to know children because you were a child.
Hey, real quick before Tommy make this point, Hefterberg, he said something real good, man, and I do want to place this on the screen for y'all attention. All right, Hefterberg said this. I find it funny black women don't like when other races of women wear braids. Rules for the none for me, my mindset, meaning this. They already are insecure. Black women are already insecure as it is with their type of hairstyle, right? And they're trying to compete to look better, right? But however, if you see another one race of women like another European white woman wear braids, you see an Asian woman wear braids, guess what they're gonna do? They are going to literally hate that woman for doing that. They're going to say, you're trying to be like us. They not like us. They not like us. That's what they say. But yet at the same time, they wearing their hair straight just like a European white woman or like one Asian woman. So yeah, I believe that's very valid. Good point.
When you were a child, let me tell you what it was you knew. Yeah, your parents might have told you look good the way you are. But if everybody in the school got these clothes, these shoes, this hat, this whatever it is, you're not going to say, my mama told me I look good without makeup, so I don't have to wear none. If all the girls at school are wearing it.
I disagree. I was never like the girls in school. I was never like them.
Huh?
I never cared about what they had on. I thought they were losers. To me, I think you're a loser if you feel like the clothes that you wear, and this is because of how I was raised. That's why I don't know. It could be me. And I was raised by a single mother, but the head of our household was my grandfather. Okay. So to me, how I was raised, I was always raised with good character, how I carry myself. I was never raised to be materialistic, to care about Jordans and stuff. Now, I did, like you said, with the Hollywood and stuff, I did go down that path of thinking like, oh, these things are great and I value these things. You're not wrong. I did go down that path. But then I was able, because of how I was raised, I was able to go through that as a lesson rather than a way of being, a state of being, and understand like, yo, this stuff means nothing to me. This is why I despise Hollywood. It means absolutely nothing to me. Okay. Because the material things get you nothing at the end of the day. When you're in those situations where materials don't matter and you need a person, someone you can depend on, materials get you nowhere. Okay, I've experienced that.
Carmen, that's all fine and dandy, right? But if that's your claim, right, then what's the whole reason why you have fake hair in your head right now? If it didn't matter to you, if it didn't matter what culture think about you, it didn't matter what people think about you. Why are you doing that right now? Why not wear your natural hair? The answer to that question once again is because you do care, because you are insecure. Because if you were secure about yourself, you wouldn't do it. It's just that simple.
Experienced that in them situations where I don't need the materials. I need a friend, and my friend only care about my materials. I've been there. Okay, I've been down and seen how my friends treat me different. That's why I don't value any of it.
And I just thought about this too while she talking. Right, normally we could address about the hair issue, but what about the makeup as well too? You know what I'm saying? Like she got her eyebrows done. That's not naturally how to wear her eyebrows. Or she got her eyebrows done. She's wearing a light coat of makeup as well too. She's wearing a very light lip gloss on her lips. So if she's that same person, what she's talking about, she don't care about what society's thinking or how people feel about her, then why she's doing all this extra stuff to look aesthetically pleasing? Now, some women, they'll say this. They'll say that, well, I'm doing it for me. I'm doing it for me because so I can make myself look good. But that's a lie. That is a lie. I'm just saying.
Shop at the Goodwill, okay? You can catch me in a Goodwill, and I'll be having a good time in there.
Hey, lean on slew,
okay?
bro.
A Goodwill near me. I will have a good time in there because I don't value these things. And I'm going to teach my children to not value these things or not value these people. A lot of the stuff that we do see is it's like a lot of the stuff that we do see is a result of parenting, and it's a result of letting your children do certain things. Look at the Jewish community. Why don't the Jewish community want their children playing with goyim? Why don't they want them? Because they don't want them to make their minds, they'll tell them something and mess their minds up and say, yo, this goyim kid or whatever they call them told me this. So now that person is tainted, you know? It's kind of the same thing.
But they did the same thing with rhinoplasty. See, they had, at least their men were able to stand up, and the women didn't look at them and tell them, well, it's just a nose job. They did the same thing with rhinoplasties. Their women used to get one for their the women used to get one for when they would turn a certain age because they were ashamed of their Jewish nose. They changed it. And they said, no, we're not going to do this anymore. And it's one of the things that you hear the comedian, I forgot her name, somebody, Silverman, talked about it, about how the men stood up and said, we're going to be proud of being Jewish, everything that comes with it.
Okay.
And that made a change, and it was just a nose, and it shouldn't have been anything because it's just a nose. I'm with you. It's just a nose.
Okay.
But so she said it brought pride to them because they now accepted every part about them, which meant that they didn't have to go and give some surgeon, make some surgeon, which means, no, the surgeon might have probably used to been Jewish, but they didn't have to make some surgery. It's like this thing, like what you're saying. I'm agreeing with you that they did this thing. Like if you were in LA, you saw every Friday within the midst of all that LA stuff that was going on, because I used to live there off of Wilshire. In the midst of all that stuff, I remember it was the first time I had ever seen the Hasidic Jews. I had never seen them. They walk around with their hats and their curls. And every Friday, they'll be walking. They don't even use a motor vehicle. They're walking to the synagogue. And so I asked, what the hell? And then I thought, well, aren't those kids embarrassed? Because the other kids don't wear stuff like that? And they said, no, because they send their kids to Hebrew school. So the other kids at Hebrew school dress like that, which make it easier for them. Same thing that happened with myself and my daughter. I could have sent her to public school. Public school would have made it to where my daughter would have had to be in a fashion show. Now, I would have raised her to where she shouldn't have had to, but I also understand peer pressure. Peer pressure is what have you had a couple naked pictures out there that now you say, half naked, you said, that now as you got older, you realize it's not something you do. Peer pressure made me get so drunk when I was in college that I woke up the next day in the grass. Peer pressure is a real thing, and anybody that denies it is a liar. Peer pressure is a real thing. I took that pressure from my kid because she went to a school that had they all wore the same uniform. None of us parents had to buy Jordans, had to buy all these things, and it was more money that we could put in the school. And that was a private school, which cost a bit. But we did it for a reason. A lot of times we can help our children stand out, especially if you're a Christian, because the part of being a Christian is to be in the world, but not of the world. So when you think of like what other people are doing, like the parenting, the single parenting is a bad thing. But I guarantee you, if a single parent was in here with us and a product of a single parent was in here with us, many of them would say the same thing you said about the hair. They're not even trying to be an asshole. Life is just easier doing it the way you've seen it done.
I'm confused.
Why would a woman want to get married if they've seen people not get married? Like marriage ain't a thing.
I'm a little confused because like you're saying like the hair thing, because like we spent this whole time like on the hair thing, which I can appreciate, but like you're saying like, okay, you put your daughter in a school and a white girl asked about her hair, right? Why not put her in a black school where she don't have to have those issues? Like, why not why not, but I'm saying, why not have her around people that look like her? Because we're so pro-black and we want to be pro-black and we want to wear black hair. So why not have her go to a black school? Why are we going to white schools expecting our children to feel like they fit in if you're going to a white school? Why?
He never mentioned that the school was either black or well, preferably white. He just said he sent her to a private school. Carmen, you do realize that they do have black private schools as well too, right? It ain't just all white private schools. But let me see what Tommy gonna say about this one.
And I teach that. Why not put her around Black greatness? Is my question. Because if she was around Black greatness and she saw other people that look like her, she would have never had those feelings. So,
Would you like to hear the answer? Or would you, wait. Would you like to now hear the answer?
I was just getting what I was thinking off.
No. You asked me, you personalized my house. Ma'am, hold on now. You personalized my house. So hear the other answer.
I didn't personalize
it. Yes, you did. You said, why didn't I?
Example.
Ma'am, let me answer the question. Ma'am, let me answer it.
That information to you.
Ma'am, let me answer it. Okay, why would you, your audience and my audience, listen, why would she be allowed to do what she just did? And I have an answer to it. She said, why didn't you? She should want to know. While she's being sarcastic and saying, put him around Black greatness. Well, I actually did. Her mother used to wear a blonde wig. She was 5 and it was a preschool. When it happened, I took it off her mother's head. No more weave around my kid. And then she went to a Black school from there. So it did happen. So I didn't sit around and make up a lie or an excuse and complain and talk about something. I don't know how to do no better. I actually really did better. I did better though, ma'am. I did what you said. Why didn't I do it? I did it.
Respectfully. If you had done that from the go, she would have never had that experience. Because you're sitting here talking like we spent this whole time. We spent over an hour
talking about learning.
Which is something I never talk about.
I learned. I had never raised a dog.
This is not like you couldn't have.
Hold up, Carmen. Hold up. Now, me and everybody in the lounge, we've been listening to this whole live for almost like 2 hours and 20 minutes. And Tommy did say that. He did say that respectfully, like, hey, look, this is the issue that happened with my daughter. She was insecure about her hair. And then guess what happened? Her mom and us, we had changed her environment. We took action and changed it. He actually said that, but thing about it is that I ain't gonna lie, Carmen kind of having this bird behavior right now where she doesn't want to hear what she want to hear. And now she's trying to do this indirect, taking shots with this dude and stuff, right, to try to prove a point. Now, this also proved the point that I say all the time on this platform that women are way more egotistical than men. Now, I'm not denying that men aren't egotistical, but women are way more egotistical than men because it deals with their emotions, how the way they're feeling in that moment. Now, she was already feeling throughout this whole entire conversation that Tommy was taking all these shots at her about her hair, different like that, which respectfully, she kind of put herself out there like that. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue.
Possibly hit me up to talk about weaves and wigs because I don't talk about weaves and wigs. I don't even know about weaves and wigs. So like you couldn't have possibly hit me up to talk about
I talked about Black things.
You personalized it. You made this about your daughter. You brought your daughter into this, which is fine. I'm very respectful. I respect all people. I respect everybody. You brought your daughter into this and you made it about weaves and wigs. And yeah, you made this happen. Now I'm asking a very simple question as to why she's in a white school anyways. Why
and she wasn't. That's why I answered it. Listen to how you just said you asked a simple question, but you wouldn't let me answer. And I've never done that to you.
Listen, sir, I haven't.
Not one time have you said, "Let me answer
respectfully at all."
Not one time have you said, "Let me answer that," and I would refuse to let you answer something I made an assertion.
Well, I don't. I let you finish. That's because I let you finish, and when you finish talking, then I speak. I don't cut you off in the middle of what you're saying.
About you. Didn't even do it about your mom.
I didn't bring up my personal. You brought this up. You
brought up your mom.
Something to an interview, and you say, "Hey, my daughter." You brought this up, which means this is fair game because you want to talk about your daughter. Right? I said nothing to do with my mom. I did say my mother is a single mother. Like I'm not denying anything. Like I'm confused as to how you brought something up, and then now when I bring that back to you as to why was your kid in this situation
I tried to answer it.
Well, I'm not stopping you from
Why would you ask a question and
but you
didn't
were
want the
cutting
answer?
me off. Well, you were cutting me off in the middle of when I was talking. This is recorded, so you can go back
Why
and
would
see.
one want to ask a
You cut me
question and
off.
not want an answer? Is all I'm asking. Why would one ask a
Listen,
question and make
I'm
an
asking
assertion in the middle of the
questions
question?
and wanting to finish my thoughts, and then once I finish my thoughts, you can answer the questions all you want. I'm not here to be antagonize you. I'm not an antagonizer.
The
I'm
issue
not even the
is
type
you
of person
assumed
that
it
does
was a
this.
white school.
Well, you
You
said it was
didn't
a
ask
white.
me.
You said that the person
I
had
said a
blonde
white
hair.
girl, not a white school.
White. Okay, well, I'm assuming
Oh my
the white
God,
girl.
that's my point.
I
All
mean,
you had to
okay,
do
so
was
you're
ask.
saying, okay,
I have
see,
never
this
done
is where
that
the
to you.
confusion is. I'm not trying
And I
to do
tried to
anything.
stop the
Tommy,
confusion. I literally tried.
okay, well,
I
listen,
tried to stop
we can
it.
still listen. We can clarify this now. Listen, I'm a very critical thinker. I'm a logical thinker, and I'm very non-emotional. Okay, so we can keep
I
this, and
know,
we can
that's what I was saying.
clarify
I
this
was
on the
trying to
record.
stop it. That's all I'm saying. I was trying to stop you from going down that road. That's why I said, let me answer it. Because if I was
So
telling you,
it was a black school. It was a black school. That's what we're
and
saying.
a white girl, and it was just a white girl. That's why I said she was asking
So
the question. The
so
child
it was a white
asked the
girl.
question. The white
Okay.
girl was her friend, a friend she played on the playground with at 5.
Okay.
Because it's her friend, we typically will look towards a friend. So when she said this, I said, your hair is just as pretty as hers. What are you talking about? It wasn't her friend that was the problem, because she then said, but mama wearing that wig that looked just like the friend. And that's why I didn't go and say, change out the friend. I said, let the mom, who is the first one you should be looking up to, show you that the way you look and the way you are is a good thing. So therefore you can walk around this white girl and that Indian girl and that whatever and feel like you belong.
Okay. I got
because
a question.
they have to do it. That's why I was
Okay,
saying with
so
the,
okay, I got a question because like blonde wig and wearing wigs, I think it's different. Okay, a blonde wig, a bright blonde wig, something that doesn't grow out of your hair. I think that's a little different than a wig. You may.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple tactic that women do all the time, which it is moving the goalpost. Okay, I don't understand where's the disconnect happening in this situation, other than her not allowing Tommy to respond to her claim. When he finally responds, it's almost as though she didn't accept it, because she does, in her mind, she just made it up in her mind that Tommy removed her daughter from a black school and put her into a white private school. And in her mind, she thinking that every private school is white. I don't know why she thinking this way, but at the same time, it's even more weird, ladies and gentlemen, simply because she's a conservative. That's what makes it even more weird about this situation. But like I said in the beginning, you let them talk long enough, they'll reveal themselves for real. They'll reveal themselves to be a chameleon and a grifter.
This whole thing about wigs to me. And I feel like I have a lot more that I can talk about besides wigs. I understand your point. I really do. I really do understand your point. But had your person that you chose to have children with not had a blonde wig, okay? The person that you chose to have children with, had she not had a blonde wig, maybe she had some regular looking hair. Do you think your daughter still would have looked at that white girl and said, hey, why is this like this?
yes, because that's why I used that boy with the pink, or I can use another one, which is it's all black hair, and this woman is a boxer. This woman who has all black long hair is a boxer and a champion.
Nigga up, he got the singer like a sample. Talking out your neck gon' get you knocked out them sandals. 42 and aces played on deck like I gamble. Say they get it poppin', I pull up, y'all gon' scramble. Fake hoes fuck, weird hoes fuck, weak, broke, lame hoes fuck. Nigga out here tricking off that money, fuck. Thinking I'm the one that he gon' front on, fuck. Snake hoes fuck, jealous hoes fuck, cheat, dry, burnt hoes fuck. If he being stingy, get his friend, fuck. Say that shit not a wall again. Look, fuck, like my trunk.
So see, that right there would still make it's Asian, it's black.
Mm.
But my daughter's hair doesn't look like that. So she'd
You're
want
never
that.
going to make me defend the
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Juan. When she did that whole transformation, it made her look worse. I ain't lying. It made her look all the way worse.
She belongs to the streets.
I ain't gonna lie. That was crazy. Golly, sheesh.
these black women that do certain things. You're not going to make me defend them. I don't know if
Well,
you're
that's
here
just
for
it.
me
I
to
wasn't
be
trying
like
to get
a
you
black
defended. I
woman
was
that's going to
actually.
defend these women. I'm not going to defend it. The
But that's
behavior.
just it.
Like
I was.
I
I
said,
was honestly shocked at
well,
what.
I don't understand like where my expertise is in this. I don't
No,
understand that. I don't
You're a
talk about
human.
this.
None of us have an.
Well, I'm
We're
just saying,
human.
like, why? Like, I don't talk about this. Like, I don't talk about weaves.
That's why I
I don't talk
asked you
about
about
wigs. Well,
it. But
I
that's why I
understand,
would
but I
ask you
don't.
about
But I'm just saying, like, if you talk to somebody, you want to bring them on your podcast, you talk to them about something that they talk about, and you challenge them on stuff that they talk about. You don't bring up a random talk. You don't start talking to me about aliens in a second. Like, I don't talk about aliens. So why are we talking about aliens? Like, I can give you like a brief synopsis
Oh
on
my
what I feel
God.
about certain things. But like, I don't talk about.
I'm once again, I am so confused on this. Why is she saying that okay, let's back it up again. Her original claim was that she had a disdain for black people in general, about their behavior and everything. And the reason why she have a conservative channel is to address black issues due to her anecdotal experience with dealing with black people. But now she's up here talking about, well, I don't talk about, these issues. I don't talk about weave and her and stuff like that. But this is a part of your culture. Even regardless if you try to deny it or not, this is part of who you are. But we, gentlemen, we know the truth behind this. We know the reason why she don't want to talk about this is because she is susceptible of this. Because, case in point, she's wearing weave in her hair right now. And she feel like it's absolutely nothing wrong with them doing that. But everything else with the culture is wrong, other than her taking this culture. What's even more fascinating about this is that this is another argument that the FBA community says this. They say that white people be grifting their culture. They grift them through, their music. They grift them through the language that they use. They grift them through, the clothes that they wear, right? But in this particular sense, it seems as though Carmen is doing what is known as reverse racism. Respectfully. You don't want to have nothing to do with none of the black culture whatsoever in this country, right? Or black people in particular. But you find it acceptable to take their particular hairstyle to say that that's cool. You could do that. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, that's absolute bullshit.
That's bullshit.
These things. So I don't understand like the point here. What are you trying to get me to do? Because I don't
would tell
talk
you the
about.
only reason I spoke about
Like,
it is because
are you
you
gonna ask?
said you do it. Because you said you do it.
I mean, it's
Like
very
you said,
clear
it's
that I do it. You
recorded.
can look
Once
at
you
me.
said-
You can just
If
look
I
at
was
me
up
and
here
see that I
talking
do it.
and I was saying something and I said something that interested you, if I said, I sleep with guys too, and I'm a Christian. If you then said, I'm curious about that, let me ask more about that which that person just said.
I think that's a little
You said
unfair.
it.
Like, to be fair, it's been an hour and 32 minutes. An hour and 15 of these minutes we've talked about
Jeez.
wigs. To be fair, okay? I'm not a
Well, you can say
non-sensible
we
person.
now. If you
I'm a
say
very
we
sensible
talked about
person.
wigs too
I
long, I don't
engaged in this whole conversation. I gave you my thoughts on it. I told you what I felt about it, and you have video after video after video on it. Okay. And like, yes, I can address black people, and this could be a part of it. But this is just not one of the things I talked about. I started with, I don't agree with it. I think that they shouldn't have to fucking wear the wigs to feel like this. I started there.
Whoa, potty
I
mouth.
started there in the first 10 minutes of this conversation. I started there. I started being very transparent about myself and where I went. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Here's the thing. I also said to you as when we started, I said, anything that you'd like to talk about, you could also say it back to me. Yes or no?
He did say that, by the way.
Did I say this?
Absolutely.
All right. So change the subject, or because I was bringing the way I did it, and anybody can watch it and see why I did it that way. The way I did it was I was interested in the idea of someone starting off saying, I say things that piss people off, but I say things that I think are right. That's all I do.
I no, I don't say things I say things that I believe is right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I say things that I believe is
Not
right.
sure how what I said, but I'll say
But
that part.
yeah, I'm
I
not
say
here
things
trying
that piss
to
people
make
off, but I say
people
things that
believe
I
the things
believe
that I
are right.
believe, though. But I'm
But I
not here
understand.
trying to make people believe the things that I believe. That's
I
not
didn't say
my
that.
goal here. That's
I
not my
didn't say that.
goal.
I did not say that. It's like even right there. I said we started this off with you saying I piss people off, but I'm only saying things that I know are right. And you said that I believe are right. I said, okay, I
Yeah.
believe are right.
Yeah.
But when we were talking about something that to me is just as big. So I was wondering when you were saying things like how you said nigga hair. These are not just a thought of something. That's something that then is a huge issue that Black women have to deal with. And if I am discussing this with a Black woman, most people would understand why I would dig deeper in that. Oprah would understand why I dug
Listen,
deeper in
I
that.
understand why you would dig deeper in it. I don't understand why you would spend an hour on it. I don't understand why you would spend an hour. I definitely understand why you would dig into it. But when you spend an hour on it,
Well,
it's like
anyway,
if
like
you
I said,
wanted to
you would
talk
have changed
about
it
black
instead of saying that.
hair, you should have just hit me up and say, "Hey, I want to do an interview on black hair." It's
I
clear
didn't
that
know
you
you were
would.
going to say nigga hair.
I mean, it's what it is.
Did I know
Like
you
I
were going to say
said,
this?
that. What is wrong with nigga hair?
Ma'am, okay, that's why I dug
What's wrong
deeper.
with that
That's all it
statement?
is.
But I'm
That's
saying, what is
all
wrong with
it
that?
Now she being real. Hold up, man. Now she being real disingenuous because also in the beginning of the show she was using the N word. She was doing some N bombs throughout the whole entire show, displaying her disdain for Black people. N word this, N word that. Now all of a sudden, what's wrong with in her? Man, this is fascinating. This is something that need to be case studied for real, gentlemen. I ain't lying. This is crazy.
What about that statement wants you to dig deeper?
I just stated that's all it is because that is at that point. Black folks, we said there's Black folks.
Oh, also, just to be clear about this, Tommy did start off the conversation talking about Black women hair. At any given time, she could have redirected the conversation to talk about something else, but guess what? She didn't. She continued to participate in this conversation. Long as it stayed in the grounds of it's not dealing with her personally, right? And she could talk about other Black people, then she was fine with it. And to the point when Tommy started making it personal, like, well, if that be the case, if you feel this way about Black women, then why are you wearing weave and stuff, right? How are you going to tell them about this when you're doing the same as that thing? And that's when she started talking about, well, you know what? In other words, I feel like since I do it right there, I don't care what they do. Literally change her whole argument.
And niggas, which is what you spoke of. Apparently, nigga was bad. You referred to the hair as that which you wouldn't refer to yourself or want your personality to be labeled as.
Yeah, that's true.
True or false?
Okay, so no, I just labeled myself. I labeled my own hair as nigga
That's
hair.
exactly what I said. Is that not exactly what I said?
But
is that not exactly what I said?
I'm not understanding. I'm not
so
understanding.
I'm interviewing you. So I'm trying to know and the things that you're saying, trying to find out.
In a technical sense, this is not an interview. All right. This is not an interview. It's actually just a panel discussion, to be honest.
Why? That's what I do when people come on my show.
Right. I understand. Okay. I understand there is a interviewing and finding out why. I get that. I'm totally okay with you asking me questions.
Apparently
like
you're not, because nobody else is bothered but you. Your audience isn't. Mine isn't. Nobody's saying that's been going too long. That's too many questions. You're the only one who said
I'm just
that
saying that this is not a topic that I like talk about. So I don't understand why
you say that. We could have stopped. I don't want to talk about that anymore. Just like if you were asking me about my kid, I could say I don't want to talk about my kid. Now, if you kept doing it, you don't respect me as a host.
Well, no,
but I can stop you because you don't know.
Listen, like I said, I can only like it's only so much that I can give you on Black women's hair. Like if you wanted to talk about Black women's hair, once again, this is the only topic that we've hit. We've hit something for 5 minutes of the first part, and the rest of this show has been about Black women's hair. It is not something I particularly care about. Okay, so if you would have came and said,
You
"Hey,
just stopped me.
Carmen, you want to have a conversation about Black women's hair?" I would have been
I
like,
didn't know.
I
Jesus
don't
Christ.
particularly
Y'all see
talk
what I'm
about
saying?
that. You did know. You clearly
I
knew because
didn't know that
you have
I sat
several
there and had
videos of
argument that
Black
your hair
women's
was real. We
Listen,
thought
you
your
have
hair was
several-
real.
Listen,
We literally
you have
thought your hair was real. They
Tommy,
did.
are you
Guys in the
insulting my
comment
intelligence?
section,
Like at this
were you
point,
guys not
are you
arguing
insulting my
that her hair was
intelligence?
real at the beginning? Guys in the
Tommy,
comment section.
I never thought that her is real because I've not seen her around her in different ways. Because once again, I followed her channel, you know what I'm saying, and I did different videos of her as well too, and her hair was changed every single time. So like, yeah, there's not a real her.
Were you not arguing if her hair was real at the beginning?
Tommy, you're asking your audience, and I'm asking you. You're a Black man. You knew damn well what it is. Do not insult my intelligence. Please
Jesus
do
Christ.
not insult my intelligence. I'm
Okay,
just
so
saying,
if
don't
I'm
insult my
insulting your
intelligence.
intelligence
You
by telling
did
the
not
truth,
think
unlike
that.
you, I don't have a problem lying. Unlike you, I don't have a problem lying or people asking me questions. And I don't care if it took you
I
an
have
hour.
no
It's an
problem with people
interesting
asking
conversation.
questions
You
either. I just
literally
feel like
got
we're going in
bothered by.
circles.
If it's so known that you wear weave and it's so not a problem, I don't understand why you'd be upset. Your own audience is saying he's done nothing wrong because I did it.
Listen,
Your own audience, not mine.
Okay, I am me. My audience do not speak for me. Okay, I
They
speak for
sure
myself.
are
I'm
an
my
audience.
own
And that's
person.
what we're doing, giving an
I'm my own
audience of
person.
people
Okay.
watching.
Okay, I understand. Listen,
So all you
Tommy,
had to
like,
do
I
is
feel like
tell
we're
me I
wasting
don't want to talk
time
about hair.
here.
I would have talked about something else. But don't
I
act like
just
I did
talked to
something
you like
wrong.
don't try to say no. I'm not. I didn't say. I just said like, yo,
You
it's
literally
been
are.
an
There
hour and
wouldn't
a
be any
half. We're
contention if
talking
I
about
did it
hair.
wrong.
Like, okay, bro, I have much more things that you can ask my
There
thoughts about.
wouldn't be any contention if you were not bothered because I wasn't.
Tommy, you just blew
I
up
wasn't
about
mean. I didn't cuss you out. I didn't call you a
I didn't
name.
curse you
I didn't
out
say you were
either.
stupid. I
I
didn't
didn't
say
do
you
any
were
of those
lying.
things
I didn't
either.
say anything.
I didn't do
I
any
was
of those things
intrigued by
either.
what I was hearing and asked more. That's all I did. I was
I
intrigued
didn't do
by
any of
what
those
you were
things.
saying. Huh?
Okay. I understand that. Like I said, I totally understand that.
And I would have cut it
And
off as soon as you said cut it off. I would have went to something else. I didn't know.
It's not, listen, this is not my interview. I've done a lot of interviews. Okay. I've done a lot of, and I usually don't discuss the topics. Okay. I've done interviews. This is typically not how they go. Okay. This is typically somebody just don't harp on one topic. And yeah, it's just not what it is.
When a person says it's one topic, if you talk about black folks all the time, that's one topic. And as a matter of fact, you've had people tell you that would make you a sellout because you don't talk about the white man. You just talk about the black one.
I mean,
you just always find something to problem with the black.
I'm not here. Listen, my platform.
So, all right. So let me explain this one to y'all as well too. Tommy claim is very valid. If you stick to one generic topic, then you're gonna get a generic response. Like case in point, with over here at this platform, the whole foundation is this that I talk about red pill philosophy, right? But however, what I also do is that I broaden the topics. You know what I'm saying? I could stick with red pill philosophy and teach y'all about red pill philosophy, but I also know that we deal with everyday life issues. Hence the reason why I post the shorts that I do, to show you real life issues at real time, how the way people think in real time. That's one thing. Another thing too is that when I broaden the topics and stuff, I brought it to talk about politics. I brought it to talk about religion and different other things as well too, which it all come back around to red pill philosophy. So if you just sticking with that one particular thing, then once again, that is the true definition of being a grifter. And as what Tommy's pointing out, being a sellout as well too. And you're being disingenuous as hell.
Has nothing to do about what people say. If I cared about people say, I'd be a Democrat. Okay. If I cared about what people told me and what people say, my whole family is liberals. I would be a freaking Democrat. I don't care about what people say.
I'm with you. So that's why I asked my question the way I
platform
asked
is
him.
about me being authentically who I
Yes.
am.
So, and that's what
Like,
mine
that's what it
is.
is.
And all I did was
Okay.
ask. All I did was ask questions based upon how I normally would ask questions. So when someone I don't know tells me you've spent too much time on that, they can tell me they don't want to do it, but that don't mean I've spent too much time. It's more time than they would have liked. Those are two different things. Just like you said, you got liberal parents or liberal family who don't want to do or talk about what you talk about,
Sir,
but you don't give a shit.
respectfully, you brought me on here to talk about the Black family. Clearly,
Yes.
it's what you brought me here to talk about. We
And
didn't
then
talk
that's
about
what
the
he
Black
been
family.
No,
doing.
no, wait, no. I said the
We didn't
Black
talk about
family and
we
Black.
didn't
Oh
talk
no,
about the
what
Black
is the
family at
title,
all, sir.
ma'am?
Like,
What does
you're
the
trying
title
to make me
say?
look like I'm crazy, and
What does the title say?
it's crazy.
What does the title say?
The Black family and the Black women on trial. You didn't mention that to me personally, though.
It's been
You
on
didn't
it.
mention that to me personally.
It's been on it since you joined. I said it when we started, and I
Okay,
recorded it.
but what is the Black woman on trial? That could mean
I
anything.
said
Like,
it
what do you
when we
mean?
started. Now you're
You
gonna
said we're
lie
gonna
and say
talk
I
about the
didn't say
Black
Black
one.
women. Y'all,
Listen,
when we were talking, her audience, listen, didn't I say it? When I asked her about how she speaks about Black women, being a Black woman, what do they say? What do they say to you? How do they do? I sure did. I started, and then when I brought up the little boy with the
Respectfully,
wig,
I listen. If you want to talk about something else, I'm not here to argue. Okay, I'm not. Listen, I have more things
but you're being
that I could
bothered by
do
hair.
to argue.
Yeah, she's not. She's definitely not here to argue, but she's definitely being combative as hell, like for real. Over all things with her, you shouldn't be this combative over her, because as you say, if it's not that serious, then it shouldn't bother you like that. And well, damn it, it's crazy.
But you're being
trying
bothered
to
by a
make
hair
it
question,
like
and not
I'm
even
being
offensive.
bothered by hair. No, I'm bothered because I've spent 2 hours of my time talking about hair. Something
Then
I
you could have
do not
stopped.
listen. I choose to go
I
on
didn't
interviews.
force you.
I
You
don't
could have stopped.
accept. Okay, but I don't accept all interviews. I pick my interviews very.
Now she's sitting up here acting as though she's this super bougie YouTuber, and you're wasting my time talking about this. So I'm the one who gave you the time and opportunity to talk about this conversation, and I control this. But as she clearly stated, she been up there for 1 hour and 42 minutes. Now, as Tommy clearly stated too, like, hey, at any good time, you could have stopped the conversation. We could have talked about something else dealing with Black people, but you chose to stay on this as well too, and she don't want to hold herself accountable for it because it's dealing with her personally, because she don't want to give up putting weave and tracks in her head because she found that there's nothing wrong with it.
Wisely, okay, because I'm
Well,
not this
apparently this was
person.
not going the way
I'm
you
not
wanted
this
it, and I
internet
respect you
person
doing
that
it.
does things okay, but Tommy,
And I
listen,
didn't do it for
I'm
that
not
either. I was being very
okay, but
respectful.
okay,
I didn't do
can you
anything
allow me to
wrong.
speak, please? Can you allow me to speak? Because I'm not
A
this
person
person.
trying to
I'm
play
not a
victim,
person.
like they said, which is why Black women are the downfall of the Black community, because they put
Sure.
themselves in a
Okay.
man's position to have a discussion like an adult, and then they turned around and got bothered by hair. You did that.
Okay, sure.
I would never have this discussion with a grown man
Sure.
to where he would be so upset that I was focusing on something he said that I knew nothing about. He said
No,
it.
actually, it's not because your focus is on something. It's you're focusing on something I don't talk about. I don't understand who invites somebody to come onto their podcast to talk about something they don't talk about. You're the one that said, this is not a debate. I'm here to interview you. I want to ask you questions about the Black family. I asked you, what do you want to talk to me about? Not one time did you
I
mention
didn't
hair.
say I'm
If
here
you
to
said
ask
you
you
wanted to
questions
talk about
about the
hair, I would
Black
have been like,
family.
oh, okay. He wants to talk
I
about
did not
hair.
say this.
It's not for me.
Now we're
It's
gonna
not for me.
lie. Yo, now
So-
we're gonna lie. I did not tell her. I did not, and I'll play it back. I did not tell this lady, I'm here to ask you questions about the Black community, or the Black
You
family.
said you want to interview me. You didn't tell me you want to
I
interview
told
me
you
about
what I would
hair.
be asking and how it would go. I told you exactly what would happen.
Yeah,
I said
you
it is
said
very
you were gonna wing
I
it,
said
and
it
you're
is
gonna ask me
very
multiple
I said
things.
it
You
is
just asked me
very
one thing.
informal. And you're sitting there lying. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that's what Black
Sir, I
women
don't
do. When
have
they
to
get
lie.
they will then lie. I did not say that did not happen. And
Sir.
anybody that's ever interviewed with me know I give them
Yeah.
the same speech when I start. Same one. I said it is informal. Most of what will come out will be we will have a back and forth, and you can ask me whatever you want to based upon
Right.
what you
Okay.
hear.
Right. But I
That's what I
understand.
said.
Tommy, listen. I totally understand. I am not that person. I am not this person that you're trying to like make it out to be. I don't know what's going on
But you
here,
just lied on me and
but
said I said something that I didn't.
you
I
did
got the video of
you
us
very
before we
much so.
started.
Like, first of all, I feel like this is a debate. Okay, first of all, you made it very clear that this was not a debate. I want to interview you because I told you that I was doing a different debate, and you
You
said,
got
"Hey, this is
bothered by
not a
what I
debate."
was saying.
I want to interview.
When did
Why
I
do
try
I
to
feel like
debate
we're
you?
debating? I'm not trying to
When
debate
did I
about
try
Black
to
women's
debate you though?
hair.
But
You've been
when did
doing
I
it this
try to
entire
debate you?
time.
Was I trying to debate you when I put that boy up there? Nope. Your whole audience saw it. I did not. I didn't
Okay, so
debate you.
why are we
I told
okay?
you what I
Okay,
saw.
okay.
I did
So,
not
like I
tell you
said,
you had to
you
feel the
have
same way.
released
I told you
videos.
what I saw.
Okay,
And
fine.
then
I mean, respectfully, right? Respectfully, Tommy. Um, yeah, your whole intentions of bringing her up here was to start off probably the first, I say 20 minutes of the segment, interviewing her, to get to know who she is, which technically you already know who she was to begin with because you did your research on her. Afterwards, it was going to turn into a Q&A section. And, when you do a Q&A section, it could turn into a debate, respectfully. So, in the technical sense, yeah, you were debating, right? But to flip it around on Carmen, right? Respectfully, you know what I'm saying? You knew how the way Tommy Sotomayor is. Every young person who ever came on this platform, he always going to interview them, and they're going to have a Q&A section that could possibly turn into a debate. You know that. But yet it's still, you decided to go on your show. Want to know the reason why you decided to go on the show? Is because you knew you would get clout and attention because of Sotomayor. Damn. I'm so fucked up right now. Tommy Sotomayor name. You was basically trying to get clout off of his name. That's basically what it is. So you knew what you was walking into. So now you can't play the victim. Can't play the victim now. You're in it.
I
That's
said,
fine.
I
Tommy,
talked about
you
that there are
got it.
single
You
mothers.
got it, Tommy. You got it. You got it. I am
Again,
not that
I
person.
wasn't bothered by any of this. If we're going to
Okay,
be in the
listen,
space that we're in, I don't
you got it.
understand. If someone asked me about kids out of wedlock, and I've been asked several times, I just answer it. It doesn't make me look good, but I answer it. I don't get mad. Now, if they start trying to insult me,
I mean, I'm not.
yes, I
I'm
get
not.
mad.
Listen, you have me mistaken. I'm not at all mad. I'm a little frustrated that you brought me on here to talk about Black women's hair. Like I said, if this was your thing, like you wouldn't spend. It's been 2 hours. You wouldn't spend an hour and a half on Black women's hair. Like I said, I don't care to talk about it, and it's not like I didn't care to talk about it. I'm okay with talking about it, but it's not something that I feel like I would spend 2 hours of my time on. Right? It's fine. If that's what you like to talk about, that is fine. I have not one video about Black women's hair. Not one. Not one video do I care about. But I actually think Black women care too much about their hair. I think that they care too much about their wig melting and stuff. I think they care too much about that stuff. So for
If
you to
that's
come on
fine, then
here,
while I was doing it and there was
but
no
I'm just saying, like,
argument,
I don't make content on this, Tommy, so you can understand why I'm saying, like, yo, I don't even talk
but
about this,
that's
so I don't
why
understand
I
why you would want to
interview,
bring me on here to talk
but
about
I
this because it's not.
interview people, but that's why I said it out of my mouth when I prepped you to start. I did not tell you, here's the question I'm going to ask, and here's the
You
question I'm
didn't.
going to ask, and here's the question I'm going to ask. I didn't do that.
Hmm.
And if that's what you wanted, or if that's how you normally do it, you would have sent to me, hey, I'm going to need you to let me know what questions you're going to ask. But what I told you was very specific, and everybody that's ever interviewed me with me knows this. That's why they even call my show the place where celebrities go to let go. Because when TD Jakes came on my show, he had 15 minutes. So that's all he was going to give me. He talked to me for 3 hours. And what did we talk to for 3 hours? Enough to where this man took me on when he was doing Jumping the Broom. I was going around helping them advertise this movie because I spoke to him about, as he stated, things that I never get to talk about. No one asked me these things. Every one of my interviews is that. I find out what it is as you talk, because I'm a psychologist. So as you talk, I then try to dig into things you brought up. I never come
Actually,
into it.
Tommy, sorry, I'm not an idiot. I'm sorry. I can respect what happened here, but I'm not an idiot. You have video on top of video
Oh,
about hair.
goodness.
Okay, you planned on talking about hair. I'm not an idiot, okay? And that's fine. It's
Do
fine.
y'all see
You could have
this?
just told me.
Wow.
Like, if you
Do
wanted
y'all
to talk
see
about
this?
hair, you could have
So
just said, like,
again,
hey, I
this
want to
is
talk about
this
hair.
is
I got
black.
videos on. I'm just saying, Tommy. Like,
This
you
is
talk
black
about
women.
black
So this
women.
woman again is telling
I
me,
am a
y'all hear
black
what she's
woman,
doing?
so maybe it
She's
is
saying
me.
that, yes, that's why you're right. Black women are the downfall. You're going to keep on saying that I brought you here to talk about weed, like you sell hair. You knew you did that.
What is
That
the
doesn't even
point,
make
Tommy?
sense. Y'all,
Tommy,
that doesn't
okay,
even
so
make
Tommy,
sense.
what
I
other
brought her here
videos
to
do you
talk
got in the
about hair.
queue? Tommy, what other videos do you got in the
This
queue?
is
What other
insane.
videos do you have in the queue? What
Yo,
other
So by the way, the reason why she's mentioning this is because she literally went onto this dude's channel and looked through his catalog and see that he's talking about her on her. She just pointed it out. But that's still besides the point. If you had did your research on Thomas Sotomayor, you know that this is one of the main topics that he talk about all the time. So I don't know why that's a disconnect right there.
videos you have in the queue? I've seen like 3 different videos because we haven't done anything else
Hold on.
here.
Wait.
What other videos do you have in the
Here's
queue?
one right there.
Okay, but we haven't talked about it. It's been 2 hours. It's been 2 hours.
Okay, so you asked me what else I had. It came up immediately. Didn't wait. It came up immediately. Y'all see it? It wasn't a wait at all. Y'all, it wasn't. I didn't have to think about it. I didn't have to go look for it. It came up immediately, which meant that's what she tried to assume, that I wasn't going to talk about nothing. Now that she's seen I had it, she now says, yeah, but we hadn't talked about it. Because
you were going to talk about something else because when you brought this conversation up, you said that you were going to talk about the black boys that raped the girl. That's what you said you were going to talk about. That's what you said. Okay,
wait a minute, and I also was going to talk about this.
The boys that raped the girl.
This also was here. Black woman destroying the black community. Y'all, this sounds insane. Y'all hear this? And your old man said, what's the problem talking about hair?
I'm still in,
this is wild. I brought her on here to have a got you moment about hair. That's what I did.
I mean,
I have no idea how I did that, but I did it from her mouth.
We could have moved on. We could have been moved on. Okay.
You haven't said. I said if you told me to drop it, I would have.
I said what I said. We could have been moved on from this. I said what I said a long time ago, and you could have been moved on.
What was I saying after you said?
Who's the woman here? Who's the man? Who's the man? Who's the woman?
See, there you go again. I don't mind.
Let's move on.
Hold on. Apparently, you're the woman since you're the one wearing the wig. And apparently you're the woman since you got to lie to get your way out of a situation you can't intelligently
What did I lie about? What did I lie
about? Here lying, sounding like an idiot, talking about your mama, and you don't know how to do your own hair. All these years, you don't know how to do your own hair.
I came on this interview to lie.
I want to talk about some who's the man here. You are the man. Hey, what happened to that white voice? Yeah, that white voice dropped. Oh, y'all black men, look how that white voice dropped. That's she insulting. I had to insult her. Now she's trying to insult. Typical black woman. They ain't got her way. Now she's trying to insult.
Oh, wow.
It's cool, though. I love when I get a chance to show y'all. They all grifting. They sitting up there saying what they think you want to hear, not the life they actually lead. Because she would have acted like a woman a long time ago. She would have stopped. This wouldn't have been necessary.
Hey, on the cool, though, Tommy's not lying about that at all. One moment she had that very proper voice, and the next moment she ghetto as hell, even emasculating that dude too. Like, God damn.
God damn. Now you want to insult somebody. That's okay. Which one of us acting like the man? The one you want to be like. That's the one acting like the man.
I love being a
woman. Yeah. That's why that's the most beautiful your videos. Repeating what people already said. You ain't got a new thought in your mind. Everything you say is what somebody else already said.
Okay, tell me why we're really here, Tommy.
Now, am I lying? Since you want to insult my manhood, since you want to insult my manhood, you were the one bitter. You insulted me as a man, ma'am.
Yeah,
You
because you're an
did.
emotional man. Not only that,
You did.
an
Hold on.
emotional one.
So men are supposed to have emotions. My
You
emotion
are.
is you
You
lied on
are.
me,
But
ma'am, because I didn't have
lead
to
an
lie on you.
emotion, you're less logical. I'm
Yeah,
completely calm over here.
ma'am, I
I'm
haven't said
completely
one thing
calm.
that was wrong.
I
You've been
could have ended
illogical
this a
since
long
you
time ago,
started.
but I choose to stay
Ma'am, you've
here.
been illogical since you started. Ain't a word came out my mouth that was illogical. Everybody followed every word I said and why.
That's
You got
good. Yeah,
upset, not me.
that's fine. I
I'm
love that
emotional
first. I
now.
love that.
So my
I
voice
love
is
that.
raised. I'm emotional, but I haven't said one thing that's wrong. Not one.
Okay, sure. What did I say that's wrong?
I can
What did
tell
I
you
say?
everything you said.
Everything I
I've been
said on
saying.
here was my
I can
opinion. We
continue
didn't
to
talk
tell you
about
what you said.
facts.
You lied and said that I brought you on here and told you that I'm just going to talk about the black family, which is a lie. And I told them I was going to show them that's what happened. You also then
You can
turned
show the
around
text
and got
messages.
emotional and lied and said that when that I brought you on here specifically to talk about hair, which
I did.
was another
I've never.
lie.
I didn't say that. I asked
Yes,
you why
y'all,
you're
did she not
asking me
say
why we're
that?
talking about this for an hour and a half. That's
Y'all,
right.
did
It's
she not
recorded.
say that? She
It's
said, I'm not
recorded.
stupid. I'm
I
not
said don't
stupid. She brought
insult
me
me.
on here
Yeah, I
because
did say
we
don't
typically
insult
talk about
me.
that.
I did say don't insult me. I definitely said that. Yeah, I
Yes, you said
definitely
that's
said
what
don't
I came
insult
here to
me.
talk to you. And I said that makes no sense. I said I wouldn't have
I
brought you
Man,
here to
man,
just
man.
do that.
well, I
Y'all
mean,
heard her talk and lie
clearly,
several times
listen.
in front of y'all. Won't
Sure,
stop and say, you
call
know
me
what?
a
I might have got
liar.
a little bothered by you talking about this
Call
hair,
me a
but I shouldn't have
liar.
lied on you. I haven't had to lie on
Call me a
you.
liar.
No,
Listen,
I
I don't
haven't. No, you
listen,
actually lied.
Tommy. I
I haven't had to lie on
honestly
you.
do not care. Tommy, I honestly don't care. I'm not that person to
Right.
care.
Somebody said
I'm
she
not that
said that
woman.
on your own group. She said that very spitefully so. And here's the
Okay,
thing. Y'all, black women, when you show them that they're wrong, and she talked about this earlier when she was calm and trying to talk down to y'all.
still
When you
calm.
show
I'm
them
very
that they're
calm.
wrong, they don't stop and say, I'm wrong. Now she can look back and see she was wrong. I guarantee
I
you she will not
sure.
come back and say, my bad. Guarantee you she won't.
I'm wrong for what, Tommy? I'm not wrong at all. I wrong for what? For coming onto your podcast
You
that you
lied
invited
and
me
said
on
I
in good
said
faith.
something that I
I didn't
didn't.
come on here. What did I say that you said? I didn't say that
Oh my
you
God.
brought me
Now,
on
see,
here.
does
I
this
didn't
not
say
sound
that
like one of those
I
arrest
said,
videos where they
why are we
constantly ask
still
the
talking
person,
about
what
this?
did I do?
What,
Doesn't this
listen,
sound like one of those arrest videos where the black woman constantly asks the cop, what did I do? And then he tells them what they did, and then they ask it
sure,
again?
sure.
I just
Listen,
told her
Tommy,
exactly what she did and broke it
Tommy,
down in each thing she did.
Tommy,
She then said,
sure.
what did I do?
Okay. I listen, I'm not here to argue or
Hey, you know what, Lionel? I actually agree with you. Now you want to specify that. The first one you said, I'm sorry, but I put this on Tommy. Our Biger say, I don't know about that one, bro, but when you really went detailed about that, I agree with you on that. The reason why I agree with you on that is because, yes, at the end of the day, Tommy, this is his show. He is the leader of the show, and he also supposed to operate in emotional intelligence. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I understand Tommy Sotomayor behavior. When Tommy is raising his voice and stuff, right, it's not because this dude is super mad or anything like that. He is literally doing this for that click and view moment. Because he know that when he elevate his voice, he know it's going to get him more clicks and view, more people is going to be gravitated towards his emotions. Now, Tommy also mentioned this earlier that, hey, he is a psychologist. And I pointed out to y'all all the different talking points that Tommy was asking Carmen. And I told you exactly what Tommy was going to say to Carmen when she said what she said too, before she even said it. I already knew what Tommy was going to say. I already knew what Carmen was going to say as well too. The reason why is because I also study psychology and sociology. You know what I'm saying? So I understand how you can manipulate behavior. So at the end of the day, this dude, he just doing this to create a polarizing moment, you know what I'm saying, to get click and view rates, you know what I'm saying?
fight. I love this for you. I love this for the people that are in your audience. I really do. I really
She
do.
loves it, yeah, because
I'm not
that's
here
why
to fight.
she got to be sarcastic. I love it for you and
No,
love it for you. Love it
listen,
for
I'm
you
not,
guys.
listen,
Yeah,
Tommy,
because
you
we
think
needed
I'm being
this.
sarcastic. I'm
Because
just
we
not
needed
this
this.
person.
Then you don't love it for me or my audience because my audience thinks you're a dumbass at this point.
That's
You
fine.
don't love it for
I'm
me,
okay.
and I don't want to sit here and keep on
Listen,
doing it. And the sad part about it is, if I
that's
kept
fine.
doing it, you'd keep doing it, just like any other black woman. You do this shit
Listen,
until 9
I'm not
o'clock.
indulging.
If it was
If you
offensive
haven't
to you,
saw,
you could
I
have left.
disengaged a long
If it
time
was
ago.
offensive,
But
you could
that's
have left,
fine.
but you wouldn't leave. That was weird.
I'm not because
I would
I'm
have
going to
left.
stand up. I'm going to stand up for myself, and I could have I disengaged a long time ago. My arms are
But you
folded,
didn't
sir.
leave.
I'm sitting
You didn't
here. I'm
leave, so it
letting you
wasn't for
say
my
what you want to
audience.
say.
But you
Look,
didn't
Tommy.
leave, so it wasn't for my audience.
Okay, look, Tommy.
Because
I'm
ain't
not
no way
here to
I would have
argue.
sit here
Okay,
listening to an
that's fine. You're a
emotional
man. I'm
man.
a woman. That's fine. You're gonna make different decisions, probably more logical decisions because you're a man.
Yeah, like the
That's
one I
fine.
was having when I
I'm
was
not
doing my
disregarding.
interview the way I wanted to on my show, and the person who was listening
Sure,
to it
and
tried to tell me they didn't like the way it was going, but not that they didn't want to stop it. They just want to tell me why would I keep doing it.
No, I just
Normal
wanted
people
to
would understand
understand
why
like what
someone
this
kept doing it
interview
because
was
that's what
about.
they were doing. That's what they were doing. Even if they felt that's why they brought them on the show to do it, they wouldn't have said, well, like you should talk about something else. No, they would say, apparently that's what they want to talk about, and I don't want to talk about it, so I'm going to leave. That's what I would have done.
Sure.
I'm not going to force
I'm
you
not,
to talk about
sure.
what I
I'm
want
not
you
that
to talk
person. Okay. I'm not that person. I swear.
You
I'm
said
not
you
that
don't
person.
force
So
people
that's
to do
fine.
anything either, didn't you?
I
You said you
don't.
do
And I'm
not
not
force
gonna
people.
listen,
So then
if
you
you
would have
want
let
to
me keep doing
listen,
what I was doing because it wasn't offensive, or was it?
listen, I'm here. I'm calm. If
Was
that's
it
how you
offensive,
feel,
or was it? Is the question I
good. That's
asked.
good. Okay.
Was it
That's
offensive, or
good.
was it?
I'm not offended by anything
So
because I
then
agree
all
with
we
you
had
in
to do was
most of the
keep
things
talking
that you're
because nobody
saying.
was calling each other a
But we
name.
could I tried to change the subject
Nobody
and I
was
told you
calling
we
each
can move
other a
on
name. No one
multiple
was yelling at
times.
each other. No
I
one was
told you we can move
disrespecting me.
on multiple times. You tried to attack me. You tried to get a reaction out of
No,
me,
I
but you
didn't.
did not. Yes, you
I
did.
did
You
not
called me
try to attack
dumb.
you.
You said your
You
audience
started
think I'm
when
dumb. You
you
said your
lied on
audience
me and
think I'm
questioned my manhood, ma'am.
Lord Jesus.
okay. I'm just saying, like, okay, who's the man
Yes,
and who's the
y'all
woman
see
here?
how
Because
she will
I'm not.
not
You're
take
arguing with me.
responsibility. You call me
I'm just
dumb,
trying to
yeah,
figure it
when
out.
you questioned my manhood. I
Okay,
didn't
well,
call you anything
listen.
before you did that.
Okay, well, listen, Tommy, because I
Don't
am the
step on
person that I
somebody's
am.
foot and
Those
then
were not
tell
my
them you
intentions.
pushed
Okay,
me.
Tommy, listen.
Yes, step
Listen.
on this person's
I
foot.
have no
Crazy.
problem with saying if you were offended by what I'm saying,
Oh Lord
I
Jesus.
apologize.
What the
That was
hell?
not my intention. I have
What was
no
your
problem
intention?
saying that.
Tell me what it
What?
was.
And
I'd love
my
to learn.
intention is to de-escalate. Who's the man? Who's the woman? Okay. If
So that would
you're
be
saying that you're
escalated
the
by,
man in the
by
situation, because
Jeez.
I'm sitting here calm. I'm ready for you to take this somewhere else. But it seems like you want to
no,
engage in
no, no.
argument.
You watch me
I
long
have
enough. You
no.
know this how I talk. You watch me and your fans don't watch.
I
Everybody don't
don't
watch me
watch
long
you,
enough. This how I
Tommy.
talk.
Tommy, I've
I
watched
don't let
probably
nobody
2 or
disrespect me to
Tommy,
a low soft voice.
respectfully, Tommy, I promise you, I saw your video
Hey, real quick on Red Star, thank you so much for the gift. Appreciate you a whole lot, bro.
when the one I told you about when we first got on here because you asked me about that. I saw that video and I've watched maybe 2 more of your videos, which I agree with. Okay, I've watched 2 more of your videos. I have no idea about your previous content. I wasn't a conservative back then.
Okay,
So
and the two you
I
watched, what was I
respectfully.
doing? What was I doing on the 2 you watched? What was
There
I
was
doing?
one that you was on Myron Gaines' show.
Doing what?
With you
Talking
were
how?
saying you were talking
Like this.
like how you talk.
Just
Yeah,
like
sure,
this. You won't admit
sure.
you were talking like this. You don't have to give me all those words. You know I was talking like
mean,
this.
Sure, it's not
Are
about
you
how
going
you
to
were
not admit
talking.
that this is how I talk?
I
Are you
didn't
going
say
to
that
not
this
admit
is,
this?
I didn't. When did I say that
So
you
then
don't
why
talk
won't you
like
just
this?
admit?
Like,
So what are you talking about? Why wouldn't you just say, at the 2 times I saw you, this is how you talk, so I can't act like it's unique?
well, I mean, I didn't see you in Confrontation. I actually I probably did see you in Confrontation. I don't even
It's just a
remember.
lie. When someone says that, do y'all see how? I didn't
I
see
don't
you.
know.
You saw me on Fresh and Fit, and you didn't see me in Confrontation.
Yeah, because it wasn't like one of those episodes. I don't know, because I don't listen.
I
You're
don't let
asking me
anybody
to
sit and call me
Oh
out my
Lord
name and
Jesus.
say respond in a soft voice.
Hey, once again, I agree with you on that. I agree with your comment on that. But once again, she's in a situation to where she can make a choice. She could either continue this conversation, try to prove something, and be as you say, be embarrassed even more by Tommy and get this moment, or she could simply choose to leave. But we already know the answer to that question, simply because we know that, once again, like I stated before and I stated again, women are very egotistical. They're way more egotistical than men. Once when a woman pride is bruised, she's going to do everything possible to prove that her pride and her ego is better than your ego. Even it takes for her emasculating that dude and do whatever she got to do. That's what she's going to do. That's the reason why she haven't left. That's the reason why she haven't left.
I don't, because you were getting soft voice
I'm okay with
until
that.
you disrespected me.
I'm okay.
You were getting a soft voice until you disrespected me. Most people would understand that. When you talk about what black people, and I want to...
Yeah, that's true too, Leon. She could just take accountability, but we already know the answer to that. We already know once when you bruise modern women ego, they're not going to take accountability for nothing. They're going to continue to do this over and over and over again.
All y'all to hear it, my audience and hers. How can somebody try to tell you constantly what black people are doing wrong and how black people need to see this and see that? But as they are insulting someone and they've been told by multiple people, you did it for no reason. I may have been talking about hair longer than you wanted, but I didn't deserve to be disrespected for it. Because I had no idea it was a sensitive issue for you or that the link would bother you. I did not know this.
It's not a sensitive issue. You're
I didn't know it would cause an issue.
You're projecting. Listen, Tommy, my issue, see, I think you have something confused. My issue is that I value my time. Okay? I value my time. Okay, I agree to do this. I ask people before I go on any podcast, hey, what do you want to talk to me about? In no way did you say, hell, well, we're going to talk about, you probably said black women, as in a vague topic about black women. Like I said, I don't watch your content. You think that I watch your content, which is fine. I really don't watch anybody's content. I
think that you listened to me when I said it. When we were talking before I went live, whether you watch my content, because I don't watch yours, but I told you what I was bringing you here to discuss. I told you how it would go. So when someone lies, that's the reason why there's a lot of black
I didn't lie on you. Like, sir, you can sit there and try to act like I lied on you. I didn't lie.
I told you exactly how you did. You lied out of your mouth and told those people that all I said was I was going to talk about the black family. Then you said you did not know that was the title. When in order for you to log on back here or get the link,
I said the title could mean anything. That's what I said. I didn't say I didn't know that was the title.
Ask your own audience. You did not say the title could mean anything. You said that all I said was I was coming to talk about the black
I didn't
family.
realize that was the title. You said you were going to. It says the black family and the black woman on trial can either be.
You said that you didn't even see that. Those were your words.
I didn't. And
then why are you acting like you said it now?
Oh my God, you are impossible.
I'm what? One that repeats what's said to them? One that listens to the point of where I can repeat your words back to you?
Sure. Yeah. That's exactly
one that has not once lied on you since I've been here? Sure. I haven't said I didn't lie and say you said something before we came on and you said, I didn't say that. Okay. I didn't lie and say you said something as we were talking and you said, but I didn't say that. Okay. I've had to correct you because you got upset about a silly topic. And now it's, well, you ain't a man. Well, you didn't tell me we were going to talk about it. Why we talking about it so long? I don't know nothing about that. Well, I'm not a black woman. Just like you said, you don't talk about that. I'm not a woman. How would I know about that? You're not a scientist. I guess we can't talk about any science. You don't have kids, so I guess we can't talk about raising children.
Okay, Tommy, I get what we're going here. I get it. You don't really want to have a conversation because if you wanted to have a conversation, you would be arguing.
I'll see the sarcasm drips from this woman. I get it. This is what you're doing.
Well, okay. I'm just saying, like, you just like you're trying to make me look bad or something. I don't get what your goal is here.
Has she said, "Hey guys, I'd like to talk about this"? Thank you. Somebody said, Carmen, you did play the "You're Not a Man" card. Sure did. Look how sad this is. If she wanted to change the subject, I told her several times she could. I told her several times. I said, you can ask me something.
Now, keep in mind, once again, at any given time, she could have just ended this conversation. She could have ended the conversation by either changing the topic or she could have simply just leave. But notice that she had not left at all. She's standing there. And once again, the reason why she's standing there because women are egotistical. I'm telling y'all, I'm telling you, that's the reason why.
To get it off.
Oh, also, by the way, the reason why she keep looking at the screen because different people in her chat is telling her different things about Tony Sotomayor, right? And she's using that to rebut him on it. All right.
Off you. I said it earlier, didn't I? I don't want to go down a road you don't want to go. Said it to her. But she keeps doing this and got to be sarcastic. Black men, just listen. No matter how nice they are
you really here to have a conversation? Are you really here to have a conversation, or do you want to keep?
You're not trying to. What are you trying to have a conversation about, ma'am? Go ahead, tell me.
I'm not here interviewing me. I didn't ask you to be here. You asked me to be here. So I'm trying to see if you really want to have a conversation.
I asked you. Apparently, I was asking what I wanted then. Since you just want to do this, there was no confrontation, and all you had to do was answer what was being asked. Not tell me it's been doing it for a long time.
I answered all your questions for over an hour.
You could have said, this seems like we're
talking about questions for over an hour.
Again, and you could have left.
I answered your questions for over an hour. Okay,
ma'am,
I answered every question you asked me for over an hour.
Who got upset with who first? It wasn't me. I was just talking.
I am not upset. So I've never been upset.
Bothered by the context of the conversation.
I've never been upset this entire conversation.
Who got bothered by the context of the conversation?
I ask you, like, I respectfully.
Who got bothered by the link?
Do you want to talk about hair the whole time? Like, I asked you respectfully because it's my time and I have a right to say what I do with my time. I asked you, do you want to talk about hair the whole time?
If you're going to serve barbecue at your house and I don't eat meat, I leave. I would not tell you y'all less of a man. How is it she don't have none of these critiques?
When did I say that you were less of a man?
She said it's hair, you could do what you want. She ain't got no critique. Mm-hmm. But the way I talk, she could tell me that ain't manly. But she ain't no man.
I didn't tell you how to speak at all. When did I tell you how to speak?
No. I said you could tell. Ma'am, did I tell you that you said how to speak? I said you added a critique. See how she don't listen? Y'all can hear it. I'm speaking very clearly. She don't listen because she's waiting for a spot to get smart. That's all she's doing.
I'm
every man needs to realize this. When they get their dander up, they got a smart mouth. That's why whenever I see them on the internet and somebody done did this to them or put them in the dirt, I know why. Because they mouth. They don't know how to stop. A normal person would not keep doing that. She can't stop. For no reason. Because of hair. I didn't say nothing about her family. I didn't say nothing about her dating life. I didn't say nothing about her kids, her friends. Nothing. But she can't stop being an a-hole now. She can't stop herself. I ain't doing it.
Okay. Listen, like I said, respectfully, I really just said what I feel. I don't do any of this internet stuff. I don't, like I said, I'm not that person. Tommy, you.
So people in the chat is telling her that Tommy is creating internet beef to clout out for her. But once again, this whole conversation, it technically wasn't a beef or anything like that. All it was a Q&A section that she doesn't agree with. Now, once again, I'm going to reemphasize this again. At any given time, she could either change the subject or she could simply leave. But she's so far still not leaving.
Been doing this for 15 years. I've been doing it for less than a year. Okay, so sure, whatever you say that I am, fine. I've went through it my whole life. Okay, whatever you want to label me as a black girl, sure, because I've been that girl. So I'm fine with that. Okay, black women fucking make black women look bad enough. So listen, people already look at me like I'm a black woman. It's nothing that you're saying that's going to make me look worse. Like, hello, they already look at me like that. They don't look at me like that. I'm a black woman in America. Come on, let's be fucking for real. I don't really. I just letting you know that.
I rarely heard Carmen cuss until she came on this show on the cool though.
Sure. I don't, none of the stuff that you're saying, I don't subscribe to. I'm not trying to be condescending or anything like that. I'm here in good faith to have a good conversation. Okay? That's what I'm here to do.
What did I do wrong?
And listen, sir.
Right. You're here in good faith. And so was I.
Right.
And like you said,
fine.
You changed it
but
to
you're
somehow
continuing this. We could have moved on. We could have moved on. You're continuing
What did you do to move on? Right. Listen. One thing you try to talk about black folks.
I said that we could move on, Tommy.
Black folks, listen to me. Don't those Black folks,
You
don't
talking
those
about
black
folks looking?
liberals
I'm
try
not
to tell
talking to
y'all
these
that
people on the
I'll
street.
wait for her to
I am
finish.
talking
I'll
to
wait
you.
Hey, before we finish on, Gerald said this in the comment. I do want to bring this because this has been brought up on, on my shorts and different community posts as well too. Then I'll put this on the screen because this would be a teachable moment. All right. Gerald said this. Short verse, dude, stop simping. She don't want you, bro. You sound thirsty and desperate. You definitely don't get women. With your reply, step your game up, bro. Now, the reason why this is going to be a teachable moment is because it's, first of all, Gerald, let me ask you this question since you post this, all right? What is the definition of simping? Because I have noticed in the red pill space and the manosphere space as well, too, that a lot of men be using the word simping in the wrong manner. So, respectfully, what does the word simping mean? And explain to me how this gentleman is simping over a woman that he never met. Explain that to me. Explain to me, first of all, what is the actual definition of simping? And secondly, explain to me how this dude commenting is simping over a woman that he never met. I'll wait while we continue the video.
Tommy, I'm not talking to these people on the stream. I don't do it
I
for the
said I'll
people
wait
on
for
the
you to
stream.
finish. They need to
I'm
hear us, though.
talking to you. I'm not talking to these people. So tell
They still need to
me
hear us.
what I'm doing to not make us move on. Because all you have to do is change the subject.
That's not what I asked. I didn't say what are you doing to not make us move on. That ain't what I asked. Ma'am, that is not what I asked. There goes another example of you don't listen.
There goes another example. Black women
That is
bad,
not
which I
what
agree.
I said to you. That is not
I'm a black
what
woman,
I said.
so,
That is not what I said.
black
And y'all
women,
see? So when I said to her, that's not what I said, she would say, oh, well, what did you say? No, now she just keep on. And all I said was, that's not what I said. Now, who likes to be lied on? Most of the time in a human conversation between civilized people, if someone says you said something and you say, no, that's not what I said, what do you expect that person to do?
I don't know.
In a civil conversation.
I don't know.
Yeah, of course you don't.
I don't. I'm a black woman. What do I know? Us black women, right. We don't know things.
Thank you, Junior. She's become a victim now. I told y'all that's what.
And also keep in mind, she originally started with the disdain with black women. She said that don't she have a problem with black women. Now she's on the black woman victim train. I'm just saying.
They do. That's why so many black women in jail, because that's what black women do. They will turn on you just like this. It makes no sense. That isn't the question I asked her. The question I asked her was simple. I said, what have you done? I am
clearly a victim here.
See?
Please.
See, she still won't stop. I said, here's what I said.
Sympathize with me because I'm a victim. I'm a victim to Tommy Sotomayor. He victimized me. Okay?
The sarcasticness
because I'm a goddamn black woman. How about that?
Wow.
Hey, I don't care.
Houston, now she's being passive
I
aggressive.
don't care. Like, I just don't care.
She don't care. She don't care so much that she won't leave.
Salute. What's up with it, bro?
Just so your audience will see, her time back. She values her time so much that she won't leave and won't stop being an a-hole. She's gonna stay to do it, which is what I said to y'all. They all hood rats. They all sit up there and got loud mouths. They play this game to get money off the internet.
Here.
It is a gift.
Here.
It is
I don't make any money off the internet. Internet barely pays me, but I am grifting. Yes, I am grifting. I learned everything I know from Tommy Sotomayor, and I use everything I know from him, and I make money off of it. I do that every day. I spend all of my little time that I have to make money off of you little minions.
I mean, that's exactly what you're doing.
The time is so important.
Yeah, my time is so important.
That's exactly what she's doing.
Apparently, your time.
Now we spent an hour being an asshole. You're okay doing that. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, she had a problem with talking about hair for an hour, but she's been an asshole for the last hour, and she's had no problem doing that.
Actually,
she ain't asked. She ain't said, hey, I'm going to stop this myself because I can.
Hey, Young Gerald Smith, I'm still waiting on your response, too, because I don't see you responding to everybody else in the chat. I want you to respond to my question that I asked you, too. Just in case you forgot, I asked you 2 questions. The first question is that I want you to explain to us what is the definition of simping. And the second question I asked you is, how is subverse simping in this situation to a woman he never met before, nor he's trying to holler at this woman? So explain to me, how's that simping?
Control myself. I can't control what he does.
Myself.
So we're not getting away from that, bro. You hear it, and now you fisting and deal with it, because like I said, we're gonna have a teachable moment on this.
I control myself.
I can definitely control myself. I'm doing very good at that.
Thank you, Celtic said. I'm in shock. Hey, this is what I do. If you have a conversation with people, if they're good people, you can't hide it. If they're bad people, they can't hide it. Whatever it is you do with people, they cannot hide it. Whenever they're talking to a camera and nobody questioning them, everybody seems like a great person. Everybody seems like a smart person. What do they do when things get rough? And what we're asking Black folks to do is to not twerk when things get rough, or to not go rob the store when things get rough. So we're trying to tell them, while we're sitting in the comfort of our home, using their plight for our content. But then when it's time for us to show them how to do better, we don't.
Yeah, that's it, guys. That is the one right there. Believe Tommy Sotomayor. He knows everything that's right. I agree. I agree. He's right. And you know what? Honestly, I'm going to be real in the midst of this. I do think Black men should lead. I do think Black women should shut the hell up. I'm not in disagreement with that. I definitely agree with that. So just so you guys can understand my views and not just have me demonized all over the place, I do think Black men should lead. I do think Black women should.
So what she's doing now, she's absolutely being passive aggressive, but also what she's doing is this. She's trying to protect the image or the brand that she had created. Once when Tommy Sotomayor had pointed out that at the end of the day, what she's doing, she's using her platform to grift. Once when he pointed that out, so now she like, well, since he's saying that, now I got to protect myself. I got to protect my brand and let you know that these are not my intentions. But like I say before, and I say it again, action speaks louder than words. And also, if you let one person speak long enough, you'll find out their true intentions, especially on her on YouTube.
Listen to Black men more and have Black men run their households and run the community. I totally agree with him on his sentiments about that. I totally agree. But I do agree he also have me mischaracterized. So,
Yes.
So Gerald, and I'll put this on the screen, Gerald said this. He said the simp is a person who tries to defend a female, rather he knows her or not, for her approval, or rather if she's right or wrong. My brother, that is not the definition of a simp at all, period. That is something that you made up to go with your narrative. A matter of fact, my brother, I literally when was it? Almost a week ago. I literally did a full live explaining to you about the definition of a simp, gave you the origin, so where the word simp came from, which is simpleton, right? And broke it down to you, the reason why people use the word simp, even in a derogatory way, which that's what you're using it right now. So that definition is very incorrect. The definition of a simp is simply a man who reciprocates to a woman without getting anything in return. So he'll give either his time, his financial value, or anything like that to this woman and not get anything in return. That is the definition of a simp. So explain this to me, brother. In this situation, this man never met this woman. The day before his life, he didn't even remotely mention that he was trying to holler at this woman. So how is that simping? How's that simping? Now, I already told you that the definition that you gave, that's not the incorrect definition. That's one that you made up to fit your narrative. So explain it to me, brother. How's that simping? Or you can concede and say, you know what, Urban, you're right. That's not the definition of simping, and I apologize on that. We'll see. But let's continue.
And the best way to stop me from mischaracterizing you is to continue to be that characterization. That makes sense. Like whenever we say,
I'm not being anything. I'm being myself, sir. I'm not a confrontational.
Well, whatever you're being, that was the.
I'm not.
Ma'am,
okay, well, but I'm not a confrontational person.
Ma'am, I believe you're being yourself right now.
Okay, sure.
Ma'am, I believe you're being yourself. I didn't say you're not. I believe this is who you are. Because that's why you're
Sure.
having such a hard time turning it off.
Turning what off, sir? Turning what off?
This.
You want me to get off? If you want me to get off, I can leave.
No, this
Like, if you
is
want
how
me to
you're
get
being.
off,
Remember, you said you wanted to move forward in the conversation, but
I
never
been said
did
that a
anything
long
to
time
do it.
ago.
But you never did anything to move forward.
This is not
What
my
did you
show,
do?
though, sir. This is not my show. I said, can we move forward? That
Ma'am.
is
Yeah,
me
okay,
doing
if it's
something
not
to
your
move
show, why do
forward.
you keep talking then? You didn't.
And I want y'all to understand this too. She's still spending another hour going back and forth saying that this is not my show, and she's trying to defend herself. And I keep reiterating this over and over and over again, that any given time she could leave, but she chooses not to.
Say, you know what?
Or any given time she could simply change the conversation, but she haven't.
I'm not going to say anything until you ask me a question. You didn't do that. You've been
Responding to
handling
you
it.
every time.
You've been running it. You've been
I'm
running it.
responding to you.
No, you
I'm running
haven't.
the show.
You've been there, even when I was telling you what you did. You remember when you did that? When I said, that's not what I said. Let me tell you what I said. You just kept going. How was I running my show when you were doing that?
Okay, well, like I said, respectfully, Tommy, if you want to continue, we can continue. If you want to continue, we can continue. Respectfully. If you don't want to continue, that's fine. I respectfully say we can continue. We can talk about whatever it is your mind, whatever your heart desires, whether I know about it or not. Let's go. Let's talk
Here's
about
the thing. I don't talk about things whether you know about it. I watch what happens if you speak on it. Then I say, oh, well, why? Because I'm trying to get to know you. And see right there. I don't think I said anything wrong, but go ahead.
I'm just saying I don't speak on hair. You said you speak on things that I speak on. I don't speak on hair. I don't
still
talk
stuck
about
on this hair
hair.
thing, boy.
On it. That's why literally you
But
did.
you asked me about it. Like, what are you talking about?
So that's why I then went into depth. You could have literally said, I don't know nothing about it.
I mean,
but you didn't. You not only spoke about it, but you gave context.
I mean, because I can give you a very surface level view on anything. I can tell you a surface level view on anything, but like, I'm not trying to go into depth about it. I don't know about it. I've not looked at studies.
But I've done
none of
so
this. I
told
you
so you shouldn't have had anything to say. But I do. So you shouldn't have had anything to say when I was quoting facts, because I didn't question you about it. I was just quoting facts.
What facts did I say? I agree with your facts.
When I put that little boy up there, I didn't ask you to tell me about hair.
Well, you asked me if that was
I just spoke about it.
You said no. You asked me if that was. You asked me if that was child abuse. Is what you asked me. And I gave you my response to that.
Hold on. I said that the one question I asked you, and that was just of him being a boy dressing as a girl. Is this child abuse? I didn't say anything about his hair. I said the whole idea of this is a boy that's being turned into a girl.
Right. So
and as a child.
You can understand why I would think that this is related to the same topic, right? Because you were talking about
even if you think it is, your answer, it wasn't confrontational, and I moved on when you answered it. Yes or no?
Okay.
When you answered that part.
My point is, Tommy, why are we not able to move on? Why are you still trying to harp on this same topic? Is my question. Why are you still trying to stay here? Like I told you a long time ago that we can move on. I told you that.
And again, I said, wait a minute. I said, hold on, ma'am.
Hair.
No, hey, everybody that's listening know what just happened. She said, we can move on. I said, that's fine. I only ask questions based upon what I hear. And that's all I said. And she jumped right back in and said, what? Well, I don't know nothing about no hair though. She did that.
Okay. Well,
in the middle of me talking. I didn't say, all I said was what I'm going to do in this conversation is that if I ask you something else, it doesn't matter what it is. If it seemed like you gave an answer that I'm curious about, I am going to dig into it. That was all I was saying. He didn't jump right back in.
Right now. But okay, you're acting like I'm saying it like that. I'm being very respectful, okay? And I'm not trying to antagonize you, whatever the way may be, okay? I'm telling you that, hey, if you want to have a conversation, which is why we're here, can we move on? Can we move on to something else? Because clearly,
I tried. If you would have stopped, I just tried. I tried to give you again a reset. by saying what I am going to do from here forward is when I ask you a question, if you answer it in a way that I would like to build and find out more, I'm going to go there. No matter what it is. You could say something about dating when you said something about LA. I was going to go back into that because I lived in LA. I was going to find out why you founded this place. Now, it could have been a personal thing and it could offend you. I don't know. But when I talk to people, I listen to what they say, and what they say kind of dictates what I say next, especially if I'm intrigued or the audience is intrigued. If the audience is wondering, what did they mean by that? I'll ask. If your audience says, what did he mean by that? I'll ask it of myself. Because that's what we're supposed to be here to do. When I'm interviewing, these people want to know more about you. Things that they don't get when we're just doing a 15-minute segment or we're just talking about someone else.
Yeah.
People think that when you talk about someone else enough, they want to know where you come from. So I'm pretty good at the interview. Most people enjoy it. Now, not everybody does. But I don't try to offend people. I am like Barbara Walters. Some might get up and walk out of the interview simply because Barbara says, well, wait a minute. I heard you say this, and I want to dig deeper in that. That's all I'm doing. So, if I'm to ask the next question, I'm going to go to single parenting. Can I discuss single parenting? Because you don't have children. Well,
you can. This is yourself.
Because you don't have children, and I don't want to offend you. You don't have to tell me it's my show. I didn't get offended by you. You got offended by me.
I didn't get offended at all.
You ask me anything, and I'm not
very comfortable. I didn't get offended. I actually got bored of talking about.
I just asked you a simple question. You could have said yes or no.
Bored of talking about wigs.
So I asked you a simple question. You could have said yes or no. You still can't.
You can talk about whatever.
It was very nice when I asked that question.
Show. We can talk about whatever you want.
I was very nice when I asked that question. We can't talk about whatever I fucking want.
If I turn back around,
you would have got mad. I can't talk about whatever I want because if I'd have turned right back around and started talking about hair, you would have said it was going too long.
Okay, but we understand because we're both intellectuals that we've moved on from hair. We understand we've moved on from hair. I said we could talk about whatever it is that you want, but you're doing this thing.
All I did was I said the next thing
Tommy,
if this
it's
ain't
nothing to move on.
I don't know what she's talking about. I said the next thing I would like to talk about was single parenting. Would you be okay with me discussing this? Was all I asked.
And I said, it's your show. We could talk about whatever you want. And then you took that and said,
this is insane. That's how you answer. This is how you answer.
All you have to do is say either yes or no, man.
You said your time is important. I realize mine is important. It's been 2 hours and 20 minutes. Here's what I want to talk about. I appreciate you coming by. I thank you so much. I thank y'all audience. I'm going to go because I don't want to argue with somebody for this damn long. And it's apparently they're not going to stop because they're bothered, and I get it. I'm good. Thank you for coming through. Thank all y'all for coming. I'm going to go eat dinner with a black woman that ain't going to sit and argue with me all motherfucking day. This is stupid.
And so that's the end of the show. And yeah, Trump, yeah, you're right. A woman's ego. And I tell y'all that a woman is very egotistical. They are. They ego was way, way worse than a man ego, to be honest with you. And this moment right here literally proves that for real. You know what I'm saying? One thing about it over here at the lounge, I do my best to be very fair and call it down the middle. And so if I see something, it is what it is. I'm gonna call it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Period. You know. You know what? I've been live for hold on, 3 hours and 36 minutes, and reason I'm reviewing this, right? Since y'all still here, right? I'm gonna do y'all better. All right. Carmen had a response show talking about this, all right? So without further ado, let's go and do a quick double feature. We're going to go ahead and listen to what Carmen had to say about all this because she decided to go live on her channel and address these issues try to do damage control. All right, so let's go and do that, y'all. I think this would be pretty appropriate in this moment. And what's wild about it, y'all, is that Carmen, this is Carmen first live that she done ever did on her channel. Because like I say, she always do shorts on her channel all the time. This is what she do, nothing but shorts on her channel. She do shorts on the channel and all the stuff there, but she decided to do a live, y'all. So without further ado, let's listen to what Carmen got to say. Unless she privated her live, so I don't know. You know, women do weird stuff. But without further ado, let's listen to what Carmen had to say about this.
How this is a cute little setup. Can you guys see me? Yes. Guys, can you see me? Can you hear me? Let me get extra. I guess I don't need my headphone. If yeah,
speed
can
this
you
up.
guys? I didn't know when you say my daughter went to school and she was and he was just like, before I do the interview, we talk about what we're going to talk about in the interview because I don't want to have confrontation with certain people. I'm like a non-confrontational person. I'm not trying to offend nobody. And he was just like demonizing me, making me out to be condescending. And I was not being condescending at all. I wasn't trying to be condescending. And he brought up things like his daughter. And then when I brought it up, he got upset about it. It's like, well, I'm a little confused. You saying your daughter goes to a school where there's a white girl. I didn't know when you say my daughter went to school and she was, she asked me about the white girl's hair. And I'm going to automatically assume that that's a white school because most white people don't send their children to all black schools. I mean,
it's interesting that she started off talking about what she asked Tommy Sotomayor about his daughter. Now Tommy, he didn't get offended about her asking about, his daughter. It was the whole point that she was sitting up here being condescending about it because she was already offended about Tommy talking about her and we because she believed that there's nothing wrong with black women wearing her and we because hey, they got, of course, it's hard for her to do, but in her case, she was saying that she was just too damn lazy to do her. Or she was up here saying that she don't know how to do her. And so when Tommy was rebutting her on that, right, she got offended about it.
I don't know. I could be wrong. But it's either, predominantly white or very diverse, but whatever. I was just saying, my point of saying that was not to be offensive, but it's like we're harping on this whole hair thing. I already agreed about the carcinogens and all of the stuff that's in the hair and that black women spend too much money on hair. I said that from the go. I said that from the start. Black women spend way too much money on hair. I totally agree with that. I totally agree. I do my own hair because I don't care about my hair as much as some women do. Some women need to make sure every part of their hair looks good and every inch of it looks
She never
perfect.
said that, by the way, y'all.
I'm not that person. I just don't care about those things. I'm not a person that is just overly caring about hair. And I'm not a person that is like ashamed of, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just not that person. So like, I wanted to come on here and talk to you guys. And yeah, to me, it didn't go badly. To me, it went how it was supposed to go. But I know how to handle myself in these situations. I am not a reactive person. I don't get up on here and start, screaming and yelling at people. That's just not my like how I do things. And he's trying to make, black women, I agree with him. Like he's saying, well, this is why you don't listen to black women. Hey, shit, I agree. Not because of me, but I do agree that black women have a lot of issues. Black women have a lot of freaking issues, but me in particular, we had a conversation. He never mentioned that he wanted to talk for an hour about hair. Because if he would have been like, hey, I want you to come on. I want to ask you about black women and hair. I would have agreed or disagreed. I would have been like, no, yay. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I really felt the need to come on here because I felt like he tried to, I don't know if this is purposefully because I don't want to say what he tried to do, but it just the whole thing felt disingenuous. It felt like he was trying to ambush me into like deflecting or something when I had already acknowledged the things about hair. I even told him like about my mom and how my mom did my hair as a kid. I said, all of already. Like I just didn't understand. And I'm like I said, guys, I'm in the world with you guys. I do my content for you guys, and like I don't know. Like and like told him.
So everyone who viewing this video right now, and those of y'all who viewed the whole entire debate with her and Tommy, right? Do you believe that Tommy was being disingenuous with her? Do you believe that Tommy literally brought her onto his platform to strictly debate her about only her? Do you believe in that? Let me know.
I don't watch Tommy Sotomayor's content. Like I've seen a video of his that sounds nice, like that I agreed with, but in no way did I know who he really like was. I haven't like watched a lot of his content, so I feel like he's implying that like I don't know. I really just don't know. But I do know the reason why I do my content is because I want to help the Black community. I don't do it for fame.
And here's another thing too, and I noticed that preferably content creators do this all the time. Well, whenever they get into a confrontation or a disdain or a debate where they don't agree with, right, they immediately resort to this talking point where they say, well, I don't even know them anyway. You're not even relevant to me. You're not relevant to me. I don't know who you are or anything like that. But yet it's still, this dude reached out to you and you allow him the opportunity to be on the show. So obviously you knew who he was. Even if you just watch one video of him, you know who he was. Now, just dealing with this human behavior period, right? Your curiosity is going to kick in. You're not going to just watch one video just to find out about a person, right? You tend to watch several different videos just to get an idea of what you're going to deal with. You know what I'm saying? I believe that is very disingenuous and insane for you to go into a situation being unaware of it. But that's just me.
I actually would love to do this and not be known. I like having my personal life. I like being able to have my life and keep going with my life. I don't feel like I'm doing this for clicks and likes or to grift. I didn't even know what grifting was before I started doing this. That's what grifting was. I learned this terminology by being a content creator.
Interesting.
I literally am not here for anybody's gain. Guys, I actually was with Andre today. Me and Andre went and had a drink earlier today. Weirdly enough, yeah, we actually went and had a drink, and it was cool. Me and Andre are really.
So here's another thing too. She mentioned about grifting, which I knew she was going to say this, right? What she still continue to do is to do damage control because she don't want to lose her audience. All right. So if she's truly being genuine and saying that she's not on here to grift people, but she's trying to, whatever it is, trying to educate or entertain or whatever, right? Then you wouldn't even mention about grifting because that's something that you're not doing. So it wouldn't even matter. But like I say, her whole title of the show is titled, Let Me Clear the Air. Let me clear the air.
Close friends. So, yeah. That was my introduction to old boy, and I assumed he already transitioned. Yeah. If you guys got any questions or anything you guys want to say, you can put some questions in there. That's why when he was like yelling and telling me that I'm stupid and stuff, which like, okay, I'll be the stupid person. And then I said like, hey, bro, you're the man. I'm the woman. Why are you like still making this go on? That's what I meant by that. I wasn't trying to be offensive. Like, aren't you a man? I'm not trying. Like, I don't even try to talk about Black men like that. I know Black men have enough people talking about them. If you watch my content, where do you see me talking about Black men? You hear me talking about Black women and their children. Okay? You hear me talking about that, but I just literally I don't know. I tried to continue the conversation. I was willing to continue to talk and good faith because I'm just one of them people that we can continue talking. If you want Tommy's channel, I believe he's on Rumble, and I believe he is live now on Rumble. So
wait a minute. Hold up. This whole entire thing, you sounded disingenuous. And on top of it off, you're gonna talk about, well, I believe he's on Rumble, so if that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. You knew good and damn well that Tommy was on Rumble. He's not on YouTube or anything like that. Come on now, stop it. And the second part, yes, you did emasculate that dude. You knew good and well that what that dude said to you, it had offended you, and you wanted to get your lick back from that dude. So you said what you said about him about that. So stop that. And so even now, what she's doing, she's sitting up here pandering to her audience, right? She's pandering to our audience to show that she's the victim of this whole entire situation, instead of just simply taking accountability, just simply saying that, hey, we had an interview, it didn't go according to his plan. I accept my role and take accountability for my part in this action. You know what I'm saying? They just leave it at that. Leave it at that.
If you want his channel, yeah, there you go. It's on Rumble, and I believe he's live now. But yeah, I just really felt the need to tell you guys this, because I'm just like, what the actual hell is going on? Okay, what is going on? Like, me and him been going back and forth for days. It's been completely cordial. And it's kind of like when you get in the industry and you see people like, oh my gosh, it was fine behind the scenes, and it is like this. He's just trying to make me like, look at this. This is a typical Black woman. Like, bro, I didn't even say anything to you. I'm just so confused. Like, typical Black woman, like, really, bro? Like, I literally didn't even say much to you for you to even call me that. I don't know what I did to Tommy. Like, me and Tommy, I even apologized to him on stream. I
No,
even
no,
apologized to him on stream.
no, she being disingenuous. No, she did not apologize to him. She was being passively aggressive to him and called it an apology. And that's typically what not just only Black women, but women in general does this to men all the time, where they literally be passive aggressive towards us and try to call it an apology. Then when that don't work, guess what be the next resort that they do to us, gentlemen? They literally give their body up to us, and they'll use their body and call that an apology. And what I mean by using their body, they'll literally try to have sex with us and call that an apology, instead of literally saying, I'm sorry, baby, I'm taking accountability.
Literally. I don't mind if he's streaming the live, though. It's fine. Like, I totally don't mind, because I feel like he's trying to say, like, I'm a grifter. Like, he called me a grifter. I didn't call him out his name. I was trying to be respectful. I tried to simmer things down multiple times, and it didn't work. Well, the drama is on this channel somewhere if you want to go see Tommy Sotomayor yelling at me and calling me stupid. It's on my channel, so you guys can watch. I don't know if I'm going to.
And she's still being passive aggressive.
It literally holds no value.
And condescending too.
Like I said, I'm just not that type of person. Like, I point out things in the Black community. I did not expect this to be what it was, and yeah, this is what it turned out to be. So, color me shocked, okay? Color me shocked to see this happen. And I saw Celtic Girl, I saw you, Daryl Jones, I saw you as well. I couldn't really read the comments. I don't know what people were saying when we were going back and forth.
And also, gentlemen, keep in mind that she, as soon as Tommy kicked her off his show, she immediately went live and started talking about this.
Because it was so small, like, on the screen, it was completely small. So I really couldn't even, like, read the comments to hear what people were saying. And yeah, it's just like, I really wanted to get the most out of this. I think I saw Rick too. I feel like I did see Rick in there, and I saw DW. Who else did I see? Celtic Girl, I saw you. Mark D. I don't think I saw you in there, Mark D.
What she's doing now, she's acknowledging her day ones, okay? She's acknowledging her day ones. And the reason why she's acknowledging them is because this is another typical modern woman behavior, what they do. They want to develop this what is not known as a hive mind mentality, where they want the day ones to connect and agree with them, even when they know they're wrong.
But yeah, I appreciate you, Mark D. It's okay. I'm so used to people being a certain type of way. And to me, my best thing that I can do is just not engage. Like I sat there like this the whole time because I'm like, bro, like at this point, like I don't think that you're really trying to have a conversation. I don't think you're trying to have a conversation. That's what I boiled it down to. I don't think that you really want to try to understand me, understand my ideology, understand why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, you know? And
Could
like I
be.
said, like guys, I just wanted to talk to you guys cuz
Well, once again, she says she could be wrong, but she's not acknowledging that in that particular situation she was wrong. Now, let me be clear with y'all on this. She wasn't wrong with her viewpoints, okay? Because that is her personal anecdotal experiences. You know what I'm saying? We're not even questioning that at all. But for us, the action or the reaction that led to this whole debacle, yeah, she is. She ought to take accountability for that.
really don't care what people think. I'm that person. He's saying, Vic, they're calling you stupid. It's like, I'm not talking to the audience. I'm talking to you. Okay. We're people at the end of the day. You're talking to me like you're talking to Carmen Jaycee, the content creator. I get that you are, but I'm still a person at the end of the day. I'm a fucking person. Sorry, guys. I am, though. I'm a person. Okay. And it's like, I just don't get it. I actually have several interviews lined up this week, and hopefully the other ones go better. I think that it might get worse, it might get better. I don't know, because I don't mind having conversations with people that might disagree with me. I'm totally okay with having conversations with people who disagree with me. I just don't feel the need to try to insult people. Like I would never bring someone on my podcast and try to insult them. And I'm not saying that that's what he was trying to do because he said that's what he wasn't trying to do. But I'm saying like that's what it felt. It felt like you're trying to constantly get me to look bad or something, bringing up this topic, and I just got talking about it. There's so much I can say about Black women in wigs. Like to me, that is not the biggest issue in the Black community. Obviously, the wigs are an issue. Okay, the wigs are an issue. I'm not saying the wigs are not an issue. Little girls wearing a wig is an issue. I understand that, but it's like I feel like it's bigger issues that we could have talked about that would have been great between myself and Tommy, and it could have been fine.
Now, once again, the reason why it's not a big issue for her is because she is doing it. That's where it boils down to. She don't want to change her behavior because she feel like there's nothing wrong with it, and that's where the disconnect happened in that conversation. And now she's using her audience to play this victim mentality so they can feel sorry for her, but in reality, it's not at all, man. And yeah, you were the one who first insulted Tommy. You started it first, to be honest with you, respectfully.
Like it could have been fine. We could have talked about whatever it is that he wanted to talk about. I actually did do DD's channel. Yeah, I'm just not that person. Like you couldn't get me to act like an asshole on camera. I can just speak for myself and tell you how I feel about things and I tried to get on to some common ground, but that was like impossible to get on common ground. Like even when he said like, okay, we're going to talk about something. Can we talk about single mothers? I said, we could talk about whatever you want. This is your show. Then he goes to, well, if we talk about this woman, you don't want to talk about this woman's hair. And I'm like, bro, like, are you trying to be confrontational? This is what the whole deal, like, and this is why I have an issue with Black people. This is why I have an issue. Okay? Because instead of trying to simmer the situation down, we see that we have a misunderstanding here. You know what I mean?
So wait a minute. Hold up. First, she says she have a problem with Black women. Did she not just say that earlier that she had a problem with black women and their behavior? Now she's saying she does have a problem with black people, period. Interesting.
It keeps escalating to the point where he just like, you know what? Now I don't have time, which is like completely fine. Like if you think if you think that I am going to be offended because now Tommy Sotomayor doesn't have time when he's the one that hit me up for an interview, he hit me up in September on September 11th, a day after Charlie Kirk died. I did not see the DM, and then he hit me up again, maybe like a week ago, and I responded to the DM. I was completely nice to him. I asked him what he wanted to talk about. He said he wanted to talk about the state of the Black community. And that's what happened. And from there, we've been going back and forth. He said he had knee surgery. I said, I hope your knee feels better. I hope you feel better. I don't understand how we got to this point where he's so upset. And I just don't know. I really don't. I really don't.
Very interesting.
I just read then like all the comments that he would pull up.
So by her mentioning that right on, do y'all believe that she have I mentioned about reverse racism, right? That's a part of it, but do it seem like that she have like self hatred for herself too? Don't it seem like that? Because I'm really curious about her upbringing. Now I'm really curious about her and her single mother and how the way that was brought up on. Was it because her father wasn't in their life, and her father probably ran away? He was a Rolling Stone, or wherever the case may be. Right, something negative happened, man, for her to just not like black people for real, and to want going to that more conservative thing. It gotta be something way more deeper than this for her to just literally say that. This is why I don't like black people. It gotta be something deeper than this, man. But y'all let me know what y'all think.
It's just like comments that are from his people. And then he had Junior. I think Junior was the only person. Well, I don't know if the only person on my side. I couldn't see who was on whose side, but I know Junior was on his side and said he's right. And I'm like, well, he's right about what? Because I agreed with him. So I don't understand what he's right about. I sat there and agreed with him about the week situation. I said, like, yo, I totally agree. You know, I totally agree. Feel free to unfriend him. I am not his friend on here. Maybe I do follow him. I don't know if I follow him.
Oh, also, I meant to mention this too. She had mentioned earlier about the DM. She purposely said that. The reason why she purposely said that because dealing with modern women, they normally use men sliding into the DMs in a derogatory way to make it seem like the man is being thirsty over them. So that's what she's indirectly implying with Tommy, that he was sent up there sliding in her DM to be thirsty over her. All right.
Actually, but Tommy Sotomayor is somebody that I actually saw a video of maybe 6 months ago. It was the first time I even knew who he was. And 6 months ago, it was a video. He was talking about niggas. Y'all know I do nigga content because I have the same.
And now by me hearing her say the N-word, like how the way she's saying it now, that let me know more than ever that she really do not like black people at all, period. And she have a self-hatred for herself too. And to be honest, if her mom, I don't even know if her mom was black or white. But if her mom is black, then she have a self-hatred for her mother as well too, to be honest. If she have any siblings who are black or mixed, whatever, she have self-hatred for them too.
Same experience with niggas. And that was it. I never even did the video that I wanted to.
And then it does how the way she's saying it. She's saying it with the Nigger. She not saying it, you know, how we see it. That's what make it even worse.
Do on him. I never got to doing the content, you know? So it was just like, okay, well, I really don't know who you are. I couldn't tell you the type of
Leon, she said that she was in her 30s.
Like I've literally seen 2 interviews and I couldn't even really remember how you were speaking. If I thought that this was how you behave, I probably wouldn't have had this conversation with you. Okay. I probably would have never. I've done David Webb's show. I've done James Clary radio show. I've done even the debates I've done. I've just not had this issue.
All
I
right,
haven't
people,
had
by
this
the way.
issue because I'm really respectful to everybody. I'm really respectful to everybody. I really am. Like, and I'm, like I said, I'm not this perfect person. Like I told them, I have pictures I used to post half naked. I'm nowhere near perfect. Okay. I have a lot of stuff that could be talked about me. Okay. So I'm not here to play perfect. I'm not here to act like I'm better than anybody else because I'm not.
Money Man,
I
salute.
am not. I'm just like these people. Okay. I just grew up, I came from where these people come from. I just grew up out of it. I seen something different and I changed my life, is what happened. So you can talk about anything from my past. I don't care. I don't care if you talk about my past. I don't care. I literally don't care. Hey, friends, I love you. Guys, make sure you guys go ahead and follow Winged Dove. That's my
Hey, Lionel, shit, she talk way worse than her. God damn.
friend. Okay.
And she talk way worse than my ex. Damn. With a potty mouth ass self.
She's a conservative beauty, much like myself. So yeah, but I really, guys, actually, I think I'm going to start like this. Just, you see what happens? This just started something new because I think I'm going to start doing a weekly stream for you guys that is live, like actually live, and not a stream that would and not a stream that is like pre-recorded but premiered as live. You know, I'm going to do an actual live stream for you guys probably once a week now, and we can kind of catch up and we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, and you guys can ask me questions. And yeah, I'm all down for that. I'm totally down for that because I love you guys. You guys actually make my life really meaningful as far as just the support and making something that I love to do possible. I love that. I love podcasting. I love talking. I love speaking my opinion. I love debating. It's stuff that I love to do. And you guys being here to do it with me is amazing. You guys allowing, me to be myself. It's all great. I really do appreciate that. And I didn't know how to go live before today, and now I know how to go live. But unfortunately, it's under these circumstances because I just had to let you guys know, like, listen, I am not this person that he's trying to make me out.
Nah. We're not going to do that, Carmen. You knew how to go live. You know how to use on StreamYard to go live. It's not that complicated. Stop it. It is the point that you didn't want to go live and you just want to do your own pre-recorded videos because you felt that was more safer. And I find that interesting because she said that she liked to debate. So you mean to tell me that the whole entire time on your channel you never went live, which obviously by me going on there I could obviously see this is your very first video doing this. But that does let me know that she don't like to be confrontational at all. So now that really questions me about her really want to do debates with people. So I'm kind of curious about the other content that she done did with these content creators. On the cool though. I'm very curious on see how they went because whenever you're doing debates on, people are going to say some things that you're not going to agree with at all. Period. So wonder how she received that information. So I don't know.
To be like, I am not this like angry or this person that is trying to grift off of people. And then like they're over there like her audience is white and all of that. Like, okay, who cares? I can't help who agrees with me and follows me. I literally can't help who agrees with me and follow me. That is literally something I can't help. And who cares if half my audience is white or 75%? Who cares who is white? She said, wait, who's bothering you? Girl, I did an interview with Tommy Sotomayor and we got into a whole spat in the interview. And I came here to my audience because I streamed it live to just basically just touch bases with them and let them understand that,
Now, once again, she stood up here and lied. She said that she didn't know how to go live and it was her first time going live. Now she's saying that she was dual streaming with Tommy. So which one is it, Carmen? You never went live before you know how to do it, or you just choosing not to do it until this moment when you was with Tommy Sotomayor?
like I didn't get on here lying on him. Like I literally, like I literally just was done talking about black women's hair. Like we can talk about a lot of things. I just think black women's hair. If black women want to wear wigs, then they can wear wigs. Like I understand the issue behind it. I'm not saying that I don't understand the issue behind it, but my point is that like it's just not something that I focus on. I said this, and it seems like that's the main topic when I do interviews. Usually in an interview, you spend only so much time on one topic. He said, like, no, this is great. This is great. I can talk to her about this topic because I really don't want to have a conversation about other topics, is what it was, you know? And yeah, so to me, I don't know. I don't know. It's like it's just so frustrating, guys. It is so frustrating because I do things in good faith all the time. I am not this person. I am not the person to like try to be rude to people. I'm not rude to people. I'm not that person. I was not raised like that. I'm very nice to everybody, even people I disagree with. If I disagree with you, I don't like your lifestyle, I'm still very nice to you. Okay? I don't believe in being rude to people. I just don't. I don't believe in being an asshole to people who don't deserve it. You know, I don't believe in being an asshole to people who do not deserve it. But as far as people who I interact with, yes, I am nice to all of them. Okay, I'm nice to all of them. I don't.
So hold up. Hold up. That's to go by your logic, right? Since your whole disdain is dealing with black women, so you have every right to be an asshole towards them. And according to now what she's saying, she have a disdain for black people. Period. So that means she have a right to be an asshole towards black people. Period, because her personal anecdotal experience. Okay.
Talk about people unless it's something that is I find to be very problematic. Like when I did the video, you guys probably didn't see it because I didn't post it on YouTube because it was too vulgar. But I did a video, which is the video that he actually reached out to me on, I believe, or maybe it was the other video I did of Cardi B playing with her private parts on stage. And I did a video on that, but I did a video on it because I found it to be disgusting. I found it to be degrading, and it's a poor representation of our community, whether people believe Cardi B is black or not. We can have the conversation all day, but whether people believe uh, Cardi B is black or not is literally the whole point. Okay? That is the whole thing. And I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of black people telling other black people how to be black. If I like wearing wigs and I want to wear wigs, I can wear wigs. Okay? I'm not here to tell people how to be black. Okay? That's not my goal of my podcast, to tell people how to be black or how to be anything. My main goal is to get people to think for themselves. Okay? Have the ideas in your head because they're your ideas. I'm not telling you to think like me. I have friends that we don't think exactly alike. We're still friends. Okay. We're still able to get along because we are friends and we can accept our differences. Okay. We can accept our differences. I just can't believe this happened. I actually can't believe it happened. I was with Andre right before this. And yeah, so I kind of can't believe it happened. But yeah, I really should have just did something with Andre, and you guys probably would have enjoyed the conversation more instead of having to waste our time on, just doing nothing essentially. Like we just talked about black women hair. Like who cares about black women's hair? Like I get it, it's an issue, but to me it's like who cares if they
Well, once again, respectfully, you chose to spend 2 hours and 20 minutes on this dude's show. You chose to do that. At any given time, you could have got off with her and been spending time with Andre. You could have did that at any given time, but you chose not to do that. And the reason why you chose not to do that is because you seen that it was more valuable for you to be on the show with Tommy Sotomayor than to be with Andre. So stop it. Stop this victim blaming. Stop trying to make your audience agree with you and stuff, and hold yourself accountable. Take this L for what it is.
stop twerking, if they stop behaving how they behave and the ways that they behave, and they behave like regular people, can give a hell about what black women do with their hair. They can do whatever they with their hair. Okay, they want to wear wigs, they want to do this. People have those personal decisions. I don't focus on people's personal decisions on my platform. I don't focus on that. I focus on things that is problematic to myself or to other people that are in my community. That's what I focus on. Okay. And the hair could be a part of it, but to me, it's not a huge part of it. It's like the hair could be a segment of that. But to me, it's not a huge part of it. It's a part of it as far as how women spend their money on it, how um how women just won't wear their hair or they feel like they have to wear their hair. So I get that problem of it. But yeah, like I said, at the end of the day, it's just to me, I honestly think that this is just a black man that's just mad at black women, and because I'm a black woman, he is taking it out on me. Okay, because I don't know. I really can't even explain why. I can't even explain. And I know this because of all of his insults while we were alive. He insulted me several times. You know, he said
Oh
that his whole
goodness!
audience.
Look, he only did that twice, and that was towards the end of the conversation. But that was based on what you said to him, respectfully. That was based on what you said to him. And real quick, you know what I'm saying? I'm guessing I'm just in a smoke mood right now. Real Vicious said this. Real Vicious said, "Black men are always angry. Black men are big liars and are jealous of the women counterparts." So here's my rebuttal on that. Real Vicious. All right. Prove to me how black men are always angry. Prove to me how black men are always angry, and prove to me that black men are big liars. Because you already know that everything you just said was a fallacy. All right. So prove to me that black men are always angry, and prove to me that black men are big liars. But let's continue.
Thinks that I'm stupid and all of this stuff, which is fine, you know, which is fine. But yeah, I'm just not it.
Mike, what's up with it?
I'm not it, guys. I'm not that person. And I don't want to be that person. Okay. I've grown a lot. Like in my old days.
Also, prove to me how black men are afraid of each other. Don't just type on fallacies in there. Prove to me how it is.
In my old days, we would have been on there and I would have been going off. Okay. I would have been going off. I would have been calling them all type of names, but I've grown. I became a better woman. Okay. I became a better woman just so I can interact with people like that and still hold my composure, still behave like a feminine woman and not have to lower myself to interact with people. This is why I don't interact with people. This is why.
Now, I can't say this. I can't say that throughout the interaction, right, she did remain in her feminine frame for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Even though her ego was over level 9,000, you know what I'm saying? But she did do that. She could have started acting out ghetto and, you know, weird and, you know, different things like that, but she never did that. So I do have to give her that one, y'all.
Well, listen, because I'm the person that I am, I called Tommy immediately after that and I tried to speak to him again after this whole thing happened. I called him. He said I offended him. He said that he's offended and I'm supposed to be like apologizing to him because I offended him. And I'm trying to understand how I offended him when he brought up his kids. I didn't bring your children up. I didn't say nothing about you used your child as an example. So let me read your super chat. He was triggered, and you don't need to go on about this unless you want to.
Lord.
You don't know us anything. We all know how he's retarded. You guys are right. I really don't. But I really just like.
All right, so real quick, Real Vicious responded. Appreciate you responding. At least you responding. But all right, responding back saying black men lie to gain access to women bodies and prove to me how black men show love and respect to black women on and off the internet. All right, so check this out. Your claim is that black men lie to gain access to women's body, which you didn't prove to me your earlier claim at all. All you did is when you rebutted your own thing. All right. So black men lie to gain access to women's body. Now, respectfully, I could agree with you on that. But I'll also rebut and say this. Black women do the same exact thing to black men. not to gain black men body, but to gain a financial gain over black men, which is what we call being hypergamous. Could we agree on that? Now the other part is to prove to me how black men show love and respect to black women on and off of the internet. Now, you're asking a question that's based on anecdotal experience. Now, I can agree to you that there are some, not all black men, there are some black men that treat black women wrong. There are abusive to them, that do different things to women and children as well too. So I can agree to that. But at the same time, there are also some black men who actually do love, honor, and respect their black woman. And they show it all the time, whether it's through personal affection, personal reciprocation, you know what I'm saying, between them. Maybe you walk around the store and you see a couple together, they walk around being happy, holding hands together. You'll see it through, different holidays, you know what I'm saying, where the man will want to do something good for, his woman or his wife, and return, she'll reciprocate and do the same thing for her. So, yeah, they do show love and affection off the internet and as well as on the internet. The on internet part is that if you look on Facebook, you could look on IG. Hell, they even do it on YouTube, where you be seeing videos of a dude displaying their love towards their black woman, where they buying them gifts, where they doing things for them, they're surprising them and doing different things like that. Hell, it's some dude's proposal to black women on social media. So yeah, they do that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now you're doing, now what you're doing is this. What you're doing now is called using ad hominems. And I knew that you was going to start using ad hominem attacks because I knew that you wasn't going to be able to rebut me on anything I was saying. So at this point, I'm no longer going to communicate to you because that's all you're going to do. You're going to use ad hominem attacks because you know that I'm right. And then also, I even gave you one olive branch. I even gave you an olive branch to prove to you that, there are some black men that really are the way that you say. But it's not all of them. I'm just saying. But let's continue.
Wanted to come on here and talk about like that whole interaction because like I don't feel the need to try to prove myself on camera that I'm not this person. I just, it is what it is. And I'm willing to apologize. I'm willing to say, like, if I offended you, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That's not my intentions, because my intentions is never to offend people. So if you feel offended, I am willing to apologize. And I told him I apologized, and he said I didn't apologize, which is okay. I did apologize. I did say if you were offended, that's not my intentions. My intentions were not to offend you. My intentions were not to do any of this. Like I said, if I would have known that you wanted to talk about black women and their hair, I would have just been like, it's not really my cup of tea. I don't really care about that. So no, I'm not going to waste my time, my 2 hours to do that. I could have been doing research. That's what I do in my spare time. I research stuff. I have a lot of stuff that I could be doing, Do you guys want to, what's that? Lamarco Copeland? Or did I say that? Lamar Copeland or Lamar Copeland? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate the donation. Girl, it was
Dang,
they
should have giving her sympathy donations too. God damn.
mess. It was a whole
Lord
mess. But yeah.
And then it wasn't a whole mess, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it was just pretty much a misunderstanding, to be honest with you. But when you look at it, it is what it is.
Talking about Tommy Sotomayor. I did an interview with him today, and it went down. It was, and like I said, I reached back out to him, tried to talk to him afterwards, after the fact. Yeah, it still didn't work. He said he feels hurt. I apologized during the interview. I'm not going to continue to apologize. I'm not that person either. I can just act like you never existed, and I will move on from that. That's how I That's how I deal with things. I'm not mad Tommy brought up weave. I'm mad that Tommy decided to, well, I'm not mad at all, but I was frustrated that Tommy decided to talk about weave for an hour and a half is why I was frustrated.
Wait a minute. She slipped and said that she was actually mad about that. And I agree. She really was mad about it. But now she's trying to flip it around and say she was frustrated. No, you was mad. You was mad because he brought that up because it was a self-reflection of you. Because it's something that you wanted to do and you want to continue to do because you're too darn lazy to do your own hair. That's where it boils down to.
Okay. That's why I was frustrated. Actual Daryl, I seen you in the comments. I definitely seen you. So I really appreciate that, Daryl, because I definitely seen you in the comments and he was trying to make it like your audience is calling you stupid. And I'm like, bro, like, I don't care. Yeah, I don't know. You guys want to talk about it? You have any questions about anything? We could talk about something before I decide to get off of here. If you guys have any questions or you want to ask me anything or talk about anything else, we don't have to talk about this the entire time. I just wanted to clear the air when it came to this. And I'm not here to insult anybody because that's not my intentions. Yeah. I'm gonna call you, friend. After I'm done with this live, I will call you. And I will tell you about it and we can talk about it. But yeah, yeah. So if anybody want to ask me a question about anything, you guys can ask me about Ilhan Omar, anything you want to know. That is cool. Cause yeah, I am here for you guys. Okay. I am here for you guys. I'm not here to this is a Starbucks toffee. I think it's called toffee. I think that's what it is. I put it in my coffee machine.
You want to know what's also disingenuous of what she's saying, right? She keep reiterating that she's here for them and stuff, right? And she's not here to grift, but yet it's still her YouTube channel is monetized. Now, I would want to totally believe her if her channel wasn't monetized and she was literally trying to spread information to them without that. Now, I agree with her on that, but she's not doing that. She's literally is grifting, and she literally is trying to do damage control on the kudo.
And I use that. Well, I don't want.
No, you're okay, Mike. At the end of the show, you could go back and watch the beginning of this when she was in a debate with Tommy Sotomayor. All right. What we're doing right now is this is what happened after the debate. After Tommy Sotomayor had kicked her off her show, kick her off his show, she decided to immediately go onto her channel and do a live to do damage control.
I might write a book, but I'm not trying to get like a book deal. I just really want to say my thoughts and hope to touch somebody. That's where I don't want to work for an organization. I'm not into going into politics or anything like that. I don't have those type of aspirations. I just want to be a wife. I want to be a wife and I want to talk, from my house, take care of my children. I don't have any like big aspirations. Like I'm not here to say I'm going to change the world. Like, yeah, I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to probably wake up somebody else who will, The toffee. It's the toffee. What is it called? It's called it's a toffee.
Hey, real quick, real vicious one. Are you talking about me in particular? Because if you want to talk about me in particular and you use ad hominem attacks, I'm gonna give you this one warning. One thing over here at the lounge is that I allow you to say that you want to say. I also allow you to disagree with things that I say, but what I will not allow is any type of ad hominem attacks or anything like that. Because if you do it and you continue to do it, then yeah, you will be banned from this channel, respectfully. So you say what you want to say, but don't be doing ad hominem attacks.
A toffee nut. Guys, I'm so weird.
No. I got to want to take it personal because when you deal with personal ad hominem attacks, then what you're doing, you're attacking the integrity of my channel. And so right before you even subscribe to this channel, you're already seeing the wrong rules of this channel. All right. So once again, that is your choice. I'll allow you to continue to conversate regardless if you agree with me or disagree. But when you start doing attacks or personal attacks, then yeah, you will be banned. Last warning.
I like caramel. I like toffee. I like brown sugar. I like cinnamon. Cinnamon is really good. Okay. I like cinnamon. Cinnamon is really good. What else do I like? I don't know. I am not married. No, I am not married. I hope to get married. I am dating, but I'm not married. I do not like Hennessy. I do not like Henny. I don't. I used to drink Hennessy all the time because I used to be, one
So
of
hold
those
up,
people.
what's she doing? She
But I'm
just talking
not that
about
person
random stuff
anymore,
now?
and I just don't like that. Like everything is like a double whammy. So like, think about voter ID, right? So when you think about voter ID, obviously, I
Okay, she started to talk about random stuff now, and damn, she was on here for almost like 2 hours talking about random stuff. Jeez. So yeah, I'm not gonna bore y'all with that. All right. I'm not gonna bore you with all the random Bible stuff that she's doing right now. But let me see this. We'll do this. Let me see if Tommy did a rebuttal video off of her. Now I believe he did. Let me see real quick. We'll review that real quick, and then we'll call it a night. All right. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, it's right here. Yeah, here it is right here.
did.
All right. So let's go back to the beginning of this, and we'll listen to Tommy's rebuttal video off for her. All right. And then after that, we'll call it a night. Let me switch it over so y'all can see. All right, here we go. I'm gonna speed up. He doing something. There we go. Tommy, talk. Good Lord. Let me speed you up.
As soon as this show ended, she called me.
Oh, yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
As soon as it was over.
But yeah, thank you, appreciate it. And that's what I'm saying. Over here in the lounge time, we don't have an echo chamber where people will either agree or disagree. Even with me, and I have people come over here all the time. They either agree with me or disagree with me, and I'm cool with that. It don't matter to me as long as we keep it respectable. You know what I'm saying? And don't be using no personal attacks. So appreciate it. Appreciate your one subscription as well too.
Now here's my thing: if your time is that important, and you don't usually argue, why would you call me? And not only did she call me, she called me to try and, I guess, act like it's
Bro, flabbergasting, huh?
And let me tell you, I'm saddened. I'm very saddened. Because I don't know. I didn't think she would act like that. I honestly didn't. I don't know much of her material. I just know people say she posts a lot of your stuff. And she does. What makes this hilarious is that she tried to claim she don't know much about me when she posts a lot of my stuff. How many of y'all knew that? Anybody that knows her knows she posts a lot of my stuff. Which is why somebody said, they said, this girl posts a lot of your stuff.
Yeah, that's why I was telling y'all earlier that she was sitting up here being disingenuous about that. To me, I don't know who he is, but normally, I'm telling y'all, normally when content creators say that, right, they say that to do a personal attack on the overall integrity of that other content creator, to make it seem like that they're better than the other content creator.
You should have her on. But she stated she don't know much about me. She only know about 2 videos. But she called me. I didn't eat. I just wanted to get off the show. Yeah, she says she's only sassy. She says she's only watched about 2 of my videos. That's what she said. I've only watched about 2 of them. I thought we'd have a good conversation. I'm not trying to piss people off. How is it that you can't stand by what you do? How is it that you can't stand by what you do? And I want y'all to understand, I wouldn't have been doing my job if I could not question a person that started off talking about what black folks need to do, how she tell the truth, how it is what it is. But then when it came to the weaves and wigs, you went in a place that and if y'all go back and watched it, my eyes got as big as saucers at some of the things she was saying. I didn't understand how she could take such a laissez-faire approach and say that this does not affect the community at all. But shaking ass does. I don't understand. How can somebody say there's a difference between blacks and niggas, and blacks are afraid of niggas, and then refer to your own hair as nigga hair?
Flabbergasted.
I was in such shock. Now, I saw the lace on the picture I put up. And the brother in the comment section, he can tell you he's one of my biggest contributors. I asked him not to get on her about her hair yet. I said, let her explain it. Son, if Son ever shows back up, he'll tell you I got on him. I said, we ain't talking about hair yet. So let her speak. Let her speak about her own hair. Because let me tell y'all something. I am one to where if it's something I do is what I do, I can apologize to y'all that I do it, but I fucking do it. How many times have I told y'all that? I can admit something's wrong, I still do it. I enjoy it. It's wrong. It's probably not good. I enjoy it. That's the only way you can do certain things. Why does it hurt to say, I enjoy it, but I understand it's wrong? But you kept talking about weaves and wigs and saying there's no fault. There's no problem with it. I don't know how you talk like that. And then to say, like, look, here's the thing. Tommy, stop exposing these frauds and take my money. Thank you, Lorente. Thank you, Danger Close. The last hour of the conversation was absolute hate. Damn, it's a deep way of discussing it, Danger Close. But when she called, and I'm not a mean guy, I said, look, ma'am, I don't have time to argue. I don't want to argue. I said, I'm not going to let you, if you, whatever you're going to do, disrespect ain't one of them. The fact that I had to leave this conversation and you wouldn't, I'm not even trying to be funny. Guys, what does that say about a person? That I had to leave the conversation, you would not. If you're the woman and I'm the man, I want to see what somebody wrote. The fact that you were still being nice and cordial towards hold on, here it is. The fact that you were still being nice and cordial towards this emotional, flamboyant diva says to me that you're a genuine sweetheart. Tommy made a Dior fool, tried to spell Dyer and didn't know how to spell it. Dior fool of himself, starting an argument over black women's hair, then acting as if you were in the wrong. How did I start an argument over it? The guy is a clown. Cheers to you, Carmen. I don't know what that means. Everything is polarized. Large amounts of people put the right is racist. The blacks have the right to vote. What happened to the conversation? It went so left. It was a huge downturn. It looks like somebody would be saying something, but so it's a few comments. I couldn't believe that hair means that much to these women that they'll get pissed about wearing it. Like I would have no problem with saying, as a matter of fact, again, so what made you with all this black excellence? Listen to what she said. So what made you with all this black excellence send your child to a white school? And all I tried to do was stop her right there and say, well, hold on, ma'am, that's not what happened. Why would she even say that? What made you with all this black excellence? When even were that the case, that I sent my daughter to this all-white school, which would be hard to find in Atlanta. But let's just say I sent my daughter to this all-white school when she was 5. Wouldn't the point be, even if that was the truth, that once I realized that's a problem, I took my daughter out of that black school? Why would you believe I sent my daughter to an all-white school when you heard me say, I told her, Mom, get out of that wig?
Good point.
I just don't get it. And I didn't understand. So when she called me, I was like, look, hold on. And then she swore up and down she did a pop. Let me ask y'all something. And then when I told her, I said, ma'am, go. I kept telling her, I said, ma'am, go watch it. I said, ma'am, go watch the whole thing. Listen to it. Therefore, don't talk to me like that. I said, like what? Tell you to go watch it? Hair is all they got, and they don't have that most of the time. I'm like, what are you talking about, ma'am? So I'm supposed to listen to you talk shit to me on my show. But here we are in private, and all I told you was go watch the show. Then talk to me afterwards. And you tell me I was talking to you some kind of difficult way? I was being mean? And I just hung up. I said, ma'am, I'm not fucking you and I'm not paying you. We don't need to be talking. And I hung up. Why did you call me after you couldn't even calm yourself down on the show? You should have took some time, lady.
He didn't say that, by the way. He over-exaggerating that. He told her that, hey, we're just going to end this conversation because I want to go and get something to eat, which when he started this lie, he said that he lied about that just to get off the call with her.
I wouldn't have brought some. And then she kept saying, I'm not an idiot. Well, when you got to say you're not an idiot, you usually are. I'm not an idiot. I know you brought me here to talk about weaves. That means, ma'am, you are self-conscious about it. Because I wasn't looking at your weave. As a matter of fact, if I was looking at something, I seen them titties on a couple of your pictures. I'd look at them titties, but I wouldn't have been talking about your weave, lady. The last thing I would have wanted to talk about was your wig and your weave when you have large breasts. But I knew, let me tell y'all when I knew where it was going to go left. I knew it was going to go left when she said this. I have half naked pictures online. And brushed it off. And I said, I tried to make a joke. I said, half. Not full, just half. Because I said, you're condemning these people after you're saying you did it for no reason. Right. I actually thought that maybe it's not a wig. I didn't know. Yeah, I don't believe in any black woman claiming she's conservative. Hell, I barely believe in any of the white ones saying it.
Yeah, because clearly she's not.
Right, Kiki to BT. It's a grift to be the black, and she's trying to be a version of Candace Owens. Not knocking nobody's hustle. But why aren't you able to have a discussion? To me, ladies and gentlemen, that's the fearful part. They don't have the ability to stand. How are you going to tell me we've been talking about this for a long time? Okay, my bad. What would you like to talk about? Because I don't understand. Like, you try to find reasons to talk shit about somebody else. And I kept trying to say to her, I said, here's where I have a problem. We get up and we say these things, but we don't want people to question us. Mm-hmm. Yes, all of them know how to do short form content. They all know how to talk for 5 minutes. Let me ask y'all something.
Actually, short form content that she do on YouTube is 3 minutes. Now, if she go on the IG and stuff, there, yeah, it go roughly about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, but she sees that she doesn't have. I guess she doesn't have hair long enough to do what Candace does. But let me ask y'all something. When I was on TMZ, did I get pissed at what they were asking me? And they kept trying to get me to feel the way they felt. But I didn't get pissed. Or, how long was the interview I did with Vlad TV? How long was it?
And look, just by him mentioning just them 2 names alone, TMZ and Vlad TV, right? They let me know that Carmen was being very disingenuous about saying that I never seen none of Tommy Sotomayor content, and so I didn't even know who he was until he slid in my DMs, lying like I ain't nothing.
How many ways did he try to get me to be wrong? I got in a heated argument with someone and still finished the interview, and he kept trying to make me look bad, and it didn't work because, and let me tell you something, he didn't tell me. What did I tell y'all? I said I knew it was going to go left when the first words out his mouth was, so your name is Thomas Jerome Harris, ain't it? I said, oh yeah, it's going this. I was brought here to be set up, but I didn't know what setup I had, but I knew I was set up. At that point, I said, I didn't know it was set up like Tyreek would show up. But I thought it was like going to be a hit piece. I thought at this point, his job is going to be to try to make me look like a clown. So what did I do? Went out of my way not to do it. Yeah, Jason Whitlock, same thing over and over again. He just wanted to talk about OnlyFans. You cannot piss me off because I don't know what you were talking about. I stand by what it is I said and who it is I am. Long as you allow me to rebut what you're saying, I don't care what you said. You ain't disrespectful. As long as you ain't calling me no name, we ain't being disrespectful, I'm good. Those people brought me on their show to interview me, and you know what they brought me there for? Whatever they brought me there for. If it get that bad, I'll get up and walk out. If it get that bad, I'll click off. I'm okay with that. If it bothers me that much, man, fuck you. I'm out.
Yeah.
And they should be able to do that. If it bothers you that much, yes, Jesse Lee Peterson brought me on there to go at Lunel. And when I didn't go at Lunel, he then had a problem. And then this woman says, I don't do it for money. Then why would you buy subscribers on your YouTube channel? And why would you buy subscribers on your Instagram if you don't do this for money? It is the same thing this other son of a bitch said. So they all say the same fuck shit. I don't be doing this for money, even though this shit's monetized.
Exactly.
Why would you buy subscription followers? Why would you do it? If I'm not trying to do these things, why would I buy something to make me look bigger than I
am? Mm-hmm. Yep. Agreed.
But they'll somehow say this when I point out it's a whole lot of grifting going on with y'all.
So let me clarify this too, because I know not only him but other content creators say the same thing, right? They use this term talking about buying subscribers, right? In the technical sense, you can't buy subscribers, okay? But however, what you can do is this: you can promote certain type of videos. You know what I mean? You could promote certain type of videos. You could promote certain type of shorts. And what it is that you can want to pay a certain amount of money and put this on videos or live stream, whatever and stuff, right? And they'll go into the ad section. You know what I mean? So it'll go into the ad section of YouTube or IG or wherever the case may be, right? So you'll be gonna put it out there. It's the same as that concept with advertisers, right? Also, if you're or participate in being an advertiser. You know what I mean? Like some of y'all want right now, y'all may not have YouTube Premium, right? And so since you don't have YouTube Premium, you just have regular YouTube, and right in the middle of the video, it do it like a mid-roll, and then you'll see a commercial come on there, right? That's what I'm talking about, is that within that commercial, that is called an ad. And in that ad, sometimes content creators, they could literally go and buy an ad slot to potentially, gain subscribers, gain viewers, and also gain more traction for your said video that you put out there. But it's impossible to buy subscribers. As a matter of fact, it goes against YouTube community guidelines to buy subscribers. And if YouTube find out about that you buying subscribers, then guess what? They're going to terminate your account immediately. And you will not be able to be on YouTube ever again.
Y'all repeating what other people said. Y'all don't even have a thought in your mind, because if you did, you'd be able to have a long form conversation with someone asking you something. Right. Turn off the super chat. You had to have turned that on. It doesn't come on by itself. It doesn't automatically come on. But again, if anybody would like to say something, the link is in the description box. You can come and talk to me. It's hot in the house. I got to turn on the AC in a minute, but I probably need to burn off some weight, so I'm gonna leave it off. No, Larry. I think it was because I was very nice to her.
But what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm going to speed this up to the point where he's reacted to the same video that we reacted to. And so we'll get there. Then afterwards, we'll call this a night. All right. So let's get to this point. Yeah, fix your audio, Tommy.
Great with him. Like he's saying,
There
well,
we
this
go.
is why you don't listen to black women. Hey, shit, I agree, not because of me, but I do agree that black women have a lot of issues. You know, black women have a lot of freaking issues. But me in particular, we had a conversation. He never mentioned that he wanted to talk for an hour about hair. Because if he would have been like, you know, hey, I want you to come on. I want to ask you about black women and hair. I would have agreed or disagreed. I would have been like,
Why does she keep saying that? Why does she keep saying that? He didn't tell me he was going to talk about hair. And I kept saying, I didn't tell you I was going to talk about anything. I told you that what we would do would have a natural conversation based around black women and the black community. And hair apparently is part of it.
like, no, yay. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I really felt the need to come on here because I felt like he tried to. I don't know if this is purposefully because I don't want to say what he tried to do, but it just felt the whole thing felt disingenuous. It felt like he was trying to ambush me into like deflecting or something when I had already acknowledged the things about hair. I even told him like about my mom and how my mom did my hair as a kid. I said all of that already. Like
I tried to ambush her.
And I'm like I said, guys, I'm in the world with you guys. I do my content for you guys, you know, and it's just
Not only did I try to ambush her, this person says he ambushed you. He's done that before. And this person says Tommy is known and has a ambush style interview. I do.
So real quick, y'all. I'm gonna be really transparent. Now, when I seen a clip of Tommy Sotomayor debating with Carmen, I right off the bat was thinking the same exact way that Tommy was literally trying to griff off of Carmen and just try to create a polarizer moment just to make himself look good. You know what I'm saying? And that and God, honestly, that's what inspired me to do this content with it tonight. Now, I haven't seen the whole interaction or everything that we've seen tonight. It was my first time seeing the whole entire thing in context. So now that I see it in context, now I understand that Tommy wasn't trying to ambush her or anything like that. He legitimately started it off as an interview where he just had a Q&A section. He legitimately did that, you know what I'm saying? And it just went left because she didn't disagree with Tommy about her hair. Because she feel like that it's nothing wrong with her hair. She's going to continue to wear her hair that way.
I ambushed her.
it's like I don't know. Like and like I told him, I don't watch Tommy Sotomayor's content. Like I've seen a video of his that sounds nice, like that I agreed with, but in no way did I know who he really like was. I haven't like watched a lot of his content. I feel like he's implying that like I don't know. I really just don't know. But I do know the reason why I do my
Wow.
content is because I want to help the Black community. I don't do it for fame. I actually would love to do this and not be known. I like having my personal life. I like being able to have my life and keep going with my life. I don't feel like I'm doing this for clicks and likes or to grift. I didn't even know what grifting was before I started doing this. That's what grifting was. I learned this terminology by being a content creator. I literally am not here for anybody's gain. Guys, I actually was with Andre today. Me and Andre went and had a drink earlier today. Weirdly enough, yeah, we actually went and had a drink, and it was cool. You know, me and Andre are really close friends. So, yeah.
Commercial.
Oh, by the way, remember what I was telling y'all earlier about the ad? This right here is an example of that. All right. Well, when I was telling y'all the whole concept about subscribers, that you can't buy subscribers, but you can buy ad slots. All right. So in this particular example, Tommy haven't paid for the YouTube Premium subscription. He's on regular YouTube. All right. So since he's on regular YouTube, you're going to get this on ad that's going to pop up right here. And so content creators could buy an ad slot to potentially, not only get a traction to that video, but also get subscribers that way.
You see how she's only maybe watched one of my shows?
Soon to already transition. Yeah. If you guys got any questions or anything you guys want to say, you can put some questions in there. That's why, listen, that's why when he was like yelling and telling me that I'm stupid and stuff, which like, okay, I'll be the stupid person. And then I said like, hey, bro, you're the man. I'm the woman. Why are you like still making this go on? That's what I meant.
So Antonio, salute. But nah, it didn't just go left on that one, bro. It went left when she was sitting up here calling on black people the N-word at the beginning. She was just saying, in this, in that, forget them N-words and all kind of stuff, bro. I was like, God dang, she really don't like black people.
Right, but I wasn't trying to be offensive. Like, aren't you a man? I'm not trying. Like, I don't even try to talk about black men like that. I know black men have enough people talking about them.
Mike, it ain't no difference, bro. It's the same thing.
Where do you see me talking about black men? You hear me talking about black women and their children, okay? You hear me talking about that, but I just literally, I don't know. I tried to continue the conversation. I was willing to continue to talk and good faith because, I'm just one of them people that we can continue talking. If you want Tommy's channel, I believe he's on Rumble, and I believe he is live now on Rumble. So if you want his channel, yeah, there you go. It's on Rumble, and I believe he's live now. But yeah, I just really felt the need to tell you guys this because I'm just like, what the actual hell is going on? Okay, what is
Do
going
y'all
on?
look
Like,
at?
me and him been going back and forth for days. It's been completely cordial.
Sure has.
Kind of like when you get in the industry and you see people like, oh my gosh, it was fine behind the scenes, and then it's like this. He's just trying to make me like, look at this. This is a typical black woman. Like, bro, I didn't even say anything to you. I'm just so confused. Like, typical black woman, like, really, bro? Like, I literally didn't even say
Now
much
you going
to
bro?
you for you to even call me that.
She's not the typical black woman, but when she's frustrated, now she's calling people bro.
Oh man,
Which is what I talked about during the show about it's weird to watch these women use the word bro. He completely disrespected Carmen. Yeah, that's what he did. Yes.
Now I also want to make this clear to y'all. I want to make this clear that I'm not a Tommy Sotomayor fan. I'm not part of Soto Nation or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? There are things that Tommy Sotomayor say that I agree with, as long as it's in alliance to my personal belief. And there are other things that he say that I absolutely do not agree with at all. Period. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I know how to keep it respectable. So yeah. So just in case y'all want to come out here, come to the lounge, she's like, oh, he does a Soto Nation. He's a Tommy Sotomayor fan. No, I respect Tommy Sotomayor, but I'm not part of no Soto Nation or anything like that.
She didn't say anything. I made it up. I was acting
I don't know
out.
what I did to Tommy. Like, me and Tommy, I even apologized to him on stream. I even apologized to him on stream.
Did Tommy? Did she apologize to Tommy on stream?
No, she did not, by the way, Tommy. She didn't apologize to you on screen, bro.
Did she apologize to Tommy off stream? On stream? Said sarcastically. That's what I thought. I don't remember getting because I kept saying, well, ma'am, you said some things and I told you what you said, and you're still telling me you didn't say it.
Literally. You know, I don't mind if he's streaming the live though. It's fine. Like I totally don't mind because I feel like he's trying to say like I'm a grifter. Like he called me a grifter. I didn't call him out his name. I was trying to be respectful. I tried to simmer things down multiple times and it didn't work. Well, the drama is on this channel somewhere. If you want to go see it.
She didn't
Tommy
disrespect me at
and Ryan
all.
yelling at me and calling me stupid. It's on my channel, so you guys can watch. I don't know if I'm going to keep it there because it
Thank
literally
you, Weak Weasel.
holds no
She has
value. I
167,000
don't.
subs and
Like I said, I'm
137
just not
people
that type
watching.
of person. Like I point out, I point out things in the Black community. I did not expect this to be what it was.
Oh, no, Tommy, I ain't gonna let you do that to her now. All right. So respectfully, the only reason why she had them low numbers of people watching her is because she barely go live. She always do premiere videos. All right. That's her thing. She do premiere videos and post main videos and shorts, and that's it.
And yeah, this is what it turned out to be. So color me shocked, okay? Color me shocked.
And just watch them dudes in the comment section, though. That's what's
And
scary.
I saw Celtic Girl, I saw you. Daryl Jones, I saw you as well. I couldn't really read the comments. I don't know what people were saying when we were going back and forth because it was so small, like on the screen. It was completely small. So I really couldn't even like read the comments to hear what people were saying. And yeah, it's just like I really wanted to get the most out of this. I think I saw Rick too. I feel like I did see Rick in there, and I saw DW. Who else did I see? Celtic Girl, I saw you. Mark D. I don't think I saw you in there, Mark D. Um, but yeah, I appreciate you, Mark D. Okay, I'm so used to people being a certain type of way. And to me, my best thing that I can do is just not engage. Like I sat there like this the whole time because I'm like, bro, like at this point, like I don't think that you're really trying to have a conversation. I don't
Then
think
why
you're
would
trying to
you
have a
stay?
conversation. That's what I boiled
Hey,
it down
Mike, I
to. I
agree
don't
with you,
think
bro.
that you really want to try to understand me, understand my ideology, understand why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, you know? And like I said, like guys, I just wanted to talk to you guys because I really don't care what people think. I'm that person. He's steady saying, Vic, they're calling you stupid. It's like, I'm not talking to the audience. I'm talking to you. Okay, we're people at the end of the day. You're
Goodness.
talking to me.
And what's so bad about it, I got y'all sitting through this one more time, man. God damn. Man, I was anticipating on Tommy like reacting to this to give us even more content. You know what I mean? But damn, Tommy just flabbergasted us as well as we are.
Like you're talking to Carmen Jaycee, the
Man,
content creator. I get that you are, but I'm still a person. At the end of the day, I'm a fucking person. Sorry, guys. I am though.
What?
Okay, and it's like I just don't get it. I actually have several interviews lined up this week, and hopefully the other ones go better. I think that it might get worse, it might get better. I don't know, because I don't mind having conversations with people that might disagree with me. I'm totally okay with having conversations with people who disagree with me. I just don't feel the need to try to insult people. Like I would never bring someone on my podcast and try to insult them. And I'm not saying that that's what he was trying to do because he said that's what he wasn't trying to do. But I'm saying like that's what it felt. It felt like you're trying to constantly get me to look bad or something, bringing up this topic, and I'm just not talking about it. It's so much I can say about Black women in wigs. Like to me, that is not the biggest issue in the Black community. Obviously, the wigs are an issue. Okay.
We owe an apology to anyone who's ever
It's
bought a
not
money
the
mat
biggest.
before.
Listen
because
to
we
what
lied.
she's saying.
Yes, it's
It's
true that
not the
money mats
biggest
create
issue.
Issue. I understand that, but it's like I feel like it's bigger issues that we could have talked about that would have been great between myself and Tommy and it could have been fine. You know, like it could have been fine. We could have talked about whatever it is that he wanted to talk about, you know? I actually did do DD's channel. Yeah, I'm just not that person. Like you couldn't get me to act like an asshole on camera. I can just, you know, speak for myself and tell
Oh
you
man,
how I feel about things and um try to get on to some common ground, but that was like impossible to get on common ground. Like even when he said like, okay, we're gonna talk about something. Can we talk about single mothers? I said we can talk about whatever you want. This is your show. Then he goes to, well, if we talk about this woman, you don't want to talk about this woman's hair. And I'm like, bro, like, are you trying to be confrontational? This is what the whole deal like,
bro.
and this is why I have an issue with black people. This is why I
Oof.
have an issue. Okay? Because instead of trying to simmer the situation down, we see that we have a misunderstanding here. You know what I mean? We it keeps escalating to the point where he just like, you know what? Now I don't have time, which is like completely fine. Like if you think if you think that I am going to be offended because now Tommy Sotomayor doesn't have time when he's the one that hit me up for an interview, he hit me up in September on September 11th, a day after Charlie Kirk died. I did not see the DM, and then he hit me up again, maybe like a week ago, and I responded to the DM. I was completely nice to him. I asked him what he wanted to talk about. He said he wanted to talk about the state of the black community. And that's what happened. And from there we've been going back and forth. He said he had knee surgery. I said, I hope your knee feels better. I hope you feel better. I don't understand how we got to this point where he's so upset. And I just don't know. I really don't. I really don't.
I mean, he don't look upset at all. He just flabbergasted that the situation went the way it is. But
Y'all see how? Because he hit me up. Well, that was established. So I don't see why he would think it would be something for him. Like I'd be bothered that he left. Ma'am, you wouldn't leave. You were the one upset about the way. Listen to what she just said. This is what I don't like about niggas don't want to de-escalate. Ma'am, I said, is it okay if we talk about this? We can talk about whatever you want. It's your show. And ain't nobody gonna sit up there and say, well, hold on a minute. He asked you, can we discuss this? We can't talk about whatever we want because it's your show. Because if that were the case, we would have never gotten upset and be where we are now.
mm-hmm.
We have established I can't talk about whatever I want because it's my show.
I just read, then like all the comments that he would pull up, it's just like comments that are from his people. And then he had Junior. I think Junior was the only person. Well, I don't know if the only person on my side. I couldn't see who was on whose.
So she then lies and said that I was only pulling up the comments from my side when it had gotten to the point, well, I only pulled up the comments from her side and kept saying, look, ma'am, these comments are from your page. It's not me saying this.
Yeah, once again, I established that they was dual streaming. So meaning she was on streaming the same time on her channel as on with Tommy. That's something that you could do with StreamYard, where you could dual stream each other on the same exact stream.
Right. If I'm out of control, she's supposed to be the one de-escalating.
Side, but I know Junior was on his side and said he's right. And I'm like, well, he's right about what? Because I agreed with him.
He
so I don't
told
understand
you.
what he's right about. I sat there and agreed with him about the week situation. I said, like, yo, I totally agree. You know, I totally agree. Feel free to unfriend him. I am not his friend on here. Maybe I do follow him. I don't know if I follow him actually. But Tommy Sotomayor is somebody that I actually saw a video of maybe 6 months ago. It was the first time I even knew who he was. And 6 months ago, it was a video. He was talking about niggas. Y'all know I do nigga content because I have the same experience with niggas. And that was it. I never even did the video that I wanted to do on him. I never got to doing the content, you know? So it was just like, okay, well, I really don't know who you are. I really don't. I couldn't tell you the type of. He's making it like you should know how I am, how I speak to people. Like I've literally seen 2 interviews, and I couldn't even really remember how you were speaking. If I thought that this was how you behave, I probably wouldn't have had this conversation with you. Okay, I probably would have never. I've done David Webb show. I've done James Clary radio show. I've done um, I've done even the debates I've done. I've just not had this issue. You know, I haven't had this issue because I'm really respectful to everybody.
I was
I'm really
triggered
respectful to
because there
everybody. I
was no
really
going
am.
back
Like,
for me.
and I'm like I said, I'm not this perfect person. Like I told them, I
Thank you,
have
Mimi. She
pictures
does.
I used to post half naked. I'm nowhere near perfect. Okay, I have a lot of stuff that could be talked about me. Okay, so I'm not here to play perfect. I'm not here to act like I'm better than anybody else because I'm not. I am not. I'm just like these people. Okay. I just grew up, you know, I came from where these people come from. I just grew up out of it. I seen something different and I changed my life, is what happened. So you can talk about anything from my past. I don't care. I don't care if you talk about my past. I don't care. I literally don't care. Hey,
So apparently this lady has a past and I know nothing about it. So let me say this. If I was trying to piss her off or offend her, wouldn't I have went into that? Not weave. The more she talks, the dumber this sounds. She has a past. I'm willing to talk about it. But I decided to talk about weave, which you have a past and a current with weave.
I love you. Guys, make sure you guys go ahead and follow Winged Dove. That's my friend. Okay. She's a conservative beauty, much like myself, you know. So yeah, but I really, guys, actually, I think I'm going to start like this. Just you see what happens. This just started something new because I think I'm going to start doing a weekly stream for you guys that is live, like actually live, and not a stream that would and not a stream that is like pre-recorded but premiered as live. You know, I'm going to do an actual live stream for you guys probably once a week now, and we can kind of catch up
I
and we can talk about whatever
manipulate
you
people.
guys want to talk about, and you guys can ask me questions. And yeah, I'm all down for that. I'm totally down for that because I love you guys. You guys actually make my life really meaningful as far as just the support and making something that I love to do possible. I love that. I love podcasting. I love talking. I love speaking my opinion. I love debating. It's stuff that I love to do.
The things you said earlier on my show that you don't care what they think, that you said on my show earlier, I do not care what they think.
And you guys being here to do it with me is amazing. You guys allowing, me to be myself. It's all great. I really
Stability, precision. That's the essence of
And them
driving.
commercials are
Love
coming
it.
fast and furious.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start a new
let you guys know, like, listen, I am not this person.
So we
that
we
you
almost
guys
done
make
with
me
this
out to
too,
be.
because
Like,
we already
I
dealt with this.
am
We know how
not
far she's gonna go with this
like
conversation.
angry
So
or this person that is trying to grift off of people, and then like they're over there like her audience is white and all of that. Like, okay, who cares? I can't help who agrees with me and follows me. I literally can't help who agrees with me and follow me. That is literally something I can't help.
Literally,
And
like,
who
literally,
cares
like.
if half my audience is white or
Imagine somebody saying literally like, literally like, literally like, literally like, and telling you that they're intelligent.
tell me, bro, chill. That's her tick, bro.
75%.
So she won't be nervous.
Who is white? She said, wait, who's bothering you? Girl, I did an interview with Tommy Sotomayor, and we got into a whole spat in the interview. And I came here to my audience because I streamed it live to just basically just touch bases with them and let them understand that,
Even her streaming it live, I taught her how to stream it live. She didn't know how to do it.
like I didn't get on here lying on him. Like I literally You know, like
Literally.
I literally just was
Literally.
done talking about Black women's hair. Like we can talk about a lot of things. I just think Black women's hair. If Black women want to wear wigs, then they can wear wigs. Like I understand the issue behind it. I'm not saying that I don't understand the issue behind it, but my point is that like
If it wasn't a big issue and you wanted to move the conversation, you're still talking about it now.
Yeah, even right now, if it's not a big
Yo,
deal.
without me being there, she's still talking about it now.
it's just not something that I focus on. I said this, you know, and it seems like that's the main topic. When I do interviews, you know, usually in an interview, you spend only so much time on one topic. He said, like, no, this
Nah,
is
Mike,
great.
you
This
good,
is
bro.
great. I can talk to
You
her about
good.
this topic because I really don't want to have a conversation.
So y'all know how people who are addicts are, right? When they're addicted to any type of substance, whether it's alcohol or drug related substances, right? What they do is that they don't like to accept accountability. And the reason why they don't like to accept accountability is because it's something that they're choosing to do because it makes them feel good in that moment. Now, how did this tie into what Carmen is saying? This tie into because first of all, like I stated to you earlier, she loved having her hair with weaves and different things like that because it's easy for her and she believes she look beautiful doing that. So this is one of the things that she agrees that the Black community is fine with doing, you know what I'm saying, as long as you're doing it the way that she wants you to do it. All right. Now the second part of this is this. When it's dealing with, controversial, when it's dealing with the ego or anything like that, the reason why she have a stop is because this is what she stated. She said she enjoyed doing this. She enjoyed doing podcasts. She enjoyed the interaction. She's addicted to this. So that's the reason why immediately when she got off of Tommy's show, she went onto her channel and started up the live and started talking about it in real time. Because now she got addicted to that as well too.
About other topics is what it was.
See?
You know? And yeah. So I
can talk to her about this topic because I don't want to talk to her about any other topic. That's what it was. That's what it was.
I don't know. It's like it's just so frustrating, guys. It is so frustrating because I do things in good faith all the time. I am not this person. I am not the person to like try to be rude to people. I'm not rude to people. I'm not that person.
And this is her friend, this white girl, says, meanwhile, look at what it says. Meanwhile, his community is in shambles and wigs is his problem. Ignore him, babe. You're better than that asshole.
Damn.
Mind you, this person said they don't know why she's upset and who I interviewed with.
Damn.
So this white chick tells her, my community, this white dude tells her, never apologize.
Oh, Lord.
I was not raised like that. I'm very nice
Wow.
to everybody, even people I disagree with. If I disagree with you,
this is crazy work, man. I ain't lying.
Nice
this is crazy work.
Okay, I don't believe in being rude to people. I just don't. I don't.
Hold up. She says she don't believe in being rude to people, right? But she does use the N word so loosely, like she was doing. And then you have other people in this chat doing the same exact thing, but you don't want to offend nobody. Man. I
don't believe in being an asshole to people who don't deserve it. You know? I don't believe in being an asshole to people who do not deserve it. But as far as people who I interact with, yes, I am nice to all of them. Okay? I'm nice to all of them. I don't talk about people unless it's something that I find to be very problematic. Like when I did the video, you guys probably didn't see it because I didn't post it on YouTube because it was too vulgar. But I did a video, which is the video that he actually reached out to me on, I believe, or maybe it was the other video I did, of Cardi B playing with her private parts on stage, And I did a video on that, but I did a video on it because I found it to be disgusting. I found it to be degrading, and it's a poor representation of our community, whether people believe Cardi B is black or not. We can have the conversation all day, but whether people believe uh, Cardi B is black or not is literally the whole point. Okay, that is the whole thing, and I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of black people.
Celtic Girl says, I never apologize to angry, heavy black men with bad attitudes. And I'm white. So you should definitely not apologize, Carmen. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is insane.
This is crazy.
And I'm glad that I'm getting Tommy's reaction to her video, because like when we was doing it, I couldn't see her chat, you know what I'm saying? But he did this in real time, all right? So now we can actually see her chat interacting with this. We can see it in real time what they are, conversating to her about. So yeah, this crazy. This is insane work, man. I ain't lying. If this ain't no reverse racism on her part, then I don't know. This crazy.
This is wild. That the white people over there. I think he's low key a punk. I am.
People telling other black people how to be black. If I like wearing wigs and I want to wear wigs, I can wear wigs. Okay, I'm not here to tell people how to be black.
But you want to complain about how this woman does a concert? Dude, what? This is why I can't take bitches seriously. This woman wrote, who said she didn't see it. He liked you and therefore tried to humble you, but wasn't prepared for your maturity. You can talk about nigga shit, but, we can do what you want to do.
Okay, that's not my goal of my podcast, to tell people how to be black or how to be anything. My main goal is to get people to think for themselves. Okay, have the ideas in your head because they're your ideas. I'm not telling you to think like me. I have friends that we don't think exactly alike. We're still friends. Okay, we're still able to get along because we are friends and we can accept our differences. Okay, we can accept our differences. I just can't believe this happened. Actually can't believe it happened. I was with Andre right before this, and yeah, so I kind of can't believe it happened. But yeah, I really should have just did something with Andre, and you guys probably would have enjoyed the conversation more instead of having to waste our time on, just doing nothing essentially. Like we just talked about black women hair. Like who cares about black women's hair? Like I get it, it's an issue. But to me, it's like who cares? If they stop twerking, if they stop behaving how they behave and the ways that they behave, and they behave like regular people, don't give a hell about what black women do with their hair. They can do whatever they with their hair. Okay, they want to wear wigs. They want.
Why the fuck would she keep saying they when she's right there wearing it?
I'm blown
and the
away
people
too,
who twerk would tell you nobody who twerk got cancer. This doesn't make sense. If they just stop twerking, everything would be fine. Like it would.
This is crazy.
If they would just stop twerking, this don't make no motherfucking sense. You got a problem with twerking after you just said people are grown, they can do what they want to.
Yeah.
Twerking is more of a problem than a bitch wearing a wig.
Want to do this? People have those personal decisions. I don't focus on people's personal decisions on my platform. I don't focus on that. I focus on things that is problematic to myself or to other people that are in my community. That's what I focus on. Okay, and the hair could be a part of it, but to me, it's not a huge part of it.
Oh my God!
Hair could be a segment of that, but to me, it's not a huge part of it. It's a part of it as far as how women spend their money on it, how how women.
I mean, even hearing this for the second time, it gets even more bizarre, man. This is crazy for real. She don't realize how much of a double standard she's saying right now. She literally talk about Cardi B and stuff and how the way people spend their money to go see Cardi B and Cardi B reverend herself. But at the same time, she go up and say, well, I really don't care what you do. You do what you do. But that Cardi B thing, that twerking thing, nah, that's absolutely no. What the hell? That's crazy.
Just want where women not want to feel like I get that problem of it. But yeah, like I said, at the end of the day, it's just, to me, I honestly think
Oh
that this
my
is just a black
God.
man that's just mad at black women, and because I'm a black woman, he is taking it out on me. Okay,
Oh,
because
wait. Now it's I'm just mad at black women. Remember what I said to her on the show? What did I ask her? What is it that they say about you since you go after black women and you're a black woman? Now it's he just mad at black women. So let me get this straight. Now you're doing to me what you said they do to you. Ain't that something?
Yeah, it's something.
You went from saying this isn't something that they should do to now doing it to me.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted
I
too,
didn't say anything that made sense. I'm just mad at black women and took it out on you.
I don't know. I really can't even explain why. I can't even explain. And I know this because of all of his insults while we were alive. He insulted me several times.
Yeah, it's all of that at the same time, Mike. That's why, you could kind of laugh at it, but at the same time, you're like, damn. This is crazy.
I do too understand why she doesn't go live. I mean, like he said that my whole audience think that he's stupid, that I'm stupid, which is fine, fine.
Lot. Like in my old days, we would have been on there and I would have been going off. Okay? I would have been going off. I would have been calling them all type of names, but I've grown. I became a better woman. Okay? I became a better woman. Just so I can interact with people like that and still hold my composure, still behave like a feminine woman, and not have to lower myself to interact with people. This is why I don't interact with people. This is why. Well, listen, because I'm the person that I am, I called Tommy immediately after that, and I tried to speak to him again after this whole thing happened. I called him.
Oh, that makes sense too. Well, when we started this live again, Tommy was saying that he like, man, she called me and everything. Why are you calling me? So that makes sense. All right.
He said I offended him.
Because I was thinking that this happened after the fact.
I'm supposed to be like apologizing to him because I offended him, and I'm trying to understand how I offended him when he brought up his kids. I didn't bring your children up. I didn't say nothing about you used your child as an example. Let me read your super chat.
God, I love how bitches lie. Again, if y'all weren't here, those of you who were here when I started, did I say anything about that? I said she called me. I said, did I say anything about what she just said?
Nah.
Did I say I was offended by my children or even spoke about my children?
Nah.
I said, you questioned my manhood and then you lied on me. You questioned my manhood, then you continued to lie about what it was we were supposed to be talking about. I said none of this before she came on here. I told y'all she called me, and I simply said to this person, go watch it, then come back. I said, go watch it, then come back. Don't talk to me like that. I said, like what? Tell me what to do? I said, I'm not telling you what to do per se. I'm saying, why are we discussing the show and what possibly or did not go wrong when you could watch it? I could watch it, and then we both could be under the impression of, okay, now that we've sat back and seen it, what do we think happened?
Triggered, and you don't need to go on about this unless you want to. You don't know us anything. We all know how he's retarded. You guys are right. I really don't. But I really just like wanted to come on here and talk about like that whole interaction because like I don't feel the need to try to prove myself on camera that I'm not this person. I just, you know, it is what it is. And I'm willing to apologize. I'm willing to say, like, if I offended you, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That's not my intentions because my intentions is never to offend people. So if you feel offended, I am willing to apologize. And I told him I
Mm.
apologized. And he said I did apologize, which is okay. I did apologize. I did say if you were offended, that's not my intentions. My intentions were not to offend you. My intentions were not to do any of this. Like I said, if I would have known that you wanted to talk about black women and their hair, I would have just been like, I don't really it's not really my cup of tea. I don't really care about that. So no, I'm not going to waste my time, my 2 hours to do that. I could have been doing research. That's what I do in my spare time. I research stuff. I have a lot of stuff that I could be doing, you know. Do you guys want to oh, what's that? Lamarco Copeland? Or did I say that? Lamar Copeland or Lamar Copeland? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate the donation. Girl,
Thank you,
it was
Omni.
a
You said this
whole
is how men
mess.
end
It
up
was a
dead or in jail.
whole
Yes.
mess. But yeah, I'm talking about Tommy Sotomayor.
Thank you. She
I did
keeps
an
she keeps
interview
going back to the hair
today,
subject,
and
but
it
didn't want to
went
talk about the hair subject.
Mm-hmm.
it went down. It was, and like I said, I reached back out to him, tried to talk to him afterwards, after the fact. Yeah, it still didn't work. He said he feels
What was a bad idea, Cyber? The link is there if you want to talk to me. You said not a good look. The link is there. I'm not really sure why, as the link is there pinned to the top.
So, but what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it there. I wanted to share with y'all, from our different point of views, right? I wanted to show y'all the main debate that they had, right? I wanted you to get her individual perspective as well, too. The share, how she was feeling about this after the interview, and I also want to capture how Tommy Sotomayor felt with her after the interview as well, too. And I believe I did a good job of sharing that with you, just so we can get everything all in one show. All right? So, other than that, y'all let me know what y'all think about this overall interaction between Tommy Sotomayor and Carmen. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about that. Let me know if you agree with the things that Tommy said, or you agree the things with Carmen said as well too, or do you disagree? Just let me know in the comment section. Shout out to everybody who hung out with me this long for 5 hours to do this reaction video. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the lounge like always, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Make sure you check out my other podcast episodes that I'll be putting out. If you're not sub up to the channel, make sure you sub up to the channel so you can get more of this thought-provoking conversation. So other than that, y'all have a great and wonderful morning, and I'll see you again on the next episode.